The best FIFA 20 players in the world have been brought together again as some of the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe. They will fight to be crowned king of their continent in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Who will reign supreme and dominate their corner of the planet? Stay tuned on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA to catch all of the action.
Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series presented by PlayStation. We have the best from the Middle East and Africa. Yesterday was day 1, today is day 2. Before we can get into the action today, let's show you what you may have missed from yesterday.
The last tournament of the season was ready for the kickoff. FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Middle East and Africa was ready to unveil some of the best players in the world and extremely spectacular FIFA superstars ready to unleash their goal machines. We had to wait for only one series to see the passion of this region. GS Myrtle met Pro Aziz, and after a tactical duel, they went into extra time and Myrtle fought until literally the last second. And he scored the winning goal.
Heartbreak down the other end. Here's R9, tries to finesse it. It's a lucky bounce back, but Rudel is there. Cristiano Ronaldo comes in with a shot and finds the top corner.
The second series was one to forget for future FC Roe. He played against ISO Power and he lost in a categorical fashion. The result was 8-1.
Potentially off the back of an 8-1 defeat, drops the shoulder, Neymar scoring everything.
It was time for the match between the winners, GS Myrtle and ISO Power. And what a match it was! 2-2 after the first leg, and the show continued in the second leg, 4-3.
Chance now, there's ISO Power. And although he may have gaps in his own defence,
the big winner of the day was ISO Power after beating GS Myrtle with 6-5. Future FC Roe and Pro Aziz fought in the losers match for another chance in the tournament. After a very close match and a 3-2 score after the first match, Roe managed to win 4-3 after the second match and to qualify for the decider match.
Massive chance now back to goal. It's Neymar again. It's Neymar on the score sheet.
The last match of the day was GS Myrtle against future FC Roe. The tension was high, but Myrtle showed a better form. And he won 3-1 to close the first day of the tournament.
So there it is, day 1 in the books. Today we have some great players. We're going to have some great games in store for you. My name is Jake Barford. I am joined alongside the great Mike LaBelle. We are here on day 2, the final Summer Cup Series event of the summer. Mike, what are we looking forward to in day 2? And first off, how are you doing? Good morning.
Well, that was in backwards order. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. And I'm hoping for day 2 to see some more upsets. If we're looking at form from day 1, the 2 highest ranked competitors went through. We're going to see both of those guys in action heading into the championship bracket. But today, I want some upsets. I want to mix it up.
You know what, Mike? You were the prediction king yesterday, so I think I'm going to be coming to you for some of my results. But with MS Desari playing today, we could find things to be maybe a little bit more predictable. But that second spot, and who knows? We saw it yesterday where it isn't always as simple as it may seem in terms of predictions, at least for me. So maybe I'll just have to follow you throughout the day. But I think we're ready for a great day in FIFA. And of course, it's always going to be a great day when you're getting to watch legitimately one of the greatest FIFA players all time play.
And it's so crazy saying one of the greatest FIFA players because he's 20 years old, but it's true. since he came onto the scene in FIFA 2017. I was there when he won the regional, where they were playing in Vancouver, and they actually had the regional for the Middle East. And I think at that point, it maybe was Asia was combined. They had combined quite a few regions. They all flew in, and MS Desari came straight off the plane. I remember he was late to the venue. He looked tired, and he went undefeated and crushed everybody the whole way through. We're like, who is this guy? Tell us more. And then a legend was born, and it's been consistent every single year in the competitive FIFA scene.
We'll see if we get a similar result today. He's going to be leading off the day for us. Before we can get into that first game, we want to tell you guys how you can get involved. So many out there are asking how they can compete at a high level like this. Well, there's one way to do it right now. It is the PS4 Open Series. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels. These things are going to run from March 30th to December 31st. You're going to be able to compete against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. Compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes. Of course, join Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley for some of the broadcast hosted by PlayStation. Competitors in the PS4 Tournament Open Series will be able to show off their skills to their friends and compete for cash against their rivals. Go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID to enter.
And the key word that I'd like to stress as we're looking through how to get involved in the Open Series on the PlayStation tab, and it's very simple, is that it is open. Whether you're a casual, an intermediate, an advanced player, you're looking to become a pro, you're right on the cusp between maybe competitive and being at that pro level, this is a great way to get additional practice. You've got all these different weekly opportunities, and depending on how you're performing with the qualifiers, you got a monthly final, you get a monthly champion, and it deals with invitationals, community spotlights, and everything is integrated so smoothly on the PlayStation that there's no excuses to not get involved. Back in the day, I remember people asking, well, how do I get into the pro scene? How do I become a pro? What is the pathway? And it's gotten a lot more straightforward in recent times. You want to get into the competitive ecosystem, we've got a layout top to bottom. This is what you need to do. This is how you should do it. And if you're at that tier, if you're at that upper echelon, you're going to stand out. You're going to get that exposure. You're going to get a chance to be recognized for your skill set, at least on the virtual pitch.
Yeah, people are always out there in the Twitch chat, always saying that they're better than these pros. Well, now you can actually prove it. Go sign up for yourself. We also want to hear from you over on Twitter. Use the @EA FIFA Esports handle and tweet us using hashtag Summer Cup Series. Get involved with today's action. Send us your predictions, your thoughts, and we'll try to get in response with you throughout the day today as we kick off day 2 of this FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Middle East and Africa. Let's recap day 1. You saw the video, but let's check out what the group looked like, the players advancing, the score lines from day 1, everything you may have missed. Mike, day 1 was all about ISO power.
Yeah, let me walk you guys through this. ISO Power came out. He set the tempo. He set the tone. I said that was going to be important. He scored a lot of goals. Very different than Myrtle. Even in his first match, it was very cagey. And he was able to grind through a few results. We saw a slow beginning from Roy Feldman, who is someone that myself and also Brandon Smith, we took as a player to watch. And he wasn't really able to bring it together, especially representing Future, which is an esports squad that definitely has expectations. As you can see the bracket, how things kind of laid out, the lay of the land, so to speak. And then Pro Aziz, not as experienced, the lowest ranked competitor from this group A. And in this case, that played a factor. He was eliminated. All the games were close, but it's that fine margin that's so important in the competitive FIFA scene, and sometimes you don't see or you don't maybe see it on the virtual pitch as much, but it's the difference between people getting results, competitors going to the next level. It's not only just self-belief and self-assurance, but having a little more experience on the virtual pitch. So no surprise with ISO Power and Myrtle both advancing, like I said at the top of the show, both the 2 highest ranked competitors from Group A. So in theory, this went the way that it was supposed to go.
Yeah, going back to that Pro Aziz talk, I believe one thing you mentioned yesterday was sort of you create your own luck, and he played in 2 really close games in which he could have won, but the luck just kind of wasn't built his way, and he was one of the players that, yeah, he's young, he'll bounce back. For me, I'm looking at ISO Power going into day 3. If I'm playing today, I don't want to play against someone who put up 14 goals across all those matchups. I mean, what a day he had. It felt like every single game. I mean, game 2, within like 20 minutes towards the end of the game, he just put up 3 or 4 goals. A very scary competitor going into to that Championship Wednesday, or I believe as Richard Buckley called it, Winners Wednesday is what we're going with now. It's not Championship Sunday anymore. We're getting all these different days as the competitive season winds down. Mike LaBelle. Let's move in to looking at Group B. Let's see who we're getting today. This is what it looks like. MS Desari is the man everyone wants to talk about, but everyone else is a player that is within the top 50, I believe, except for one player, and that is Candle. He sits 60th, but 2 in the world for MS Desari. Kylan's 33, Ramy's 27. These are legit players.
And at the end of the day, we could read off these global series rankings, but that doesn't decide who's going to win, who's going to lose. It's easy for us to talk about MS Desari because of how well decorated he is, the consistency, you name it. And ISO Power said that he'd like the rematch, that he feels that MS Desari is the greatest player in the world. He might get that if MS Desari is able to advance in the winners final. But the same could be said here when you're looking at Rami, 27th in the world. When you're looking at Kylan, 33rd in the world. And I just like stressing that the rankings at this point, especially when we had time off because of course, the global pandemic, players aren't necessarily going to be as crisp, but we don't know who's been practicing. We don't know who's been really focusing and grinding, especially in the later stages of FIFA. So this could go either way. I think today's going to have more upsets than we saw in day one. I'm not saying that MS Desari is going to be one of those upsets. It might be the battle for second place. It might be the early storyline. It's just hard to believe that MS Desari won't get the job done. But I think any of the other competitors could easily interchange on results.
Mike, you are a retired pro, and I don't mean that as a slap in the face.
Cheers, man. Thank you so much. Good morning again to you.
You're a retired pro. Listen, this is going to be a serious question. Be prepared. You have been in this situation before. It's late into the game of FIFA. How hard is it as a pro when you've been playing so much all year to continue that grind this late?
It's definitely difficult. A lot of players, they're grinding and grinding and grinding with hopes of doing well in the playoffs and then reaching the FIFA E World Cup. And that keeps a lot of players motivated. I do think EA did a wonderful job with content this year. This is probably the best year of content that we've seen in Ultimate Team. I mean, I played later than I've ever played before with high interest levels because of the summer heat iterations. When EA put out those foot items, I was on board. I was like, I want them all. I'm going to give you the Pokemon approach here. I'm going to collect everything, all encompassing. But at the end of the day, it is difficult, especially when you've been playing every single day for months to start off the game or start off the year, to make sure that you build your squad properly, that you understand all the intangibles, you're able to reach every competitive advantage. So after you've been doing that 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, you start saying, maybe I want a little time off. Maybe I want to go to the beach. It's getting hot outside. I need to get outside of this apartment for a moment. It's all about being able to balance everything. And I think most competitors have done a really good job with Summer Series with being able to regain some of that push or regain that confidence or just make sure that they have enough preparation where they don't look as if they're in slow-mo or they're a fraction of themselves.
Yeah, I believe, who was that? Was it ISO Power that we talked to yesterday, talking about all the preparation and training that he's done leading up to this big event. And especially for some of these guys who don't get as much recognition on the global scene, everyone is on camera this tournament. Everyone's gameplay is being streamed to all the viewers out there watching. A lot of them, this is their chance to make a name for themselves. So I'm sure they might even be more inclined to go all out for this one as opposed to some of the other tournaments. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but everyone wants to show out. And especially when you are guaranteed a spot to be playing on the live stream, everyone wants to win. Am I correct in saying that? Do you think this preparation may be they might be a little bit more inclined for this one, or am I wrong?
If you're sitting on the outside looking in, I think there's a lot to be gained here because you're most likely going to be in the midst of a negotiation with an esports organization or a club, or maybe you're a free agent. We've seen a lot of free agents make some noise going through the summer series. And it means a lot to you. For someone like MS Desari, you never know with motivation or Fnatic Techs. And we've had these discussions. We've interviewed these guys, and they don't mean it in a negative way, but sometimes it's difficult to find that motivation when you're so used to being in the finals, on the big stage, bright lights, the biggest of events. And in regional, it's not necessarily as, oh, I need to put in this additional time. Maybe you're gonna split up where you're allocating some of your time a little bit more. You're not doing the preparations as needed. Whereas players that maybe feel that they're underrated and people aren't talking about them enough, they're saying, this is my opportunity. I'm going to come in ready. This means a lot to me, not only from the money or the bragging rights or the legacy, but the fact that I can get a first place. I can make sure that I have that champion's pedigree. I can cause some upsets. I can raise some eyebrows.
That's one of the questions I feel like we'll have to ask some of these guys in their post-game interviews. Speaking of MS Desari, the man that he will be facing in the first round, Candle, that match is coming up very, very soon. But we caught up with Candle before this event. Here is what he had to say leading up to the Summer Cup Series.
Hello guys, this is Saif Andil, a professional Egyptian FIFA player. Wish me the best of luck. See you guys. Who do I think will win this tournament? To be honest, all of the players are really good. It's the top 8 players from the region, from the Middle East and Africa. They are all contenders. They have proven it more than once in the qualifications. All of them were outstanding this season, so I think it could be anyone. I represented Egypt in an international event. I'm really proud of it. This year is the first year Egypt is eligible to play qualifications and play tournaments related to FIFA, because 2019, FIFA 2019, Egypt wasn't eligible. To be honest, for the first season or the first year for Egypt to be eligible, I think I did a really good job till now representing it. My biggest fan, I think, could be my family. Yeah. They've always supported me and they've always had my back. My all-time favorite foot player in almost every Ultimate Team and every game was Cristiano Ronaldo. So I think there are great players, to be honest, but I think the one that stands out every year and the one that has I've bought every year and is my favorite, I think it's Cristiano Ronaldo.
It is. You've heard from the man Candle. We're going to be seeing him in game number 1 against MS Desari. This is the first game of day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Mike, let's talk about this opening match. Let's get some first thoughts as we're getting a look at the second best player in the world in MS Desari. Candle's got his work cut out from him in this game right here, but I wouldn't say that it's not a guaranteed win for MS Desari. Being number 2 in the world doesn't just give you a win. What does Candle have to do in this one to break down MS Desari, one of the best in the game?
Well, most importantly for Candle here, he's going to have to make sure that he does not put MS Desari on a pedestal. This happens often with some of the biggest names in the competitive scene, is whether they play at their best of their ability or if they're somewhere in between or they're really not playing up to par, they get results sometimes because of their name, and it carries so much weight that other competitors get nervous. They play the game differently. They adjust to their opposition before even allowing their gameplay to kind of free flow. So it's important for Candle to make sure that he goes for it and that he's confident and that he's decisive both offensively and defensively.
I feel like the confidence is key, because if you go into this game with that thought in the back of your mind that, if I lose this one, it's all right. I wasn't supposed to win. I'm playing MS Desari. He's number 2 in the world. I'll go get him in the losers bracket. You've already lost to yourself in your mind. So going in with that attitude that, yes, he's just any other FIFA player. I can get the win here. I can go for it. And of course, these players are familiar with each other from qualifiers, so they know what to expect. They've watched the film. They've studied it. Let's look at Candle. Let's get some previews of both of these players going into the first match. Candle comes in, 22 years old. And he is I wouldn't say a regular at some of the competitive events, but he has been there playing in Foot Champs Cup number 3 in Atlanta. And someone who's actually made it out of the Swiss stages before. You can see he's a student, and there that is right there. Foot Champs Cup 3 in Atlanta. I believe he went 4-2 in Swiss. So this is a man who has really, really great results from past competitive events and playing against other players around the world. Of course, his favorite player is going to be R9 Ronaldo, the man that we saw so much of yesterday and we've seen so much of throughout the competitive year. And there it is, playing since FIFA 05. So this man knows his FIFA. He's been playing for quite a long time. And favorite formation, 4-2-3-1. Another one of those that we just see over and over again this year. Say one of the most used formations throughout the year. Best FIFA player in the world, he doesn't say MS Desari. So a lot of players have. Candle hasn't, Mike LaBelle.
And this is basically Candle's rookie season to a certain degree because of having that Atlanta event being his first opportunity to showcase what he's got in his locker. And I mean, when we look at MS Desari, it's a similar story. You have to start somewhere. And as you get experience, and that can happen just 1 year, and everything changes for you. We see those stories and those Cinderella stories, as I like to kind of put it out there, with competitors, especially because the FIFA competitive series in general and that ecosystem is very young. We're in the infancy of esports. This started in 2017. We're only in 2020 right now. We're still building out the future, the stars. And it's also difficult to be consistent year to year. And that's why we credit some of the big names and the household players that we see time and time again for many years, because games change, and what you naturally are able to do on the virtual pitch doesn't always translate in an organic manner that really fits or suits the way that you want to play FIFA. And we've heard many competitors talk about this. We interviewed Megabit recently, especially with the Champions League, and Moalba. Both of them were saying that the game didn't necessarily suit them this year because they weren't looking to play slow. They wanted to play fast. So they had to alter their game style in order to maximize their success. And that's going to be a reoccurring theme. Some years are going to fit what you want to do. And other years, you're going to have to make those adjustments, whether it's formations, slow down your gameplay, be more patient, talk to your coaches, talk to your management, get everything together, all aligned in one pretty package.
Get it all working on the same page. Let's move on to MS Desari and talking about this #2 player in the world. Coming in as the favorite of this tournament. He's favored in this game. This is the rundown for MS Desari. I'll let you talk about him.
Sure. Like I said, I was there for the FIFA 17 Rest of World, which is where they combined multiple regions, and he did his thing. He really put on a show, and we all left that event with no doubt that he was the best player that was present from the Rest of the World. CR7 Team of the Year as a favorite player, no surprise. First title, FIFA 2008, one of my favorite titles. Favorite formation I find interesting is the 4-2-2 because it's not necessarily a top tier formation this year. It is commonly used, but I wouldn't say that it's up there with the 4-2-3-1 or the 4-4-2. And we constantly forget that MS Desari is only 20 years old. It's just crazy to think about how much he's accomplished because he nearly went back to back with FIFA E World Cups as well, reaching the final last year and narrowly missing out against Moalba. That would have been something we have not seen in the newer era, and definitely not the Foot Champs era of this tournament. If you remember, the FIFA Interactive World Cup then was rebranded into the FIFA E World Cup, and it's been ongoing. I think the first year was 2004. First year I took Mark was 2007, to give you an idea. So first FIFA Interactive World Cup that I was at, really showing my age, was before MS Desari had even started playing FIFA in general. Stat.
He's 20 years old, but Mike, you know it best. Age is but a number. You would be the one to go to for that. Age is but a number, Mike LaBelle.
I'm trying to stay young over here. I'm using a lot of skin cream. I'm trying to make sure the wrinkles don't come kicking in. You know, getting haircuts regular basis.
Listen, the hair's on point. That's all you need. I mean, when there's a FIFA tournament, I feel like half the viewers tune in just to see the beautiful locks.
I don't think that's true, but I appreciate that. I don't think so. They're probably tuning in for the competitors taking part, and there's a lot of money on the line and prestige and all that. I doubt that Mike's hair comes in at a high priority.
All right, you said it, not me. Let's look at today's schedule. Before we get into this first match, we'll show you everything that is going to be happening from this day 2. We'll start with Candle versus MS Desari. Move on to Kylan against Darami. We'll have the winners match, losers match, and then an all-important decider match. And by the end of the day, we'll have our final 4 competitors for Winners Wednesday, which will be taking place tomorrow. All right, there's your schedule. Let's get into predictions for this first match. Mike LaBelle, we're going to start with you. Who are you going with?
Only a fool would go against MS Desari until proven differently. MS Desari for the win.
Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Let's bring them into the broadcast. And let's get some predictions from our 2 hosts. How are we doing this morning or afternoon, morning for you guys?
Morning. It's 9:24 a.m. right now in the UK. How are we doing though, guys?
We're doing all right. Richard Buckley, do you want to get us started with your prediction?
Yeah, go on then. I'm on the. I think it's very, very hard any time to back against Desari. So I think Desari pretty comfortable victory. However, one thing that we need to consider is I think we saw it a little bit yesterday with Roy Feldman not using R9 because of, he said, when he's connecting to these games online, this is one of sort of the potential issues with playing online. The connection's not always going to be top tier. So today we've got a few more potential longer range matchups. This could play slightly a little bit of an element. So just, I think Mike was saying earlier with the upsets, potentially could be more upsets today with that element. So just be careful. So I'm going to Desari, but I don't think it's going to be as sort of decisive as people might think it will be.
Yeah, something to keep an eye out. Just know that these players, it's all at home. It's not like the LAN events where you're playing against someone who's right next to you. These guys have great distances, so it could be a bit tricky for some. Brandon Smith, what are your thoughts on this first game? Give me your prediction.
I think you have to back Desari. I think the man's he's made 6. He's made all 6 for Champions Cups this year. I know, obviously, we only got sort of 4 of those actually happen in person, but if there was 6 of them, he would have been at all 6 of them. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. And I think, no one wins any World Cup and then makes the grand final the year after and just keeps at that level of sort of dominance. So Desari for me, and I think, we just got to keep a close eye on today because anything still can happen.
Yep, I'm going to go make it 4 for 4. MS Desari. We will get into this first game shortly. We're going to throw it to you. Brandon and Richard, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Jake. And yeah, here we go. Welcome back to day 2 of the Middle East and Africa Summer Cup Series. My name is Brandon Swift. Next to me is Richard Buckley, as always. We'll be taking you through the games like we did yesterday. Fingers crossed Richard's light will be staying on today as well. I hope that does stay on. But Rich, how are you feeling coming into today? Because we saw 34 goals in all our matches yesterday. I mean, it started off a little bit slow in that really tight contested game between Myrtle and Pro Aziz, only 2 goals to 1. And then the goals just started to fly in, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw, I think all the goals really came in Roy Feldman's games. There were an 8-1, there was a 4-3, and then a 3-1, and then arguably the game of the Summer Cup Series, I'm still backing it, Myrtle versus ISO Power, 6 goals to 5. That was an unbelievable matchup. One thing I do want to talk about, it might seem quite long ago, but the final event that we were at, Brandon, was FUT Champions Cup 4. And who was in the cross-console final of FUT Cup 4? MS Desari. He was on an upwards curve, Desari. He started the year a little bit slow by his own standards, losing to Spidercon, I think it was, in FUT Cup 1. But then, since then, he was sort of on a... He was climbing. He beat Tex in the Xbox console final, I think it was, in Paris. That was a penalty shootout. And then lost to Zazinio in the cross-console final. But Desari always won a FUT Cup. That was his sort of regime. He always won a FUT Cup since FIFA 17. FIFA 18, it was the April, the Spring Cup. FIFA 19, he won a couple, FUT Cup 6 and FUT Cup 2. And in FIFA 20, this could be his Cup 2 win. Granted, it might not be a FUT Cup, but it's going to be a Summer Cup Series. He's certainly the odds-on favourite to take home this trophy.
Yeah, I'm sure many people can remember that, Richard, that game against Cezinio back in Paris. All that time ago, it feels like in February. And that was the first ever time we've seen Desari lose in a cross-console final. We've just heard in my ear right now that game will be coming in just 5 minutes' time. So we are going to go to a quick break. When we are back, we'll have our first game of day 2 of the Summer Cup Series for Middle East and Africa. So do not go anywhere. Go and grab a drink. Go and grab a snack. Because in 5 minutes' time, that game will be coming right here. Well, welcome back once again to the Summer Cup series for Middle East and Africa. We do apologise for the small technical difficulties that we are currently facing. Good news, the game should be ready in the next couple of minutes or so. If you haven't sort of followed the action, you have just tuned into today's stream. We haven't kicked off day 2 as of yet. For today's tournament, we've got 4 players in action. We've got MS Dasari up against X-Candil in our first game, and of course myself, Brandon Swift, and Richard Buckley will be taking you through all of the action. Richard, we spoke a little bit about this tie before we were originally about to jump into it. We both backed MS Dasari. However, it's not at a LAN event, and I mean, yesterday backed up favourites, right? Yesterday backed up favourites. We saw Myrtle, we saw ISO Power book a place into to win Wednesday, as we want to call it, or Winners Wednesday instead of our usual Championship Sunday. But no one's invincible, I'd say, at home. You know, people lose games in Swiss at home.
You say that it backed favourites, but would you not have said that Roy Feldman going into it? I mean, he's your favourite. I know that. You've probably got a Roy Feldman signed picture on your wall. But I don't know if it would have been sort of I think you'd probably said he'd have gone through yesterday. I'd have probably said ISO Power and Roy Feldman, just looking at the 4 players for face value before they kicked off. I think today, for me, it's Dasari +1. It's whoever goes through with Dasari, whoever goes through the losers bracket between Rami Saeed, Kalen, and Candid. So it's going to be, if Dasari is up to his current standard and he is playing well, he's going to win his 2 games. He's going to solidify a top 3 spot, solidify $5,000 and move through to tomorrow. But I think it's whoever goes through alongside him. This is how the bracket works. This is the first time you've ever seen one of these Summer Cup Series events take place. It's going to be Candil against Dasari and Kalen against Rami. The winner of those 2 matches play off in a winners bracket final. The winner of that qualifies for the playoffs of winners final. They will take on ISO Power tomorrow in a game for $7,500. The losers of those first 2 matches, those opening games, go into the losers bracket. You then fight half through the losers bracket, trying to solidify a top 4 finish, I should say, guaranteed. That will guarantee you $2,500, and the losers bracket winner of today will play the losers bracket winner of yesterday, which was Myrtal.
Yeah, so as we said, 2 players already through to our finals on Wednesday. We've just got to find 2 more by the end of play today. And, you know, we saw the bracket there quickly. If we can have a look again at the 4 players that are competing today, because it's a great selection of players. We know that this year and every year at the moment with the Global Series, more nations are being added, more opportunities are there. And Egypt were one of those nations that was added for the FIFA 20 competitive year. And you're currently looking at 2 of the best Egyptian FIFA players at the moment in terms of X-Candil and Nassar Esports' Rami Sad, who had a great run at the E-Club World Cup. We'll talk about him a little bit later on. But good news to those that have been waiting. I know there's been plenty of MS Dasari and X-Candil fans waiting for this tie. It is going to be underway, and it will be our first match of day 2 from Middle East and Africa in the Summer Cup Series. And one thing that really sort of caught my eye, Richard, was that MS Dasari has been sort of rather quiet on social media these last couple of weeks. Obviously been building up towards this big tournament. But yesterday, I put up a video of just a tiger. I think it was like absolutely sort of like just roaring and growling, and he just had a quote on it. And it was just him saying that, you know, I'm up for this one. I really am. And hopefully we can see this over the next couple of days here for our final Summer Cup Series event. It is going to be X-Candil kicking from left to right, with, of course, MS Dasari kicking from right to left in this one. 2 legs of FIFA, as always, with an aggregate scoreline. Looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out in our first game of the day. Just
looking straight away at the 2 lineups. Sergio Ramos back there in a back 4 for Dasari. Mendy, Eusebio starting. Kevin De Bruyne, Ruud Gullit, Pele getting a starting lineup here for Dasari. You can see that offside trap, which he uses very frequently. He's one of the, if not the best offside trap user in FIFA Esports. He times it to perfection, squeezes the players up, and really gives you no time whatsoever. But a nice bit of possession early doors here for X-Candil, just trying to work his way into this game, calm the nerves in the opening 10 minutes.
As you said yesterday, our first game of the day was a really tight and narrow one. That was between Pro Aziz and Myrtle. Game went to extra time, and it was just snatched at the death via a goal from Rude from so it was quite a fortunate finish. But the main thing is he's through to that Wednesday. Just only 4 people can make it there. It's your last opportunity this year to compete, to try and earn some prize money. And as you said, Richard, for Desari to sort of take that FUT Champions Cup that he wasn't able to take this year. The closest he came was FUT Champions Cup stage 4. That was out in Paris. He plays Xenia in a really tight final there. Remember that game as well between Desari and Tex, a really famous fixture that peaked viewership, and I think it peaked for quite a few people's seasons in terms of the most entertaining game that we're able to see in competitive FIFA this year. End-to-end battle between 2 absolute sort of greats in the FIFA esports scene. But MS Desari, he's a bit of a late bloomer at times. You know, there's a reason why he peaks and he does so well at the end of the year, because not just he's consistent, but he sort of always finds the right time to peak. And as you said, you look back to FIFA 17 across a handful of years where he picks up major tournaments. You think back to FIFA 18, it was in Manchester, it was around April time. And you think if we were in Bucharest for FUT Cup 5 or we're back in London for FUT Cup 6, if those events were to happen, MS Desari would have been at least a top 4 player, and if not, making potentially a cross-continental final as that shot comes in. Eventually, it is being able to save.
Would you not say peaks at the right time, though, as well? When's the most important trophy ever played? It's always at the end of the year. It's always in August or July with the World Cup final. So surely he's doing it at the right time. He's doing it at the right moment at the World Championships. Is MS Desari.
He's just an iconic figure, is MS Desari. The fact he was a FIFA 18, FIFA World Cup champion, he sort of joined the greats of Mr. Dunn, someone else who has previously been a world champion. And then just to go last year, Ismail Abba was the champion, a huge congratulations to him. But he made that final still. He was the best player on Xbox last year out in London. And of course, if that match could have went differently or could have won, he could have been a back-to-back world champion, which would be a first for a very long time. You think back to the days of the Bruce Granics, the Alfonso Ramoses, of those players that have been able to pick up 2 FIWC, as it was called back then. So really is stamping his mark on FIFA esports, MS Desari. I'm sure Tundra are over the moon with the signing they've got there. Finished 2nd on the Global Series rankings this year. On the other side of that for ex-Candil, as he's currently trying to defend this attack from MS Desari, it's not been a bad year for him, a first real breakout year, 60th he sits. The only free agent, there wasn't many of them that have played in the Summer Cup series. Still looking to try and sort of earn that opportunity at a club or an esports organisation from what he's been able to achieve, whether it's in Atlanta in FUT Champions Cup number 3 or in FUT Champions Cup number 4. The man has made majors, and we know there's not that many spots that come out of these regions, so deserves a lot of credit for getting there.
I think the early stages of this game, sort of 35 minutes gone, played as we expected. Desari, the more aggressor of the 2 players. He's pushing forward and looking to penetrate the back line. But Desari's never really been a player. For example, you know, when we see Tex play sometimes, he'll win like 9, 10 goals. I feel like Desari just dominates the game, but you very rarely see Desari beat someone 7, 8, 9-0. It's more like 5-1, 4-2. The scoreline, but the opponent's never in the game. It's always scoreline low, but the actual, when you watch the game itself, dominating from Desari.
Here is MS Desari now with Rudel. It'll be his 2nd chance that he's had this game. Couldn't get a clean shot away, but I completely agree with you. I think MS Desari is also one of those few players. I think we think back to those days where we had that FUT Champions Cup series. Of course, we saw Rocky win that, but there was only a handful of players that would constantly sort of adapt to their opponent, and MS Desari was like that. I remember it for quite a while. Just if you're up against a player that's going to play different formations and different custom tactics, Desari will just constantly change. I remember it perfectly. Back in FIFA 18, he was always adapted when sliders were a thing, and it wasn't such as sort of the bars that we have now in custom tactics. He was always changing, always just moving those sort of numbers from anywhere between 60 to 100, let's just say on average. Always adapting, always moving. He's got a chance now here with Mbappe. Could be a gift of a goal for Hullet, can't get the shot away, but there's not many players that aren't that sort of happy to always change. You've got quite a lot of naive FIFA players that stick in their ways. They stick to the sort of principles of how they know how to play certain situations out. Desari's just one of those few that can always change.
I'm intrigued by what formation Desari's playing here at the break, because Hullet seems really high. The couple of times that he's had the ball, Ruud Hullet, it's been in and around the penalty area, a position that you don't really see Hullet occupying. It is a 4-2-3-1 with De Bruyne and Hullet as the two DMs. Eusebio, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Pele making up that front four. And you see the custom tactic changes here from Desari. But just going back to what I was saying earlier about him, sort of, he doesn't win games like by, I don't want to say embarrassing his opponent, because you can only play what's in front of you, but the 7, 8, 9 goal swings. Do you remember FUT Cup 6 last year where he played Maestro in the cross-console final? And it was almost as though Desari showed remorse. Like, I seem to remember he was 4 or 5 goals up, and he just sort of took his foot off the gas and was like, look, I've won the game. I've made my point. I don't need to score anymore. And in the second leg especially, he did take his foot off the gas. Beautiful little dink over the goalkeeper there, but he's equal to it, he's Alisson.
Looking as well at that team at half-time. I know you spoke about early on to the game. No R9 in the starting lineup for MS Desari, but you've explained the reasons for that potentially, Richard, but still, without Ronaldo Nazario, one of the most prolific goal scorers this year and in the last couple of years in competitive FIFA, in whether it's a Summer Cup Series event, an E-Champions League, or just a normal weekend league, the man is always scoring goals. He had to register a shot. Could that change now? Here's Ex-Candil. Half a drag back there from R9. Goes for that half drag back again. Picks the ball up to Hullet. Interchanges back with Brazilian forward, but just slightly stitched him out with that one. Just pinged it into his feet and fortunately sort of tripped over the ball there.
Didn't give him much to work with, did he? When he fired the ball back into R9. But you're seeing the use of Pele as a wide cam. Pele's one of those players that he's often left out on the bench and sort of iced out of teams, but I certainly think that he is usable, he is viable, is Pele. I suppose it all depends if you can get Neymar in the team on full chemistry.
There's a chance now for Desari. It is Kevin De Bruyne that just pushed off the ball, and I'm sure there's many people out there thinking, how did they get to build these teams? How did it come about? Coming into the Summer Cup Series, each pro that has sort of qualified for this event, whether it's North America, South America, Middle East and Africa, could submit a 23-man squad that they would have, and that would be a 23-man squad of one-game loans. So, as you know, in online friendlies, those loans will not be used. Of course, some players went ahead and accidentally used them on an online game and not an online friendly match and lost those loans, such as Iago of West Ham United in that South American Summer Cup Series. But some players, of course, are already lucky enough to have a handful of these items, whilst others have been blessed by the likes of a 97 Wissam Ben Yedder, a prime icon moments R9, players that you would sort of dream of having, or we would certainly dream of having, Richard.
Oh, yeah, without doubt. Some of the icons and loan players that we've seen used have been incredible, and I'm sure if we were earlier on in the year, the market value would be affected by these players.
70 minutes near enough here. Yet to see a single shot from Ex-Candil. Registered so far. You don't need us to tell you the honest truth. You don't shoot, you don't score. Sorry. He's sort of controlled the game. He's had a couple of chances, nothing clean cut. I think Hullet's been the man who's actually had most of those, believe it or not. One of his CDMs has gotten forward and been involved in so many attacks. Chance now for Desari. Even a goal would be nice to take into this second leg. As we said, all our matches played over 2 legs as always. Cristiano Ronaldo. You find an option, is Mbappe in the box. He's going to use Hullet instead, just punches the ball into Eusebio, but he punched that one in slightly too hard because Portuguese icon couldn't do anything with that. He tried to just about control it, but it was just too heavy.
There's a lot of green shirts behind the ball as well on the defensive aspect for Candil. But hey, I'd probably play very similar against Desari if the opportunity arose. Especially when it's 0-0 still. You're still in the game.
Mendy now. That's what Desire will do. He'll keep the ball for as long as he needs to. He's one of those players that, as you said, Rich, doesn't need to score 4, 5, 6 goals. He'll win a game 1-0 over 2 legs. He doesn't care. It's all about getting the win at the end of the day, and winners win, as you famously say. Pull it. And he find Mbappe. When will that ball go into a forward? He's got Eusebio there as well. He's just teasing that run. He finally plays through Cristiano Ronaldo, who just finds himself slightly maybe too wide and too far out. Tried to use a couple of step overs to disguise a pass. Unfortunately, possession changes hands. And I'll tell you what, against the run of play, it could be a chance here for ex-Cam Deal. He's got a number of luminous green and yellow shirts running forward. Ronaldo tries to find a way past the fullback. And out he goes for the goal kick in the end. And looks like just a couple of changes here, Richard, for MS Desari.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what he is going to do here. Neymar is introduced alongside potentially Johan Cruyff, R9 also on the bench there. Frenkie de Jong, Messi. You see him talking to someone. Desari right now. I believe the last time he was at a live event, it was Lev Vinken who was coaching Desari. And I mean, potentially, is that why we're seeing De Ligt on the bench? No, De Ligt now playing for Juventus, but former Ajax captain, Lev Vinken, pro player, also massive Ajax fan.
Let's not forget as well, Richard, someone else that's on their books, that's Enzo.
Yep.
Famously known for coaching Tex through his time at the F2 for picking up that move to Fnatic. Chance now for Ronaldo late on into the game. Just 2 minutes left. Still nothing to cheer about so far. Pele off the post. It was a great chance. It was a chance that we've all been waiting for. 88 minutes to see it. The ball is still in possession of MS Desari. And that was the opportunity, Richard, to break the deadlock.
How that has not gone in, I will never know. Double tap pass into the right area. And Pele turning, swinging, and somehow hitting the post. Deserved a goal.
Added time of just 2 minutes. And that should do us for leg one here. And unfortunately, we all want to see goals. It goes without saying, I think everyone watching at home wants to see goals as well. But 0-0 after that one, it's sort of feels like yesterday, Rich, in terms of that really tightly contested affair we saw in our first game of the day. But what a chance that was for Pele. He's not a player that goes into everyone's teams, but that's the beauty of him. He can be deadly. The run he made, he just sat himself on the edge of that 6-yard box, and it was the post that denied him.
I think both players warming up as well as that game sort of progressed. Candil, it was dangerous on the counter-attack. He didn't really get too many chances to show it, but when you are sort of sitting deep and you're holding the line, there is room there to counter-attack and to get players forward. I think MS Desari showing us what he's capable of, really. He kept the ball for long periods. He sort of didn't rush. He was patient, and this is why FIFA's played over 2 legs, because you get to see it again. You get to see who is the better player, because usually over 1 leg of FIFA, anything can happen. You can get shock results. You can get unfortunate bounces, penalty decisions. The luck of the draw might not go your way. But for that to happen over 2 legs of FIFA is very rare. And that's why I think FIFA is much better played over 2 legs. At the competitive level, you get a much more well-rounded decision and well-rounded result between the 2 players.
Let's not forget as well that the Summer Cup Series is a double elimination bracket. So if you do win, you go through to that winners match and you'll still have a chance, if you do lose, to fall down and still stay in the bracket. If you do lose this tie, you'll go into that losers match. And whoever loses that, unfortunately, crashes out of the Summer Cup Series. Unfortunately, yesterday, it was Pro Aziz who did fall first out of the Summer Cup Series. It was the end of his FIFA 20 competitive year. Still a great year to be proud of, and the fact that these guys are here is still an achievement within themselves. So that sort of takes the best 4 on PlayStation, the best 4 from Xbox to compete in this tournament from their region. So it's still a huge achievement, and I think this is an opportunity that many players didn't expect. I think a lot of people thought, that's the end of the season. When they saw the E-World Cup was cancelled and a couple of sort of FIFA events were cancelled, we thought, okay, maybe I'll turn my attentions to FIFA 21. But there's a couple of players out there, and speaking of Kylan, who loves weekend league like nobody else. He was mad enough to use a bronze team with R9 in it a couple of weeks ago. Those are the players that will benefit from these tournaments because they're just constantly playing. They're constantly just ticking over.
Yeah, I saw a couple of players playing weekend league this last weekend. Pro players, Ethan Higgins, he's been grinding it. Marcus Gomes, I think, was playing as well. And I think just for the pro players as well, it's good to not only continue to play because you're getting the repetition in. Look, we're going to be playing a brand new FIFA title, but the buttons on the controller aren't going to change. It's going to be FIFA again. It's going to have a similar feel to it, if you know what I mean by that. It's not like you're going from a sports game to a first-person shooter where you've got to learn a completely new sort of just mindset completely. You don't have to learn a brand new button set. Do you know what I mean? So I think just playing Weekend League and also content creation, continuing to stream, continuing to make content for people out there, keeping your name on the people of on the sort of tongue of people, your name on the lisp of the tongue. I don't know. I've done a Mike LaBelle. I've done a Mike LaBelle.
Tip of the tongue, isn't it?
Yeah, tip of the tongue. Keep your name there and letting people know that you are still about, you're still wanting to compete and you're going to be coming back next year. I think it's a good thing. I don't see any negatives. I know everyone says, oh, it's August. Why are you still doing this? Why are you still doing that? But look, we're in a global pandemic. It's not like I've got a lot to do. So I'm going to continue to play. Do you know what I mean?
It's so true, isn't it? I think if anyone's playing Weekend League from probably past June, the questions are coming out. Why are you playing? Why are you playing? It's just because some
I've
of
got
us...
nothing else to do.
Yeah, some of us... nothing else to do. We'll still play Weekend League. But no, I really do have a lot of sort of... I'm trying to think of the word for it. Trying to think of the word. Like a lot of people that just still just grind the game out. I just have a lot of respect for that because no one knows what's around the corner. Whether it's another Stay and Play Cup, an in-house friendly, those players that are always ready to compete, those are the ones that are going to succeed. And of course, you are wondering what the situation is right now. What 0-0 was... the scoreline in that first game between Ex-Candil and MS Desari. But Ex-Candil, Richard, went 90 minutes in that game without even having a single shot on target. I know MS Desari is a difficult player to break down, but that's got to change. Whether it's a custom tactic, whether it's a formation, something's got to change there because you can't go another 90 minutes without even testing MS Desari.
Yeah, you've got to put the pressure on a little bit. Shout out in the chat, Ricardo Dom. So he said he's still playing Weekend League as well. So there's people out there. We're still there. We're still plugging away. But no, I think for Candil, you've got to try and take the game to Desari. Just try and put him under a little bit of pressure because even though it's 0-0, he looked very, very calm, didn't he? There was no real pressure on him. He looked very composed. I don't remember Candil actually having a shot on target in that game. So, look, Desari, even though it's 0-0, he's in the driving seat. He's in pole position, in my opinion, to take this game and to sort of assert his dominance in this second leg.
Yeah. I think we are talking a lot about MS Desari, and of course, there's reasons why. The man finished second in the world this year, would have qualified for every single FUT Champions Cup if it was to be played out as it should have on paper if we were in a normal world without a pandemic. But speaking of Ex-Candil, on the other side of that, 60th in the world he finished. The only free agent that competed out of this region in Middle East and Africa. But FUT Champions Cup number 3, you're right there, Rich. FUT Champions Cup number 3 in Atlanta. He got himself out of Swiss with a 4-1 record, went into the round of 16, did lose to Oli Bolly. Remember, Oli Bolly had a great run in that tournament. I think he fell to Tom a little bit later on out in America. Then came sort of a month later into Paris. It was a different story for him. He did get Swiss 0-3, but that's 2 major tournaments, Richard. And for some players, they're lucky if they make 1 major tournament a year or even just like a league qualifier.
I mean, even playing in a qualifier and then going to a live event gives great experience. To then go back home and to re-qualify for another event, not using the sort of championship top 4 formula that we have this year as well, where the best players from last year in the last event get also qualified to the next event. I'm sure for FIFA 21, depending on what the situation will be, I think we'll probably have a fresh start because it's been so long since the last event. But yeah, certainly we all say qualifying, it's pretty much as hard as making events. Just look at this region, for example, with the quality that's not even made it to this particular event in the top 8 from the Middle East and Africa region. So many unbelievable players, especially in Saudi Arabia, where Desari's from. He sort of got this entire movement behind him, didn't he? Where people just wanting to be like Desari, wanting to play like him, and wanting to compete. And very similar, you sort of saw like a real burst of talent coming through the seams. Every event, I felt as though we had like 4 or 5 Saudi Arabian talents that were like, oh, that player's an unknown, that player's an unknown, and they'd make qualifiers, they'd make live events, they'd make knockout stages of live events as well. And I think it is certainly something that you're seeing having a knock-on effect in other regions. So, for example, Olelito has had this similar effect in Sweden right now. He's winning these events, and more players are wanting to play like Olelito. More players are wanting to play and be competitive FIFA players. You saw it in England with Gorilla back in FIFA 16. I want to be like Gorilla. Similar thing happened with Tex. In France, if you ask any of the French players, oh, who's your idol? It's Bruce Granick. These French players like Maestro and Dax, they grew up watching Bruce Granick. He was a hero. He was sort of the FIFA idol for them. It's very similar to real life. If you ask any young Portuguese footballer, oh, who was some of your idols? It's Cristiano Ronaldo. It's players like Eusebio, players like Rui Costa, Deco, Luis Figo. It's very, very similar to FIFA.
One thing I wanted to just point out as well, Richard, is that there'll be a lot of people actually sort of thanking Desari, because if you didn't know how it worked this year in the Global Series, a top 4 finish on Xbox or PlayStation at any major would mean that you re-qualify for the next major tournament. So MS Desari did that a handful of times. So he allowed, I believe, Kylan to qualify for an event. I think that might have been Foot Champions Cup number 2 because of, I'm not saying that he wouldn't if MS Desari was in there, but I'm saying the same thing happened with South America. Yeah. Same thing happened with South America. It was sort of a snowball effect of all these Brazilians and all these, South American players, whether it was Argentina, I should say, with Yago. These players taking out, just not even being involved in qualifiers, then allowed another sort of just lane of talent to come on through. And we've seen that with Kandil. We've seen that with, for example, Rami Sad, who'll be in action a little bit later on today. And yesterday as well, players like Myrtle. There was opportunities there that maybe wouldn't have been there if you're having to face up against MS Desari every single qualifier. Yeah, I mean, look, when Desari's in qualifiers, it's almost like there's one like spot up for grabs, isn't it? It's very similar to what happened in FIFA 19 with Tex. Whenever Tex, before we had this new system where if you finish top 4, you got an auto spot, Tex was in all the qualifiers. And I remember speaking to Painter a couple of times. I remember speaking to Zelonius as well and Jambu, and they all said, oh, well, we've only got like 7 spots up for grabs because Tex is guaranteed a spot. He's guaranteed a spot. So then you've got one less spot, and that's exactly the same in the Middle East and Africa region with Desari. If Desari's in a qualifier, if you had 4 spots originally, you've only got 3 now because I guarantee he's going to qualify. He's taking a spot. Yeah, that was sort of the mindset, wasn't it, of, I'm not going to be able to battle if I am. I've got to be seriously lucky here to try and snatch a spot off a lot of these guys. If you don't know how the Summer Cup Series has worked as well, we've had 5 tournaments up to this point. We've had Olelito become the champion, of course, in Europe. He picked up some serious prize money over there. We saw Ainazar, Oceania. He was a champion there. We went over to Asia after that. We saw Blue Agoo, and the list sort of went on from that. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to play out, Rich, over the next couple of days. And I believe we are going to get that game going in a couple of minutes' time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I understand people are getting restless, but we are trying our very best to get this game back underway. The second leg will be coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Desai versus Kandil in 5 minutes' time. Well, welcome back once again to the Summer Cup series for Middle East and Africa. Good news, we have our game near enough ready to jump into for that second leg between MS Desari, the 2018 FIFA E World Cup champion, up against X-Candil in what's been an unbelievable breakout year for him so far. At the moment, though, Richard, this game sits at 0-0, and to be honest, there wasn't a great deal to talk about in that first leg.
Yeah, you see the team there for MS Desari on your screen as we get into the second leg of action. It's going to be 4-2-3-1 with Eusebio, Ronaldo, Pele and Mbappe making up the front four. Hullet and De Bruyne as the two CDMs, and then Zambrotta, Van Dijk, Sergio Ramos and Ferland Mendy making up the back four.
Here we go then. I mean, the story was as clear as it could be. It was one unbelievable chance late on into the game from Pele, about 88th minute on the clock for MS Desari to try and break the deadlock. And on the other side of that for X-Candil, it was no shots to talk about and literally no shots registered there at the end of the game. Doesn't need us to remind him. That's got to be better if there's any chance to try and take down such a huge name. Now this continent. Of course, there's MS Desari kicking from left to right in that black strip. On the other side, X-Candil in that luminous green and yellow. Hit from right to left here. Mbappe. Still trying to find a way through in it. Always is surprising, Richard, seeing different games and seeing how they play out. Especially we saw 34 goals yesterday. We saw a 9-goal thriller at one point. I mean, it was an 8-1 result against Isopar and Rowie Feldman. Yes, I know the game sort of had gone by that point. Chance now for the breakthrough, potentially. Desari very patient in possession, and for a split second I thought that was the moment that we're going to have the breakthrough in this tie.
Yeah, I thought maybe just a fire across the box, maybe a near post shot looking for a deflection. Could have been the play there for Desari. Tried the drag back and working it back inside. But a more intense Desari in the opening 10 minutes here. He's come forward a couple of times already with intent.
Yeah, I think that's the right word for it, Richard. Chance again for Desari. Really wants to get that breakthrough, and I think it's Candil with everybody back, trying to ensure that isn't the case. Some of the biggest talking points, as we know, Mr. Desari not back in. R9 Ronaldo on the other side of that, X-Candil, of course, back in. One of the most prolific goal scorers in competitive FIFA history. Something's got to change. He's got to be able to register a shot and to do a little bit more going forward. Possession changes hands. Desari back in possession. And other than that change, it's pretty much a staple. I should say a standard starting 11 for MS Desari, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary for the former world champion. I believe also Desari, former Esports Console Player of the Year.
That is correct. I think that followed after him winning the World Championship. Richard did win that Esports Award, which I think sort of says enough of the impact that this guy's had, not just on the FIFA scene, on the esports scene,
but in sort of pop culture.
Of course, had a spell at Rogue Esports last year, then got that move to Tundra. After declaring that he was a free agent, I think when anyone's a free agent of the size of Mr. Desari, you're thinking, who's going to sort of make that leap and make that jump to take on a player that sort of is going to guarantee you tournaments, finals, a grand final, maybe, to even take your team or esports org to becoming a world champion.
Absolutely, it was a probably expensive acquisition to the team in Desari. He's earned to be called expensive when you look at his accolades, but one of the best players in terms of not only content creation and social media channels, but also performances on the pitch as well. If you were to build a FIFA player from the ground up, it would probably look a little bit like MS Desari in terms of the whole package.
It really would, wouldn't it? Someone that can guarantee you tournaments. You look at his social following as well, and I think you said it perfectly, Richard, when you were sort of looking at the comparisons for different countries and different players that have paved the way for so many others to step forward and to show exactly what they can achieve and what they could potentially do in this scene. Here comes Ex-Candil, as we said, yet to see a first shot on target, and unfortunately we are going to be waiting a little bit longer for that first shot of the game to come in. We slowly approach half-time. Nearly 3 halves without a goal. I can assure you there will be some more goals over the next couple of hours. We've got so much FIFA still to come here. After this, we'll jump over and turn our attentions to Kailan up against Nassar Esports' Rami Sad. And then after that, we'll have a winners match, a losers match, then our final game of the day. By that point, we'll know who our final 4 will be heading into tomorrow's grand finals. Someone will be walking away with $10,000. Some serious money on the line.
Candil looking to create a chance here. Ramos does well. There was a tiny couple of seconds there where he might have had an opportunity. Decided to play the offside trap, and there looked to be a little bit of space in behind potentially. He did very well to close that gap. We're looking at Ex-Candil right now. This man's laser focused. He's 0-0 with 45 minutes left to play. 3 quarters of good FIFA here from Candil. If you'd have said before the game you're going into the final 45 minutes against MS Desari and it's going to be 0-0, I mean, you need to take your hand off with that.
There it goes. Half-time whistle. We're still nothing to cheer about as of yet. We're still waiting patiently, and I think everyone is watching this around the world. Where will this breakthrough come through? Where will the goal come through as well? I mean, it's been a good half from Desari. Had a couple of chances, one of those with Pele, but other than that, still nothing to cheer about as of yet. I mean, at this point, you're sort of thinking to yourself, extra time on the cards? I know we're 45 minutes away from it, but I certainly wouldn't put it out of my mind.
No, there'll be a goal. There will be a goal. That's a Richard Buckley promise. There will be a goal in this second half.
You've heard it here first. Let's see if Richard Buckley's promise can back itself up, though, in these next 45 minutes. Here we go, then. First game of the day, as we said. Day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. The Middle East and Africa. There's a couple of changes, then. Ex-Candil. It's Ronaldo that comes off for Neymar. And that'll be the only change to talk about so far. I think that's Cruyff on the pitch as well. Or it's Candil. I'll have to double check that when he moves the ball closer to him. Eusebio into De Bruyne. Well played.
Cruyff, I think, started the game for Candil. He just didn't have a touch in the first half. Neymar in at cam, and Cruyff is an out-and-out striker, actually.
So it is R9 that leaves the field. 4-2-3-1 as expected. Front 3 of Mbappe. In that central cam, Neymar fresh off the bench out on the other side. There is options there for him. I mean, Johan Cruyff, one of those other players that is talked about, is used off the bench. He is clinical when you need him to be. Also part of the 5-star week for a club, which is a huge selling point to any player. Desari doing everything he can to build into this attack slowly. Trying to take the sting out of this tie. Trying to make Candil fall into a trap there. Maybe it is the trap. You just saw it there. 2 centre-backs were pulled up, weren't it? It was Vieira. Completely pulled out of position, and for a split second, I thought you were about to see that sort of double tap through ball into the path of Mbappe.
He tried it. He did try the double tap. With a... Again, Candil, right place, right time, putting his players in the way of those Desari through balls. It's very much We often say the word cagey in FIFA esports, but this literally is cagey.
Ronaldo into De Bruyne, still waiting for that goal. Can't connect, can't find that final pass to Sarri. We're still waiting to see it. If your ex can deal there, Richard, what are you thinking? You're thinking, what, one chance? I could snatch this tie.
Oh, absolutely. You're thinking it's 0-0 still. Keep on defending, keep on staying focused. Don't let my composure drop now in the final 20 minutes. I can certainly snatch a goal here.
Puller into Cruyff. He's can deal.
He's on
Do
side.
what he can, Neymar. Is he going to be on? Yes, he is. Chance to finesse it on the edge of the box, maybe dropping the shoulder left and right. A couple of drag backs. Could it be the breakthrough? Well defended. Right at the end there, last-ditch tackle from Sergio Ramos. There's a reason why he's in this team. The Sarri, and there's the standard change again. It'll be Neymar on for Eusebio. A quick change. Pele as the out-and-out striker. If he does stay on the field, no, he won't. It will be R9 Ronaldo finally getting his nod with just 21 minutes left. Potentially extra time in front of us, or is there going to be late drama?
A lot of skills in that front four, a lot of five-star weak foot in that front four as well. 3 of the 4 players all possessing the 5-star weak foot, with all 4 of them having 5-star skill moves. And then Ronaldo, not a bad super sub to bring on with 20 minutes left to play.
Candil plays that corner short. Vieira needs to pick it up on the edge of the box. He'll strip it back to the centre-half, try and move a few players about. I'm sure Candil's thinking, and just move MS Tasari's players forward. Try and create some sort of gap in behind. I'm sure him getting nearly a half shot away would have given him a confidence boost to say, you know what, I can break down this defence of Dasari. I've struggled to do it in the first 3 halves of this game, but just got to back myself. Pull it for Dasari. And Mbappe will be onside. Is there a drag back? Is there an option there? The composure from R9. And eventually we have a breakthrough in this tie. You can just see the outpour of emotion from the side to say, yes, finally, I can find the back of the net. And who else would it be than that trusty man up top wearing that number 9 shirt, R9 Ronaldo.
Yeah, world-class composure right there from MS Dasari. Played the ball inside and then just waited when he found it into Mbappe. I thought he was going to maybe, as soon as he exited the drag back, look for a finesse shot into the bottom right corner, but he just drilled a pass into R9. First touch is magnificent from Ronaldo to take it out of his feet, take it away from the goalkeeper and the defender, and then fire in to that empty net.
Well, just a touch, Richard. It just added so much composure, didn't it? I mean, yeah. R9 doesn't need the composure. His stats are just magnificent anyway, but it just added that extra sort of couple of seconds, milliseconds into the chance, and next thing you know, it was in the back of the net. And you'd say right now, MS Dasari is walking away with this game and moving into that winners bracket final.
Well, I mean, the driven pass itself is something that I'm probably not going to do there, but he absolutely fizzed it into R9. Killed it with a deft touch straight away, and then just finished past the goalkeeper. And Candil right now making changes. He's deep in those pause menus. Needs to do something with 15 minutes left to play in order to stop himself going down to the loser's bracket.
What did I say, Richard? MS Dasari is a player that doesn't need to win games by huge scorelines. On the verge of a 1-0 win here over 2 legs. Couple of changes, late changes. Right, Pele comes on. Had something in that final third and had any sort of hope for Candil. Otherwise, he will be going into that loser matchup. De Bruyne into Hullet. He's got to make something happen. He's got to create a chance. He's got to have a shot. If there's any hope. Messi, fresh off the bench, don't let him in on his left foot, drops the shoulder, Neymar, half a drag back, one more into De Bruyne, wants to get the shot away, but it was MS Tasari's De Bruyne that just stuck a leg in the way and took this sting completely out of that shot.
Seven minutes remaining. Offside trap being spammed right there by Candle, but he's just not got enough bodies to press. He needs to be a lot tighter to decide there. That as soon as he switches it, he should have at least two players pressing high up the pitch to try and steal the ball back. It's a little bit rudimental for Desari at the minute.
Oh, well played. Rainbow flick coming out from Cristiano Ronaldo late on into this one. 2 minutes left. The sides hold on to this 1-goal lead. It's been a frustrating 2 legs of FIFA, I can assure you that. Doesn't need us to ask him that question or interview him. We'll know what the answer will be. Candle has made it difficult, and to keep MS Desari quiet for near enough over 2 legs is an achievement within itself. Unfortunately for Candil, though, it won't mean much because he'll be going down into that losers match. Added time of just 2 minutes. MS Desari. Back to MS Desari ways.
Offside, and he's going to get one more chance potentially. It's got to go forward quickly. He can't go backwards. No, that's it.
It's going to be job done, Richard. MS Desari books a place in that winners matchup. He will take on the winner of Kailan or Nassar Esports' Rami Sad. But a very cagey 2 legs of FIFA, one that kept us guessing for a very long time as well. Where were the goals going to come? Was there going to be any goals? I mean, we're about 14 minutes from extra time there, Richard, at one point.
Yeah, I think I really didn't see, this might sound harsh to say, but I never saw Candle winning that game. Even when it was 0-0, I thought Desari was always going to win the game. He always looked the more composed, he looked more calm, he was the one sort of building into the attacks. Candle didn't really create anything that I can really think of, and look, that's credit to Desari's domination of the game and also perfection of the offside trap. He does it at such a time, I'm sure Mike will comment on it later as well, but he does it at such a time where it plays doubt in your own mind. Do I try and play a ball in behind? Am I going to be offside? Yeah. If I am offside, I then give the ball back to this guy who's just dominating the possession, who's just, anytime I give him the ball, he can score, he can be dangerous. And Candle defensively was very good. He stopped Desari, apart from that one chance, scored with R9 off the bench as well. And Brandon Desari through to the winners bracket final.
I mean, I'll say for once, me, you, Jake, and Mike have been able to agree on one thing, that we've all predicted one win and we've all actually got one right. But yeah, without any further ado, MS Desari wins that first game of the day. He's in the winners matchup, and we're going to throw it back over to Jake and Mike to get their thoughts. But guys, we all got a prediction right for once.
And there it is. That will do it for the first match of the day. We have MS Desari taking things home. We're going to get some highlights in this one, and we are going to wrap it up. I'm sure there's not going to be many highlights, but let's jump into it, and let's get it. Mike LaBelle, thoughts on game one as we get these highlights going?
It was sweaty. It was tense. It definitely had the feeling early on that this was going to be one of those matches where whoever made the first big mistake, that was going to cost them the game, because it just wasn't full of offensive chances. It wasn't fluid. MS Desari really couldn't get into a flow. And you got to give Candle a lot of credit because he disrupted that flow. He had a lot of bodies sitting back, made it hard to break him down. And we knew it was going to be late and it was going to have to be great on whoever was going to get the opener. And you can see that in the highlights. We're showing chances that were almost a chance. We're not even talking about a lot of goal scoring opportunities or shots on goal either. As you see, the only goal that we had between the 2 legs. Lovely work with the drag back, the pass across. You're not going to miss from there. The 100% conversion opportunity from MS Desari. But you see it, 4 shots on target, no shots on target for Candle. Super defensive game, a battle of possession, and just eliminating errors.
Yeah, and we were used to seeing those high-scoring games yesterday, but the start to today is only a 1-0 result, but MS Desari will definitely take that, and he will be on his way, 1 win away from qualifying for what we're calling Winners Wednesday. There it is. MS Desari with the win, and we're going to bring him in and get some questions answered from him. We are going to welcome the winner, MS Desari. Congrats on the win, man. What a start to the day. Only a 1-0 win. What do you make of game one?
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. It was a good game. At the end, it's the final tournament of FIFA 20, so we will make sure, or I will make sure, to make the people a little bit entertained, not like a tournament play style that much. Overall, I'll take the win. It's a win at the end of the day. The first leg I played like way better. I created more chances. The second leg, it was a 0-0 game, so like I have to play on balance things, not to rush things, because if he scored, I might be like in a bad position. So I just keep my patience until I had the chance, and then I scored it, thankfully.
And as someone who has so much experience both online and offline, what do you feel is the biggest difference?
I miss LAN events, to be honest. I don't enjoy online events at all. So hopefully things goes on and the storms goes away and we'll be back on LAN events, because I miss the vibes that I'm here in a LAN event, to handshake my opponent, to hear the players' sounds when they score, when they win, when they lose. This is what we play for, and hopefully everything's come back again, and hopefully LAN events come back as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for that as well. Congrats on the win. We're going to keep it short here. And one win away, man. Congrats, MS Desari. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
So there it is. You heard from our first winner of the day, our first match. We are going to jump into the second match very, very shortly, but let's recap Group B and what we have seen so far after just one game and check out the next matchup we're going to get. Here it is. MS Desari, 1-0. Next match is going to feature Kyland and Rami, and we can actually get into discussing this match. Just a short brief preview. Mike, what do we make of game number 2? What are we looking for?
This can go either way. Rami would be the slight favorite if you're looking at global series rankings, but as myself and Brandon have definitely discussed, we think Kylan's going to make a run, because this is still kind of the battle for second place until proven differently. You heard MS Desari say that he definitely prefers the atmosphere that you receive from a LAN event, and that's shown with his results at LAN events. And something that you don't always get to experience unless you're actually in-house. And I'm glad that MS Desari brought this up, is there's a lot of yelling and screaming going on. And a lot of times, if it's not the main feature match, it's on the big stage, everybody's in a row across where they're playing in these matches. So it's just, go, vamos, ah! You see people standing up, sitting down. Maybe not things being thrown too often, but it's definitely a different vibe, a different energy than when you're at home. And for the big game players, such as an MS Desari or a Fnatic Tex, we keep bringing those names up over and over again, they're able to really fuel their gameplay off adrenaline that you get from being in person.
You know what, Mike? During the games when Brandon and Richard are commentating, we're kind of just sitting here watching. If MS Desari wants, we can jump on like a call with him and just scream in his ear if he wants that. Do you think that might help him? Or
I'm sure that he's not gonna want that. We're gonna get in his ear, and then he's gonna lose the game, and then it'll be like, it was because of Mike, it was because of Jake. I'm unhappy with both of them. Get them out of here. We want no more of those guys.
Maybe not the best idea. All right, that is it. Match 1. We're gonna get into match 2 in a second, but we're gonna take just a quick short break. We will be right back after these messages.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Middle East and Africa is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Africa and Middle East. My name is Jake Barford. I'm joined alongside Mike LaBelle. And before we get into the second matchup of the day, we have to tell you about the rewards that are on the line for you all to win in the chat. If you link your EA and Twitch account, we have a Pierre Emerick 96 rated team of the season so far, and a Michael Essien 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. Okay, Mike, game number 2. We are about to get into things. The players are getting ready. We have Kylan and we have Rami. Let's discuss this opening match, the second match, which will determine who will play MS Dasari in that winners final here today. Which of these players stands out the most to you?
I've got Kylan as one of those players to watch. There is going to be a bit of some separation here in terms of distance, so I do wonder if they're going to be sitting with a lot of delay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's very difficult sometimes to play country to country and so forth and so on. But I think Kylan's going to get the job done. I'm getting way ahead on my predictions. But if I back somebody, I feel like I got to roll with them. But Rami's technically a higher ranked competitor and would be the favorite coming into this matchup.
Yeah, we see both players competing at FUT Champs Cups this year. Kylan's actually someone who I believe in Paris faced Tex in a round of 32 match and was a bit unlucky there. That's always a tough draw when you come out of Swiss and have to face Tex. So I would say Kylan more of a favorite, but in terms of global series ranking, they're at a pretty similar level. But again, we've talked about that all today, how global series ranking doesn't really mean too much. When we talk about Rami, he's actually a player that we caught up with before this tournament. So let's hear what he had to say going into this Summer Cup event.
Hi guys, I'm Rami from Egypt, a professional FIFA player for Nasr Esports. I would describe my gameplay as a possession football, as the real football. I love football since I was a kid. I used to play in Arab contractors in the academy, and then after college I started working in Al-Ahli.com, the third biggest sports website in Egypt. I like to copy what I watch, real football, so I can describe my way of play as a possession game, but as well good at defending and attacking. Be part of Nasr Esports is such a prestigious feeling, to be honest. Nasr is the biggest club, esports club in the Arab region, and they really did me really well. They taught me a lot. I'm very grateful for them to be here, to be participating in the summer series, and to be on the top 8 of the A-Club World Cup. The toughest opponent could be Mert from Galatasaray. The favorite to win this tournament, Musad Dosri for sure. My favorite memory of the entire FIFA career, it would definitely go for the A-Club World Cup. The moment that we won against #United, it was pretty special. In this tournament, I thought that we can go further than top 8, but you know, that's how it goes and that's how FIFA goes. So in this tournament as well, I didn't lose except one game. So I think that I did something pretty well in this tournament. So yeah, this is my favorite memory until now in my career.
All right, we are back. That was Rami, and we have all of us on screen. Myself, Mike LaBelle, Richard, and Brandon. Let's get some thoughts going into this game before we get into any predictions. Players, like I said, similar in the Global Series rankings. Let me start with you, Brandon. What's one thing viewers at home should be watching out for the most and keeping an eye on in this game?
I just feel like, you know, you're looking at two different players who had two different seasons. You know, you look at the success that Rami Sad has had, mainly at the E-Club World Cup back in February, which was sort of his pinnacle event this year. But Kylan, you know, people normally get sort of questioned when they're playing weekend leagues still. You know, forget the bronze team at this time in the year. You know, this man's been grinding out the weekend leagues. And I think Mike's touched on it a couple of times. With this being online and players playing from all over the world with different sort of connection, like, possibilities, there's certain players that sort of master that qualification from home and playing Swiss rounds and all that comes with it from playing from home. And Kylan's done that a couple of times. He's qualified for a handful of events this year, so I feel like he's the man to watch for this one.
So I'm getting word that the game is just kicking off right now. So quick predictions. Mike, go.
Kylan.
Brandon.
Kylan.
Richard.
Rami.
Kylan for me as well. Richard and Brandon, over to you for this broadcast.
Thank you very much, Jay. Yeah, we're rushing into this one, so it seems. It's going to be Kylan up against Rami Sad of Nassar Esports. Richard, you've said Rami. What's the feelings behind that, and how you sort of seeing this game play out?
Well, one of the final events of the year that we saw was the Club World Cup, where Nassar Esports were fantastic. Unfortunately, there a couple of issues with the game. We'll try and get these issues ironed out as soon as possible. As we alluded to, we've got one player from Egypt, one player from South Africa. I think there's about 6,500 kilometers distance there between the two players in countries. So we're going to try and iron out these issues with the connection, and we'll try and figure it all out. But a little bit more preview for the game, Brandon, before we get into it. What makes you say Kylan, other than the reasons that you stated earlier?
I think he's, first and foremost, we know what he's been able to achieve these last couple of years. He's a player that always gets talked about from South Africa, because you look across the board and you look across, for example, the tournaments such as the E-Nations Cup, right? He didn't play in the E-Nations Cup, and the reason was this is he hasn't been old enough to compete since he turned 16. So when he was about 14 and 15, everyone was hyping about this South African FIFA pro that's coming through the ranks and a player that you need to sort of watch out for. When he was able to compete, he's been sort of a different kettle of fish in terms of what he's been able to show us. Looking sort of a little through his list of his last LAN event, his first LAN event was FUT Champions Cup Stage 2, where he actually had an unbelievable run, by the way. Actually played against MS Desari, came very close to beating him, but did lose to Desari. And went into the round of 16 and played against someone else that's very well known on the FIFA scene. That was Tex. He lost 4 goals to 1 to him in that game. Favourite player, FUT Birthday Mbappe, that's a big shout there. And I mean, look, he gives him commiserations right at the end. Best FIFA player in the world, isn't beat around the bush. He tells you Tex is the man that he sort of admires and says he's the best player in the world right now. But yeah, it's just, for me, he's just an up and coming player, Richard Kylan. He's only 17 years of age still. And
yeah.
I feel like there's still so much more to give. And I think we've got to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I was just about to say, 17 years old as well. Certainly a lot more to come from this young man. But I think on the other side of that, for Nassar Esports and for Rami, that performance that they pulled out, I think, if memory serves correctly, they beat Hashtag in the knockouts, I think, in the Club World Cup. And it was just surprise after surprise after surprise. Nobody expected him to go through. And then they went through, then they won a knockout game, and it was just this unbelievable story that kept unfolding. I think that's what happens sometimes when you go into tournaments as an underdog and as somebody who might not have the expectation put on you by analysts, by commentators, by pundits. You do start just going under the radar, and you start picking up these big performances.
Yeah, you do. And I think looking back to that result, just looking at the year that Rami has had, again, he was at that FUT Champions Cup 2 that Kylan was at. He didn't have the run that Kylan did have. He unfortunately went 1-3 and went out in the Swiss rounds back in Bucharest. But that is what he needed to sort of build him up into that E-Club World Cup out in Milan. Just, I think it was about 4 months later in 2020 in February, where top 8 finish, teamed up with a good friend of his in Corfu, based out in Austria. Those two met up together, and it was just great to see this team, Nassar Esports. They came out the blue. They did enough to get through the group stage. As you said, they had a great run in the tournament. Obviously got through that round of 16 side and did fall sort of to 11s. And we know where 11's gone in that game. They sort of got to the stage and of making the finals, and they came so close to being the champions. It was just a penalty shootout between them that kept them away from not winning the E-Club World Cup. Well, good news. This game is underway. It will be Thailand of MBC Esports recently picked up his move there up against Rami Sad of Nassar Esports. As we said, I do apologise for any technical difficulties here. This is a fully remote broadcast. Yeah, unfortunately, as you can see there, just not playing out how we want it to at the moment. I mean, it's a long distance between these two, and it's great that we even get to the stage that the game is getting underway. But this is where we find ourselves right now. There's, of course, a pandemic happening. We don't need to explain that It's great that we have this Summer Cup series and Africa now have they're into the global series, and this is where we are.
Yeah, we understand that there is lag, and we'll try and fix it. We'll try and come to some sort of solution between the players and everybody working on this broadcast. But if you are just joining us, what have you missed so far? You've seen arguably the best player ever to grace FIFA esports in action, MS Desari. He picked up a 1-0 victory earlier on today up against ex-Candy. And Candle now going down to the losers bracket, where the loser of this upcoming match will face him. The winner of this game between Rami Saeed and Kylan FIFA will take on MS Desari in that winners bracket final. This is the final Summer Cup Series event of FIFA 20. We've seen 5 previous events take place. Europe, Oceania, South America, Asia, and North America. Now we're in the Middle East and Africa region for the next couple of days to find out who will be victorious and taking home $10,000.
It's going to be Kylan kicking from left to right in this tight. So the other side of that for Rami. Sad kicking it from right to left. They've had completely different seasons and 6 spots between the two. And I don't think that is going to be a great viewing perspective for you guys. So I think we'll just
Looked a bit foggy, didn't
let
it?
that one sit off for a little while and try and let the game breathe. We'll keep you updated if any goals do go in. But yeah, hopefully it's going to be a great game between these two. You look at Kylan, just in what he's been able to do these last couple of months. I think the one thing that impresses me is how well this guy plays online. Like, especially out in South Africa where, you know, naturally the connection could be slightly difficult and the ping could be slightly higher, you know, connecting over to not even Middle East, but he's played people in Europe before in some tournaments and still come out on top and still just somehow played unbelievable. You look at the Footballist Istanbul tournament, happened back in April. We picked up a result there. That was one of those that was from home and after sort of the season was suspended. So yeah, we'll keep you updated on that game and fingers crossed it is able to be played out and we will eventually be able to find a winner.
In all this, Twitch chat always makes me laugh. Someone just said, I'm Scottish, I'm used to playing in the fog. At least we keep being high spirits here in the Summer Cup Series in the face of adversity. But we'll get that game underway as soon as possible, even if it is just potentially played off stream. I'm not too sure. And then we just feed you the results as we hear it happening. This is the final Summer Cup Series event of FIFA 20, Brandon. Looking back at the year of FIFA 20 as an esport, what are some of the highlights that you've had either from the online period that we've been in or the LAN offline event?
I think I've always said this in commentary, Richard. We've had sort of 2 seasons, so to speak. We've had like our sort of online period where we're sort of looking from March, where we are till now, where players have played in online tournaments, stay and play friendlies, to E-Champions Leagues, to Summer Cup Series, and to sort of maybe the E-Premier League, for example, that's being played out at the end of this week. It's just been 2 different seasons. So, like, you know, you look at the first half of the season, you see a handful of different winners. You see Nicholas Razek win an event. You see Tex win an event. You see Zazinho win an event. You see Oli Lito. You know, we've had 4 different winners this year, which has been absolutely fantastic that we've still had this sort of mix-up of different winners and different stories throughout the competitive year. Then we had E-Club World Cup that Team Complexity won on a penalty shootout with Maxi and Joxan. So this season's just brought surprises, really, Rich. And I think where FIFA esports is getting bigger, where there's more tournaments, there's naturally more competition. And for even the top of the pile, you would say, of the Texes, the MS Desaris, yes, they had a really consistent and great sort of year. You saw Tex win the Champions League just a couple of days ago. They've had people chasing them the whole time. They've had people on their back.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the highlights was potentially Nicholas Razek winning a FUT Cup. It's been a long time coming for Nicholas Razek. I'm just getting an update. We're going to give you live updates throughout the game. 0-0 currently. However, I don't think we'll be able to broadcast the game, unfortunately, but we will tell you who wins the game. So, yeah, as I was saying, Nicholas Razek, I think for me, seeing him finally win a FUT Cup, finally get that big moment, he's been so close on so many times. Going back to FIFA 18, he was a console finalist on 2 different occasions in Barcelona and in Manchester. Then at the grand finals, I think he finished top 4 in FIFA 19 as well with Team Rogue, because 3 of all 3 Rogue players finished in the top 4 on Xbox, and then FIFA 20 came out, Foot Cup 1 didn't really go for him, and then Foot Cup 2 came out. I think he beat Tex in that tournament, and then knocked on, went on into that cross-console final, beat Crazy Clash Gamer, and I think a big moment, not only for him, but for Germany, and also just for FIFA esports in general, seeing this man who's been so close on so many occasions finally getting his moment in the sunshine.
Yeah, and I think just this as well, the Summer Cup Series, which we've seen different winners again, events you wouldn't have predicted across the 5 events we've seen up to this day. Of course, this is our 6th event, our final proper, you could say, EA backed event of the FIFA 20 competitive year. Whether it's, as we said, we've seen the likes of Olilito be a champion in Europe. We've seen so many other players, of course, do really, really well. And I'm just looking forward to seeing how this one's going to play. As we said, unfortunately, we can't provide you with that game feed between Kylan and Rami Sad, but we will give you a score update as soon as we can and as soon as the game does come out.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if where we're going to be going from here on out. If it's if possible to chat to Jake and Mike, as this game is getting played out currently. So we've got a bit more discussion than just myself and Brandon. I saw Foot with Marco in the chat. He was participating in the Oceania region earlier on in the Summer Cup Series. He had a great performance, making a final, actually, did Foot with Marco. I should say Marco, actually, not Foot with anymore, unfortunately.
Good news. I know we're keeping everyone on a bit of an edge at the moment. We're going back to the game.
Oh, you jinxed it.
For how long for? That's the question. Still 0-0 the scoreline. Remember, this is in the first leg at the moment. We're in the second half. Fingers crossed. We'll be able to broadcast it for you. I think we are looking at Rami Sad's POV. And good news, touch wood. I think we're good to go. It's got a bit foggy, but touch wood, the game will be able to play. And it's Rami Sad from left to right in this second half, and Kylan from right to left. Do our best to provide you the best coverage we can of this one. 50 minutes on the clock. Growth out to Neymar, ball across the box, headed away as far as R9. And sorry, able to pick up the pieces in the end.
Mendy down his left-hand side, currently 0-0 in this tie. This is the first leg, if you are just joining us.
Of course, as we know, the winner of this will go into a winners matchup and will just be 2 legs of FIFA away from booking a place into Wednesday's finals. It's a big game, Richard. Whoever wins this goes into a $5,000 game of FIFA. That's before even touching Wednesday's finals. Here's R9. Kylan just doesn't have enough time to turn and get round his man. Thing that he's always been known for, Kylan, is his attacking style of play. Loves the skill movement, loves to score goals, lots of them. Cristiano Ronaldo for him, back to goal. De Bruyne trying to just add a little bit of pressure on for Rami Sad. Pull it, still with it. The Kylan back to goal. It could be a chance for Neymar. Half a fake shot, bar and in. There is a breakthrough in this time.
Yeah, Neymar, cracking finish. In off the crossbar, a little fake shot, and then just powered it in on that 5-star weak foot. Great finish from Kylan Fife here now. Rami in a tough spot.
So different as well, Richard, from playing at Alan to playing at home. I heard the Sari say it. I saw him post a tweet up. He wasn't too happy with how the game went. I think it's a little bit too goalless for MS Desari. Did get that 1-0 win over the two legs eventually, but it's a completely different atmosphere. You're at the comfort of your own home. You don't have sort of that crowd around you, those friends or fellow competitors screaming, shouting. We had Mike LaBelle give us a couple of rules, and alongside MS Desari sort of just echoing that, saying it's just not the same. It's a different vibe, and for some players they love it. Some players they just can't get going. I've seen that across a couple of different events, I should say. Different continents in the Summer Cup series. Just 15 minutes left it. Rami Sad trying to just build a way back into the tie, doing everything he can. De Bruyne. Pull it into Neymar. Wants to play that through ball into Mendy, but unfortunately unable to get the ball through.
Just having a look at the team here that is being lined up. Quite a similar outfit from both players. Johan Cruyff there in at cam for Rami. Trying to get him on the ball, obviously in current circumstances, the more flair players, shall I say, the more creative players, might not be the most effective. Probably Luke de Jong or somebody like Zlatan. Stick him in the box and play ugly. It's going like this.
A couple of changes now. This is for Kylan. The Neymar that comes off the pitch. Cruyff comes on. Looks like the only change for him. He's up by a goal to nil. Still a second leg to play. Still plenty of FIFA in front of us as well to see. You have just joined us. We're only in our second match of the day, in day 2 of this Summer Cup series. With plenty of FIFA still to be seen today. De Bruyne into Cruyff, half a chance, drops the shoulder, but he's pushed himself out too wide, cuts it back inside just about, and Van der Sar just jumps on the ball. Down the other end though. Vieira of all people, ball comes forward and just tucks it into the near post as Rami San.
Not sure how that's gone in off the double tap pass, but he managed to hammer it in on the volley. Great finish from Rami, and that's what R9's all about. No real space at that near post, but still managing to squeeze it in.
Completely catched us all off guard as well as Nassar Rami. Scoreline at 1-1, still all to play for, and still a second leg to come in front of us. You get one more chance.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
NBC's Kylan. Ronaldo. And to drop the shoulder. Just teased with the defenders there. Rami Sad, can he find a gap? Can he find an opportunity just to exploit it maybe? Tried to turn Mendy. Able to do so. Long ball forward, and that should probably just about do us for leg one in this one, Richard. Not. Maybe headers and volleys. Chance Ronaldo. Position nearly falls back, and it will be defended well enough in the end. He's sort of just saying, Kylan, how, referee, can you blow up there when I'm just on the edge of the box with the potential to maybe make an attack happen? I mean, you can understand why he's a little bit frustrated, because for a second I thought it was going to be a really dodgy pass back there from Rami Sad that Kylan could have maybe jumped onto, but leg one done and dusted. 1-1 the scoreline. I'm glad we could finally get the game played out in the end, and fingers crossed the second leg can be a little bit smoother for everybody at home.
Yeah, I mean, look, in these circumstances, it's all about just trying to keep your head, trying not to let it aggravate you, because I know if I was one of the two competitors in this scenario, I would be probably quite annoyed, quite angry. Like, why is this happening? Why am I playing like this? Like, what is this all about? Do you know what I mean? So it's more maybe like a mental battle to try and just keep your focus, try and get used to it if you can, because it's not really going anywhere. If you're 6,500 kilometers away, the connection's not just going to instantly get better. Do you know what I mean? You've just got to try and get used to it and try and just see this game out. Currently tied 1 apiece after the first leg, and moving into this second leg, it's just all about who can keep your head, really.
Yeah, 100% indeed, Richard. We've seen other players, of course, have similar situations over the last couple of events. But of course, when you play from home, there is going to be those few small technical difficulties that do come alongside it as well. But yeah, leg 1 done and dust. As we said, winner plays MS Dasari in the winners bracket. If you missed yesterday's action, ISO Power and iMyrtle won their matches and respectively made it through the bracket. Those 2 names are already in tomorrow's finals. So there's action today, there's action tomorrow. So if you have enjoyed what you've seen so far, make sure you stay tuned now. And also make sure you come back tomorrow, because someone's going to be picking up $10,000 tomorrow. $30,000 for each of these Summer Cup Series events has been available. So not a bad way to end the year, because there was a payout in the Global Series rankings in terms of the top 100 players there. Depending on how many points you got is sort of how many dollars you could have earned if you finished top.
Point per prize, weren't it?
You would have earned more dollars there. But you take whatever you've made there on the playoffs, plus a good run here, it could be huge for a lot of these guys, especially a free agent like Candil. Yes, he's lost his first game of the day, but he's made 2 events this year, got out of Swiss on one of those occasions, made the Summer Cup Series. He goes and does well in the Summer Cup Series, Richard. He's just suddenly more marketable, more valuable to an esports organisation, or maybe even Nassar Esports to come knock on the door and to pick up another Egyptian player alongside Rami.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with everything you said there. With the sentiment of the sort of performing for contracts and performing for attention. You often see it. I seem to remember one particular game, and it was in the Euros, in the final of the Euros, I think it was, or maybe a semi-final with France. Moussa Sissoko was absolutely unbelievable, and everyone were like, "Where's Moussa Sissoko been this entire season?" And he was unbelievable in this particular international game for France, which then Spurs saw that and thought, you know what, yeah, we'll have a bit of that, and they signed him up. Gino Wijnaldum did a very similar thing for Newcastle. He had a couple of outrageous games towards the end of the season, and when the people were watching, Liverpool came knocking.
You can sort of compare it as well. I don't know if you remember the days where there was that World Cup, I believe it was, where you saw is it Claudio Bravo do really well in goal, and you saw Navas as well do really well. What happened next? One of them signed for Real Madrid, and one of them signed for Manchester City. So, we are looking at football context here, but the same can apply to any competition. If you're a player that's making a name for yourself, making waves in the FIFA esports scene, you are going to have sort of people knocking at the door and offering to sign you up. The scoreline is 1-1 in this tie. If you've missed any of the action so far. And we're into Mbappe. Something you've seen a couple of times from Kylan is how he loves a skill move. Elastico, here's R9, chance to maybe find the bro. Oh, wow. Oh,
great
wow.
finish.
Could have easily taken out on the right boot, didn't he? But he cut back inside. Because guess what? Arno Ronaldo, he's got a 5-star weak foot. He can go on his left, he can go on his right. It doesn't matter for the man.
Nice Elastico into the box, created the space, and then moved it back on that left foot. And I just want to say something there. That prime icon moment, R9 Ronaldo, is his own. That is his own Ronaldo right there. That's not a lone icon Ronaldo.
I mean, if you've got a minute, Richard, feel free to have a price check on him, but
I'm pretty sure he's extinct at 15 million.
I think that was the last sort of rough price that we had, didn't we? At 15 million coins. Kylan up by 2-1, and what a goal it was. to have the confidence, the audacity to cut back on the left foot. I think anyone actually takes that first time on the right. He didn't want to, though. He has been rewarded just 20 minutes in. Mendy. Rami Sad. And so Neymar cuts it back to Messi, who gets the left boot on in. It takes a deflection over the bar.
Yeah, wicked deflection right there after the Messi shot. It probably goal bound. Pull it inside the box. Ronaldo, Carlos Alberto charging down that chance. Well, another couple of great blocks there. First one stopping the Messi shot. The next one, Carlos Alberto making sure he got anything in front of it.
Could have been a equaliser there for Barcelona's finest. Neymar. Chance now, looking for another goal is Kylian. He's having all the possession as well at the moment. De Bruyne. I'll be happy to interchange with Hullet. I mean, he's sort of been that new CDM partnership for the Dutch icon. Normally used to seeing Vieira there, but that's because Vieira's been pushed back one step further, and that's into centre-back, where he seems very happy. And I mean, he's put up some incredible performances over these 6 tournaments.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Vieira is outstanding wherever he plays, but at centre-back, he's got the height, he has the physicality and the pace. Alongside that, with the dribbling and the defensive stats that make him one of the best switch players in FIFA, CDM or centre-back. Kylian Mbappe inside the box. Beautiful reverse elastico out with the step over, but only as far as Van Dijk.
For a split second, you just saw sort of like a pocket of space opening up there on the edge of the box for the player to run into. That would have been R9 that would have been running into that space. Rami Sad tries to play that one round the corner. Unfortunately, slightly too heavy. It'll be recycled back to Edwin van der Sar, who's been the shot stopper of the FIFA 20 season. A couple of players have sort of dabbled, including ISO Power, who will be in action tomorrow with David De Gea. Your everyday pick is the Manchester United #1. Overall, the team's always been based upon building that dream team, building that team with your own personal preference. Certain players, I mean, we all have those favourites, whether they sit on the bench or occasionally whether they are good enough to start in your team and to be part of that starting 11. One ball forward for Rami Sad. With Messi, just gets his feet sort of tangled up, tries to cut it back, and Mendy get a heavy touch on that. Edwin van der Sar picks up the pieces. What a goal kick that could be. As Ronaldo got the legs on him, he's got Ramos chasing him down. Ramos should be able to deal with that one. He will.
Yeah, Ramos. He's got the pace to get across there. He's also quite agile as well, is Sergio Ramos. That's a cracking ball down the line. Well, Carlos Alberto. Carlos Alberto, a right back that... He's probably 50-50, would you say? Between him and Zambrotta.
Definitely say so, isn't it? Again, it's all down to personal preference. Oh, what a chance that was for Ramos. It was the wrong man, wasn't it? The man that's got no composure in front of goal, especially on a half volley.
Out of all the defenders to fall to, out of all the centre-backs, Ramos is probably the guy that you want on it there, but on a half volley on his weak foot from the edge of the box, it's very unlikely.
Time just approaching. I see a few people in the chat just saying actually slightly laggy. This is a fully remote broadcast. We're doing everything we can to make this as smooth as possible, so please do bear with us. We've had some amazing games, including this one we're seeing right now. 2-1 NBC. Kylan does lead. We'll have a quick look at the team potentially. It's a 4-2-3-1 as expected. No changes there. It seems to be the formation, Richard, that's been a sort of statement for quite a few years now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the 4-2-3-1, it's just the most balanced formation. You've got your 2 CDMs, one more creative, one more defensive, and then 3 cams and a striker. It really is. It's weird because it's a formation that you don't really see a lot of managers use in real life. But in FIFA, it is the go-to.
This game could still easily swing either way. The players have made this an exciting one. Neymar. Rami Sad looking for the equaliser. Falls back to Cruyff. He wants to turn and just the play. You don't want to get on the ball there if you're defending Johan Cruyff, because we know he's another one of those players that was a 5-star weak foot. Neymar back to R9. Just gets enough on that one. Pokes it away. Cruyff now. Can he be the danger man for Rami Sad? Stings the hands. Out for a corner. We'll go for the Egyptian FIFA Pro of Team NASA, just offside. Good chance though, Richard. Very, very good chance from Cruyff there.
Yeah, good save at the near post. I think the strike itself, I probably hit that across the goalkeeper and you try and play for a rebound, I think. If he would have gone with the outside of the foot shot and that animation would have worked, I think it might have had a better chance of going in, but it was quite a tight angle.
He's very ambitious as well from that far out. Here's R9. Kylan looking to get that cushion for the first time in this game, and it's just that flair again we're loving to see from him in the final third.
Alberto down the right, looks like cut inside. It is there to Messi. Looking to open up the rest of the pitch, but Mendy does well. Mendy's a long way from home there at left back.
Here's R9. Can he find the cut back? Tell you what, for a split second, Van der Sar was nearly on the end of a very unfortunate finish. Headers and volleys in the box. It falls down to Ruud Gullit. Just 28 minutes away, Kylan is from booking a date in that winners match against MS Desari. What a game that could potentially be. It also mean, Richard, that we'll have a sort of an all-Egyptian matchup between two good friends. I don't know if you saw it on the player bio of Kandil. He said, who's the best FIFA player in the world? Kandil said, Rami. So they've clearly got great respect for each other, and they are currently the 2 best players coming out of their nation this year on FIFA 20. So I'm sure there's nothing but respect there for each other. Here's Kylan. With R9, Gullit, can he be the man to get a shot away or even have a chance? Back to goal, Neymar to conclude the game. It was a great chance into the pause menu. Kylan knows the chance. It was there. It was his game to take.
What an opportunity. That could have potentially seen this game off. You've seen the substitutions coming on here. Pele, Mbappe and Eusebio. A fresh front 3 behind R9 Ronaldo. No Cristiano. What a chance.
Hey, you're normally back in those sort of areas. Like he sort of skimmed the crossbar. Change on the other side, that for Rami Sad, as you said. Pele comes on for Neymar, but that's the only change to talk about. Certainly seems like Pele's getting a lot of the backing from Group B today. Didn't see him once yesterday. A couple of players have been used, them include in the 2018 World Champion. And MS Desari booked a 1-0 win.
16 minutes remaining here in this tie. I do think there is another goal in this game, Brandon. It all depends who can keep the composure in the final third. Rami has been looking for that cutback all game long, getting down the wing and looking for the double taps back. It's a proven method. He's going for it again here, looking to get Mendy in behind. Look, collision inside the box. Referee waving that away, but that's a mistake.
That's a mistake. Richard, if R9 could have a chance and try and get that ball through, it doesn't come to anything in the end, but mistakes you can't make, especially when you've got Rami Sad running at you with a full press in his team. Pele off the bench, finds the path of R9 potentially. Can he cut back inside? He could have went on his right foot, but cut back in on the left.
Yeah, he had time and room to turn onto his right foot and get a shot away. Heartbreak for Rami.
Onside, Neymar? No, he's not. I think not just us, the Twitch chat in disbelief as well. Why did you turn back inside? Of course, easy for us to sit here and say what he should have done and what could have happened. You just see him saying to himself, you know what, there is going to be a goal in this one. There is going to be another chance. Whatever custom tactics have been changed by Rami, have been working in his favour. Comes off and it will be Eusebio that comes on for these last 9 minutes. Kylan, lovely long ball forward. He's going to be offside. Good offside trap played there. Something as simple as that. Literally just cost you the game. Of course, we can see this match is not as clean running, or there's a little bit of lag. As we said, this is a fully remote broadcast. We do understand that. Can be a couple of technical difficulties along the way. Please just bear with us. The key thing is this game has still been played. It might have been tougher conditions, but the game has been played, and both of these two will get a second chance, either if they were to win or lose. Just 3 minutes left. Chance now for Kylan to conclude the game. He's up by 2-1 already. Ronaldo back to R9 to finish the game off, to book a place up against MS Dasari.
Yeah, look, it is clear to see that the game has been affected by the distance between the players, but both players are playing in the exact same situation. The only real difference, in my personal opinion, is that Kalen may be more comfortable playing in this situation. He's probably faced this sort of connection more times and played in it and sort of got used to playing in it, as crazy as that sounds. And that's maybe the difference between these two sides. Maybe that's why Rami turned back on his left foot, because he was expecting maybe for it not to open up as much as it did in the attacking sense. It's a very tough game to take that. If I'm the loser of that game, I've got so much to say, but I think you just need to sort of put it to one side and focus on the next game. You know, the next game, you're going to be against a player from your own country. You're going to be playing Egypt against Egypt. It's probably, it's going to be a much more sort of smoother game that you can be playing in. And you just need to focus on that next game now. Try and make a run in the losers bracket. For Kalen, he moves on in the tournament as we play against MS Dasari up next.
And yeah, of course, it was a tough one to call that one, Richard. But the main thing is the game was played in the end, and Kylan gets the result of NBC Esports. He books, as you said, a date. And sort of a rematch. Those two did actually play at Foot Champions Cup number 2 back in November last year, where Kylan was actually winning for a period in that game. Dasari came back like Dasari did, and he won that game in the Swiss rounds anyway. That was only defeat that Kylan actually did suffer in that sort of Swiss round, because he went 4-1 back at Foot Champions Cup stage 2. But as you said, an all-Egyptian matchup too. I'm sure very good friends going up against each other in that losers match when it is ready as well, between Kandil and Rami Sad. But only a couple of goals to talk about in that one. Still plenty more FIFA to come up. But before we do that, We're going to throw it back over to Mike and Jake to break down all of the action there.
There it is. We appreciate it, Brandon. A bit of a tough one there. We know that this is a remote broadcast. It gets a bit difficult when, unfortunately, the circumstances outside in the world today prevent us from having these LAN events. But Mike LaBelle, we're going to get into some of the highlights here. How tough is it for a player when you kind of have to play like this? We understand the circumstances, but what goes into a game like this and keeping focused, I would say?
Well, it's difficult for both parties. You're not going to necessarily be able to play the way that you want to play, so to speak, to put it simply. So then it's a matter of keeping things very simple. Don't overcomplicate. Don't look for every intricate detail. Make sure that you don't make big mistakes. And then keep the game, like I said, relatively simple. You see a beautiful fake shot there. Hits the post. Lovely finish. A little shake of the head, but you're definitely going to take it. And it's just a matter of really making sure that you take advantage when you do get a breakthrough. Usually when you have some connectivity issues, you make less chances, and that's just how the game's going to go. As you see the near post finish, maybe a little bit unlikely with the way that got broken down, or the space that opened up with Vieira then feeding, of course, the main man, R9. R9 always being the legend that he is. Lovely little skill move session there with the fake drag back. As you see the attack into space, R9 stop, pop, 5-star weak foot, not a big deal. 11th minute, and that's all she wrote. We didn't see a lot of goals. It was still relatively cagey, not as cagey as our first affair between MS Desari and Candil, but at the same time, this is not a game that had a lot of back and forth. You see 4 shots on target for Rami, a couple shots on target for Kalen, and Kalen's able to take those chances. A lot more possession for Kalen as well, which is what's often important in FIFA. If you're not outside of being clinical, it's also in the midfield. How much do you have of the ball? Are you controlling the game? I almost look at a comparison if you were to take UFC, where maybe you're not landing as many punches, you're not finishing all your chances, you're not getting as many chances that you're creating, but you're still impacting who has the ball and who doesn't have the ball. The same way, like if you were in UFC, if you're in the middle and you're able to force the other guy outside, you're still in the commanding role, you're dictating the pace of the game, and that's what we saw happen with Kalen.
Good analysis there, Mike. We are going to move on and interview the winner here, who is going to be moving on to face MS Desari in this winner's round. We're going to bring him in, Kylan, ask him a few questions. Obviously, a bit of difficulty there with some connectivity issues, but you're able to stay focused, get the win. How does it feel to be moving on after that one?
It feels amazing. One of the hardest games I've actually played because of the ping, but managed to get the job done. I'm very happy about it.
And you talk about that challenge. What, because this is exactly what Jake was asking me. It's better to ask you, really. What do you have to adjust with your gameplay when you're going into a matchup and the connection's not perfect? It's a little harder on your behalf. What changes for you?
You obviously have to play a lot more defensive. I don't enjoy playing defensive at all. Don't like playing drop back, but you're forced to in this connection. But you have to adapt, and happily I did.
Coming in as one of the younger players in this tournament, and you're going to be facing MS Desari as someone who's proven, actually not that much older than you, but do you feel like you have anything to prove? Yes, you've qualified for a lot of these events, but do you feel like you have something to prove in this region, in this tournament today?
I feel as if I always have to, prove something until I get to Desari's level, like winning a cup, winning a championship. Until then, get to that point of not having to prove anything.
100%. Kylan, we appreciate your time, and best of luck in this next match.
Yes, thank you.
So there it is. We heard from our winner. We now have the 2 winners going to be facing up in that next match. Let's get ourselves an updated look at Group B. As we see, unfortunately, Rami, he is going to be moving to that loser's game. Here it is. He will be facing Candle a little bit later today. But this winner's match should be a good one. Everyone has gotten their predictions correct, I believe, except Richard Buckley, as he went for Rami there. But yeah, so far things going smooth and steady today in terms of who we predicted to win these games.
No, I think that's I don't want to say it's easy, but it's very difficult to go against MS Dasari when you see him in any of the matchups. I think we're all going to kind of agree. You'd really be strongly going against the grain just because he's so proven both online and offline. And then Kylan's been my player to watch from the opening day, so he gets a result. And now we're going to have the Egyptian Derby for an elimination game there in the loser bracket or the loser stage of today's bracket.
I like that. Let's preview this next upcoming match, which is hopefully going to be kicking off here very, very soon. This is MS Dasari against Kylan. Hoping for a bit more of a smooth game here, and things should be going strong as MS Dasari. As you said, Mike LaBelle is coming in as the favorite in this one. Will we see him advance? Only 1 goal picked up in his first game. So far, it's been very low scoring in the games that we've seen. As I already mentioned today, in day 1, we were used to those goals. Of course, the winner from day 1, ISO, scoring himself 14 goals on the day, I believe. So yeah, a lot of goals yesterday, not as much today, more defensive play we're seeing. But we will be heading to that game very, very briefly. Before then, we are going to take a short break and head to a commercial. Stay with us, though, as the next upcoming winners match game will be starting shortly.
It's going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air, into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Middle East and Africa is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette.
Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series event, Middle East and Africa. It is Jake Barford joined alongside Mike LaBelle. We are about to get into the third game of the day, but before that, we have to tell you about the Twitch drops, the players that you could win. You're active in the chat. You have a linked Twitch account. Here's what is on the line for you all today. A Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang 96 rated team of the season so far, and a Michael Essien 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. Mike LaBelle, game number 3 of the day, we have the winners match. One player will be securing their spot in Winners Wednesday tomorrow. It will either be Kylan or MS Desari, and here is the matchup that we're all looking forward to. This is it. A player is going to be receiving not only the spot in tomorrow's matchups, but also a huge jump in prize winnings for this one. What are we looking forward to in this one? What should the fans be expecting? MS Desari going in as the favorite, but Kylan's a player we've been high on since the beginning.
And Kylan sounds very motivated. He says, I want to be at MS Desari's level. I want to win FUT Champions Cups. This is a big time to kind of make a statement and say, hey, I'm ready. I'm knocking on the door. I can do this online. And also, once you get the 2 wins, you've guaranteed your position in Winners Wednesday. I don't know if I like that rebrand or not from Richard Buckley. I thought I'd try it out briefly there. I don't know if it flows off the tongue, but either way, you get yourself into the championship bracket. It's something that we have seen as a theme, and this is a statistic, and I love a good stat line, is out of all the Summer Cup series, we've seen 4 out of 5 previous winners are coming from the winners bracket, and they go undefeated. It's not something that comes from the losers bracket in that final Winner Wednesday bracket play. So you have, based on percentages, 80% chance of winning the entire thing. Not necessarily if you get this W, but at least you put yourself on the winner's side as opposed to having to go through the losers bracket on day 3. Hopefully that makes sense. I know there's a lot of words, but I feel like it comes together properly as a percentage play.
Not a fan of Winners Wednesday, though. Do you just have something against Richard on the weekend? First, it's
I don't like what he's got
going
on with his face. I'm not done with that. Actually, please, Richard, send me your address. I will pay for and happily ship you some Gillette products. It's bothering me looking at the way his facial hair grows, because it should be like in this zone, and it's just like from his neck. It's just this Santa Claus situation that's happening right here. I don't know.
He might need to head on over after this this whole pandemic ends to New York and go to one of those famous barbershops you got down there.
No barber would be happy to see Richard right now pull up. They're going to say, well, I don't know if we could do anything for you, brother.
Kick him to the curb. Right. We'll bring Richard in and we can maybe talk about that more in a second. But we actually caught up with the former world champion MS Desari before this event. So let's hear what he had to say going into this Summer Cup event.
Hello, I'm Saad Al-Dosari, known as MS Desari, and I play for Tendra Esports.
Great ball here, ball around the goalkeeper! And Desari has ice in his veins!
The most exciting thing about being part of Tendra Esports is to see how the guys have passion about esports and winning the trophies, and that's something related with me. So I hope I can represent them really well in the tournaments I play for them. I'm sad about how things is going in the world right now, and especially when our season is over. No World Cup this year, but hopefully the sun will shine again and things will be better, and we'll be more than happy to be back with our LAN events and FIFA season. I've used a lot of players, to be honest, at the cheap ones. So the most affordable one, I'll go with Neymar 92, the gold one. For me, he's really good, and as a gold card, I think he's the best gold card. Of course, there is a lot of people talking about me and Tex about who's the best, etc. I won against Tex in FIFA 20, and our overall record, I think it's 4-2 to me.
One last chance for Dasari to win. It's Robertson, and Dasari marches on.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable drama.
I won 3 finals against him, and he won 1. But yeah, I have huge respect for him, and he always pushed me on, and I push him on. I wish him all the best in his career. My plan for next year, to be honest, it's really soon to talk about. I just hope this year there's a World Cup, because for me the World Cup is the most important thing, of course. I want to win, of course, more trophies in the next year. That's what I'm really hoping, that I could enjoy playing FIFA.
So there it is. We've heard from MS Dasari, a man of just such class, and he has a chance to make it to Wednesday tomorrow. Mike LaBelle will bring you in first for your prediction for this game. It could be another one that, I mean, we've all said MS Dasari has to prove us wrong before we go against him. Does that stand true?
No one should be going against MS Dasari until we see him drop a game. He's just got so much variety to his gameplay, adaptability. We just saw him squeak out a 1-0 result, but this could be a high-scoring affair. He can play all sorts of different types of ways, and he is the best, and I mean this with the offside trap and the way that he utilizes it and is able to time it properly just with his defensive back line. He's been a pro at using this offside trap since 2017.
We'll bring in Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, the commentators for this next match. Let's first get the opinion of Richard Buckley. Who are we going with?
I am gonna go with. You know what? I'll go with Kalen. I think Kalen might do this. After that last result, he faced adversity, he got through it, and yeah, I think Kalen's gonna do it.
Okay, that's a big shout.
Richard
Brandon
just wants to
Smith.
be bold. Richard just wants some attention. I don't want to hear it. He knows what the deal is.
Mike, I sound like I live in dread rent free.
I've got to go for this one. I think we have to go for Dasari. I mean, touch wood. I think a few of us are on for a full day of predictions at the moment. I think the only one is just Richard that isn't. So I'm sticking with that wave. And I think MS Dasari, these two played back at FUT Champions Cup #2, of course, at a LAN event. They had a really tight game. Dasari came out on top. And there's a reason why Dasari is qualified for every single FUT Champions Cup this year. And he's a world champion. So it's got to be Dasari for me. I still feel like he's got so much more to show us on the Summer Cup series.
I'm going to go for Dasari as well. Sorry, Richard. You're going to be alone here. We're going to throw it over to Richard and Brandon, though, for this third match of the day. Take it away, boys.
Well, here we go, then. Our third game of day 2 in the Summer Cup series. And my favourite game of sort of like the group stages here to find out who makes not just the final, but who bags themselves $5,000 as well, Richard. A lot of money on the line. And this is, as I said, prize money that these guys would have not sort of had a chance to play for sort of 6-7 months now, for some players even longer than that. So a lot of time these guys have been waiting for to really get competing again.
See, this is the difference, Brandon, between me and you. Your favourite game is the one where you get to see people winning and earning money. Mine's the last game of the day, the one where you get to see someone so close and then fall off and then get eliminated. That's the difference.
If you just got out the wrong side of the bed this morning or something.
I've not. No, I've not. I don't know. You
just had to wind up everybody today, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's I woke up this morning and it was raining outside, so I think that put a dampener on my mood as soon as I woke up. And this is where we're at right now. We're into the game. It's going to be Kalen from left to right in the white, and MS Dasari from right to left in the black strip.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this one does play out, Richard. Over 2 legs again, $5,000 on the line, and the fact that Dasari still squeezed out a 1-0 victory over 2 legs after not the most exciting game of FIFA. It shows there's probably so much more to give, but Kyle, on the other hand, is a player we must watch out for and must keep a close on. What a save that is from Edwin van der Sar. That should have, then it could have been 1-0 there to the South African representative here in the Summer Cup series.
It probably should be 1-0, shouldn't he? Beautiful play. He cut Dasari open there. Great save from Van der Sar, though. Maybe looking back at it, a ball roll, potentially. Maybe open up with a finesse shot, but he went for the first-time shot. Nothing really wrong with taking that shot across the goalkeeper, but Van der Sar equal to it.
Really good save. Early on, you could sort of have a small taste to see how this game is going to go. Chance for Desari! And the game comes alive just 8 minutes into it. Kevin De Bruyne, the man on the score sheet, and the man to set this game on its way.
They're the small margins. Neymar at one end, Kaylin FIFA should have scored. Desari does score when he gets the ball across the box with Kevin De Bruyne. Beautiful finish from the Belgian. But Desari 1-0 up.
I mean, what chances at either end, Rich? This game could easily be 1-1 right now. A start to this game, relentless attacking. Back to goal, reverse elastic. Oh! Well, well, well. Expect to see something special here. You heard Kylan say. The day that I get to the level of MS Desari, or the day that I achieve what MS Desari has, then I'll say, you know what, I'm a decent FIFA player.
What a finish.
Until that, it's all work for me, and it's all an uphill battle.
What a finish that is. Reverse elastico in off the near post. A real top quality finish right there from Kaylin FIFA.
What a game we are in for. We're only 20 minutes into it, Richard. Oh, unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that. After such a positive first 20 minutes in the tie. We'll have to get that game reconnected as soon as we can between these two. And what we'll do is we'll play 70 minutes, I'm sure.
Of the first leg, yeah. We're going to get back into that game as soon as possible between Kaylin and Desari. But from what we saw, it was a 20-minute real masterclass from both of these two. Desari getting down the byline, cutting it back for De Bruyne, and Cristiano Ronaldo being the main man for Kaylin with that strike at the near post.
I mean, it's sort of good that these two are drawing at 1-1, or the game is sort of at an even playing field. Because if you're 1-0 down there, or you're on fire and you've started the game so well, you're coming into it with a bit of a break now. You sort of a little bit of loss of momentum in terms of how you've been playing. You kicked off playing so well. Both these two literally just coming at each other, and a handful of different attacks, a handful of chances. It sort of feels like the sting has been taken out of the game now. You're going to have a little bit of a break to get back into the swing of things. It's all about just trying to keep that momentum going as soon as that game sort of reconnects and gets back on playing as it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are playing, the guys do have the sort of esports settings that they can play on, the competitive settings, where you can start the game at 1-1 from the 20th minute, and we'll just play from the 20th minute onwards. Stamina will be at full as well, so you potentially could see even more goals from these two, as you're getting the first 20 minutes for free, basically at one apiece. I hope the flow of the game is the same, because that game had a real good sort of back and forth flow to it. Both players going forward, both players attacking. I hope that small issue doesn't sort of affect how both players want to play. It seems pretty smooth as well between the two players, so hopefully that does continue. Now we're moving, we're going to get the game restarted into the remainder of the first leg and the whole second leg.
Yeah, 100%, Richard, because it was actually looking really, really smooth, wasn't it, in terms of how the game was flowing and what we were able to see so far. Quite a big game, this one as well, because if you win, you book a place, of course, into tomorrow's finals. You're guaranteed $5,000 too, so a lot on the line here, and it's an opportunity to just sort of have a bit of a statement. It was Isopal did that yesterday. The man won a game 6-5 and 8-1. You know, he scored 14 goals, Richard, and he only had to play 2 games. I mean, of course, each of those matches is over 2 legs, but he literally had to play 2 games, and he was on his way to a final on Wednesday, and he sort of sent a big statement to the rest of the competition to say, I'm not here to mess around. I might not have played an event for quite a few months, 6-7 months plus, I'm here, I'm ready, and I'll be seeing you on Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely. ISO Power, player of the day yesterday, without a doubt, beating Roy Feldman 8-1 and then beating Murtal in a back and forth clash 6-5. Today, we've not really seen the goals like we did yesterday. We scored 34 goals yesterday. Granted, we have only actually played 2 matches here today. Dasari beat Candy 1-0. If you are just joining us here on the Summer Cup Series, and Kaylin beat Rami Saeed 2-1. Here we are in the winner's bracket match. The winner of this guarantees himself a top 3 finish and $5,000 between Dasari and Kaylin FIFA. The loser will play the winner of Candy and Rami Saeed for that loser's bracket spot going into tomorrow's finals.
I was going to say, that means we need to see 28 goals, Richard, to match what we saw yesterday. So I'm waiting for them. Fingers crossed they do start flying in. But I do think this game will provide the goals. I think what we saw, we could have seen 3 goals in about 18 minutes, Richard, from what we've seen already. And we've got another 70 or so minutes left in the first leg, plus a second leg to come up. So in all honesty, I think we're going to be seeing 2 attacking players going at each other. And I think we are going to see potentially double figures over these 2 legs. I'm throwing it out there.
Double figures.
I'm throwing it out there. So a 6-5, a 5, or 5-5 into pens, a
7-3,
7-3, whatever the scenario. I generally think we are going to see quite a lot of goals here, Richard, just from that small taster in these first 17 minutes. We can see the Twitch chat as well, so do let us know who you want to win this game. Is it Kylan or is it MS Dasari that you want to back in this tie? Let us know. We'll try and follow that conversation as best as we can. Good news, though. We are on the way from that exact point where we left the game, and here we are.
It looks as though we are going to have the one apiece. So it's currently 1-1 in the top left corner. Chance here, Neymar! Just wide.
What was that? 4 minutes? There was a chance already. Kylan now. Cristiano Ronaldo. You find the cut back. It's beautiful from Neymar. It's an even better save. Goal goes for that finesse. It's always going to be a sort of challenging effort. He was very ambitious from that far out. Is he onside? Oh, no. Goes for a cheeky chip! And he is onside. 2-1. Kylan will lead. 6 or 7 minutes after the restart.
Tell you what, luscious chip over the goalkeeper there. Took it really nice with the ball roll and then just dinked over the keeper. Offside trap played by Dasari. Just left him a little bit exposed at the back.
It's just that original ball roll though, Rich, isn't it? When you get in the box and you get an opportunity, Dasari! Oh, that's the go in. Mbappe as well. I don't know if that's foot birthday, Mbappe, but the player that never misses from that far out.
He took it with his left foot, even if it... I feel as though a right-footed shot there, outside of the foot shot trait from Kylian Mbappe, would have certainly been rustling the back of the net, but because he took it with his left, you never know, even if it is the foot birthday Mbappe with the 5-star weak foot.
Great chance though. Just goes begging. This is what we want to see, attacking FIFA. Especially after being spoilt by so many goals yesterday. The last time we saw that many goals was honestly South America. In their Summer Cup Series tournament, sort of the halfway point. Sabio. So they get that right foot finesse off, but Virgil van Dijk was there just to stick a leg out. Ronaldo, accelerated fake shot around the corner. Kylan again coming in with pace here and trying to make it difficult for Dasari. Let's go all the way through.
Again, it does make you think. That chance right there for Kylian Mbappe. He just takes an extra touch and then shoots. It's a guaranteed goal. Just to settle it.
Score is currently 2-1. You can't see it. There was a disconnect just 17 minutes into the tie where it was 1-1 originally. So do keep that in mind, that there is a sort of goal either side to be added on to the current scoreline.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
R9.
Added time.
That's a goal added time of just 2 minutes left in this one. For the first 45 minutes. Is there going to be more late drama? Planning to go into the break with a 2-goal advantage potentially. Hullet dancing in around the box. Neymar picks it up, and not for too long. There we go. Desari off for a little walk and a drink just to recompose himself for these next 45 minutes. I mean, what a start it's been. I know we had a small disconnect on the first 45 minutes, but there's been plenty of chances, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has been a lot of chances, in all honesty. You see someone just next to Kyle there. I'm wondering if it is... I believe he's family member, Jolly Yolan.
Is it his brother or is it his cousin?
I think it's... I know it's a family member.
He's always sort of travelled with him, isn't he, to events. Obviously, with Kylan being under the age of 18, he's had to have sort of a guardian that's travelled with him to Bucharest and the different events around the world. He's been a supportive figure.
Great guy as well. One of the friendliest people you'll potentially ever meet.
It's great as well that some players have still sort of got that same mentality, Richard, of although they are playing from home, they've still got those same sort of family members around them, or friends. Just keeps you in that same sort of mental state. I mean, as you said, for MS Desai, whether he's got Ledvinkin in his corner or Enzo. Although it's maybe from home, there's still a lot of money on the line. Opportunity to sort of be a champion in your continent or region. Yourself to the sort of Summer Cup Series Hall of Fame.
Side track played again there. That could be a red card. It is.
Well, MS Desari down to 10 men. I didn't actually see the full challenge, but a handful of challenges this year can get penalised. It goes down to ground, so does R9, and for a split second, it could have been a lot worse for Desari.
It was an offside trap that he played. He got his players up, did Kaelin, and then just as Desari overhit the ball, it must have been a fake shot or a standing fake shot. He's pressed square and Kevin De Bruyne has jumped into the tackle, and subsequently he's shown an early shower.
Now he's having to deal with a lot more. He's not dealing with just the attacking side that Kylan does offer, but he's got to do it sort of twice as hard. He's only got 10 players on the field, probably going to take that player out from the attacking third, which then makes things so much more difficult. See that pause cued by MS Desai. We'll try and do our best to give you coverage of what exactly is changed. Eusebio into Mbappe, little hill-to-hill, chance for Hullet to maybe get the equaliser. Goalkeeper movement has been poignant, but I think he's been moved slightly too much because Ruud Hullet has just put Desari back into this game. The dream, really, that Desai would have been thinking about as soon as he got that red card. If I can get a goal back and then go into the pause, it's like a fresh mindset for me, and that's exactly what's happened with just 29 minutes left in the tie.
Even down to 10 men. MS Desari still creating chances. Ruud Hullet, he might not have a teammate next to him at CDM, but ever so clinical. And I think what Desari's done there is brought off Eusebio, who's his central cam, and brought on Frankie de Jong at CDM. So I think he's just not playing with a cam at the minute. He's going left attacking mid, right attacking mid, and a striker.
An offside trap? Yeah, you can say for a split second. We've seen a few dodgy offside traps over these first 90 minutes. Desari. He had 10 men to his name, but that doesn't matter. If anything, it's giving him a lot of confidence. But there's still a second leg to come on top of this game too. Scoreline is 2-2 currently. Neymar. And to Mbappe. But now his chance to get the ball forward for Kylan. It's not going to happen though. Desari again with another pause. I don't know what he wants to change with just 20 minutes left. Maybe time for some fresh legs.
Well, you see De Jong's being introduced and also Ruud Gullit, but maybe Mbappe off. Maybe R9 enters the pitch. I know he's got R9 on the bench, I'm pretty sure. Does MS Desari.
That he's just sort of tried to plaster up that disadvantage he finds himself in, whips that one into the chest of the goalkeeper, and praying that Van der Sar would have parried that one away because Mbappe was there. Bullet was even there waiting for a rebound. Chance to have an easy shot of goal.
Got to try and exploit that extra man that you've got. If you can't, scooped it from R9. He's in. Sergio Ramos, cracking defending. But just as we're going to say there, if you have brought off your central attacking midfielder and you're playing just as a striker, the space is going to be sort of in that area where you just see Neymar picking up now for Kylan's team. You get Neymar on the ball in that space, there's a lot of room for him to run at defenders, for him to manipulate defenders and try and force players forward alongside him.
We completely agree with you, though. There's not going to be another occasion where Desari is going to be down to 10 men for a long time. Easier said than done, of course, to try and exploit that extra man that's not on the field, especially when he's taken them off sort of in the attacking third. If I'm Desari, though, I'm happy to leave this game all square. It could have been a lot worse. Pele. Back to Gullit. If he can get a winner, honestly, that would surprise me either for Desari.
They often do say when something's wounded, when an animal's wounded, it gets more dangerous. When a lion's wounded, he goes to kill. Will Desari get a late goal here?
Wants to defend Highland's attack first, Richard. Mbappe interchanges really well with R9, but nothing more. Added time to follow, and I think that will honestly do us.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2
for
minutes
this first leg.
added time.
Added time of just 2 minutes left. Does do everything he can to find a way around this man. Mbappe drops the shoulder. And it will go out for a full-time whistle in the end. It's been a game that's given us everything. Red cards, unfortunately. Bit of a breakup in play just after 17 minutes, but 2-2 the scoreline after leg number 1. And I mean, we've seen 4 goals so far. I think there's more to come, Rich. I really do.
Yeah, 2 apiece as it stands moving into the second leg. I mean, I do think the tempo of the game was a lot slower since the restart, but that is to be expected. You sort of, you don't get it. You don't get the same tempo again after a restart and after a short break, but with the 10 men, I think Desari's done well to not lose that match because, you know, when you go down to 10 men, you are vulnerable to counterattacks, you're vulnerable to space opening up. He did well. That's typically what you want to do when you get a player sent off. You usually bring off your central attacking midfielder and you'll keep your cams wide and you also have your striker. We can see a few highlights actually from that first leg. That was the opening goal for Desari with Kevin De Bruyne. Kylan's reaction to this goal that he scored right here with Cristiano Ronaldo. Beautiful on the near post.
There you go, Mr. Sorry, not happy with that one. That was just after 15 minutes. Then when we got back going again, this is what Kylan was able to do. Beat the offside trap. Little ball roll away from the goalkeeper, which just teased Edwin van der Sar off his line. Those couple of extra yards. We can't see Mr. Sari's last goal, but he did equalise with over just 10 men on the field. But it's a bit of a let-off for Desari there, because I think you can be Tex, you can be Desari, you could be anyone. When you've got 10 players on the field, there's always going to be a disadvantage for you. When you're up against a decent FIFA player, they're going to get chances, and he was lucky enough sort of not to get punished there.
Yeah, he really was. Desari got back into the game later on in that first tie and levelled it up at 2 apiece. I'm very curious to see where this game is going to go, because at 2-2, that red card on De Bruyne will be sort of void now, so you can start the game again. You can come in from the kickoff. But look, I predicted Kalen to win. I feel as though this game he's definitely taking. Desari's not playing at his peak form right now. He's probably not even playing at 80% of what Desari can play. I think not only the motivation to play, you're playing from home. He said he doesn't like playing from home. He much prefers playing at LAN events. But this is arguably the best opportunity you might ever get to beat Desari in a competitive game of FIFA.
Could be an early chance, and it could be an early goal here, Richard. Cristiano Ronaldo, a cheeky heel-to-heel. Kylan just 3 minutes in, and that's one thing that is so enjoyable to watch. A player that just wants to attack. You heard Kylan say in his interview, I don't like using drop back. I'm not a defensive player. I like to score goals. I like to attack. You'd sort of say, similar to someone like Tex. Just renowned for being such a good attacking player with flair that he adds into his game, the skill moves, the combinations that just no one else does, and you sort of see similar traits to that in Kylan's performance.
I do have to say, I think he choked that chance, you know. I think he had a real good opportunity there. I don't think the heel-to-heel was necessary inside the box.
Neymar. Fake shots around his man. Doesn't earn him anything, though, doing so. Pull it. To R9. They should build up, finding those pockets of space that no one else seems to sort of see. Does really well. R9 Elastico goes in for that sort of scoop turn. Doesn't come to anything though, because MS Desari's got 11 players on the field again. He'll be doing everything he can to ensure that Kevin De Bruyne this time does stay on the pitch. Ronaldo, Desari, ball towards the back post, just too much venom on it.
Again, a real good opportunity for Desari to reclaim the lead here, but it's almost as though everything's going against Desari. He got sent off in the last game. There's a couple of chances that on a different day go in. The offside trap cost him for his second goal he conceded.
I agree, we haven't seen the full MS Desari as of yet in the Summer Cup series. They often say if you can win games without playing your best, it sort of is real sort of true signs of a champion.
And there's not many more with a champion's pedigree as strong as Desari's.
I'll do what happened at the back there. It was Virgil van Dijk that cleared it off the line, and the ball just hit Ruud Gullit in the face, and eventually Thailand was able to deal with the danger. I think from what we've seen in Kylan's performances over the year as well, he's a player that will outscore his opponent. Maybe not the best defender, he'll be the first to admit that. Going forward, one of the best. Just from his nation, not just from his continent, but certainly one of those upcoming players that we need to really watch out for over the next couple of years. Ronaldo finds the feet of Zambrotta. Getting so much joy down this right-hand side is Desari. That's going to bounce back on into De Bruyne. He flicks it on. I thought he was going to hit it on his own. De Bruyne steal. Runs into Virgil van Dijk.
And CVM's slightly out of position here. It's a little bit slow, a little bit pedestrian at the minute. For me, for Kylan. I know he's 2-2. He's probably quite nervous as well right now, but there's been chances for him to accelerate and to get at Desari, especially on counter-attacks, and he's decided to take the more passive route.
I think what's happened here, Richard, is Desari's just kept a lot of possession over these last 20 in-game minutes. Basil's alluding to, he's having a lot of joy down that right-hand side. For the first time, he's trying to have a big switch out onto the other side to see what he can do there. But it was Cristiano Ronaldo that's playing as that right cam. He's doing so well, whether it's a simple accelerated fake shot, a scoop turn around his man, a heel-to-heel. He's just pulling out Mendy or finding that gap in behind. De Bruyne into Mbappe. Patient build-up here. There's 5 minutes left of this first half in the second leg. You can see the aggregate scoreline 2-2 here. Winner goes into our finals tomorrow, Winners Wednesday, however you want to call it. $5,000 will be guaranteed as well, no matter what happens tomorrow. Of course, they will have the opportunity to double that if they were the champion. Just offside again. The offside traps have been really well timed.
Yeah, I mean, Mike LaBelle talked about it in the preview of this game. He's the best player on the planet with the offside trap and using it at the right time, not only to catch players offside, but to squeeze your players high up the pitch. Double tap pass there, Van der Sar as well. Clatters through Eusebio.
He absolutely clattered through the man, didn't he? For a second, I thought that could have been a little bit worse. There goes the whistle for half-time. 2-2 the scoreline, still nothing to separate the two. And I don't think you could honestly call which way this tie is going to go.
No shots.
Look at that.
Again.
0 shots for each of them, Richard.
Game's on a knife edge. This is very similar to the first game that Desari played, where against Candil he was winning. He won 1-0 in the end, but it was 0-0. 0 shots at half-time in the second leg.
And of course, just 45 minutes left. There is a huge opportunity to book a place into that finals day. You'll be the third name in the hat alongside Myrtle and ISO Power, joining some of Turkey's finest FIFA pros. Which way is this game going to swing, Richard? That is the all-important question.
Desari looks like he's in the ascendancy.
De Bruyne into Mbappe, patient build-up. Still with Hullet, he's got to find that killer pass. Tries to take the first time finesse, and clearly there's some sort of error there for Mbappe.
Mbappe with an awful strike right there. Real poor finish from Kylian Mbappe. Not what you expect to see from the Parisian. He's off, he's off.
I just don't know how MS Desai reads them, honestly. These offside traps that he must be just looking at that mini-map the whole time, and just the timing of it as well, Richard. We know the offside trap's such a high-risk, high-reward strategy. At the moment, it's just been reward after reward after reward for Desari. Kylan, it's just frustration. De Bruyne. Back to Hullet. Just gets pushed off the ball and bundled off the ball. A third of this game left.
And again, we're in another match. First game of the day, 1-0. Second game of the day, 2-1. Third game of the day, currently sat 2-2 with 30 minutes left to play. Defensively, all these players have been absolutely outstanding. There's been no error back there whatsoever.
Of course, naturally, no one wants to make a mistake either. He's R9. Kylan, reverse elastico, trying to just get past Virgil van Dijk, but Desari matches up well once again. Two players that have got huge amounts of support. Certainly potentially the game of the day.
Certainly in terms of quality, I think it has been. And the level of the two players. Hopefully we get to see maybe a more entertaining match in terms of goals going in and the net being rustled.
What's that? This could be dangerous. Neymar just didn't want to make the run. He didn't even start to trigger it, did Kylan. Split second. There could have been a 2-on-1 there with the two Brazilians in Neymar and R9. Sorry, comes with a pause. He'll be looking to just add a couple of fresh legs on late on into the Thais. Player that hasn't started with R9 and be someone that will be coming off the bench, I can assure you on that. Lovely through ball to Eusebio to snatch it late on. Goes for the near post. Finishes a great save.
You expect Eusebio to score that. You expect him to rifle it high into the top of the net at that near post. Instead, he went a little bit more central. Did the icon. On another day, that's a goal.
Was the best chance we've seen, though, Richard, in this half. And bear in mind that honestly could be one of the first shots we've seen all game, too. At half-time, they had no shots registered either of these two. A couple of changes. This will be R9 and it will be Neymar that will come on for Desari. Sort of following the exact same front two that Kylan is rocking.
Substitutions entering the pitch here. Ronaldo for Pele, for Desari, and Neymar for Eusebio. Kylan, it's Johan Cruyff.
Probably asking the question, what happens if it is a draw after 90 minutes over two legs? It is extra time that will be in front of us. 30 minutes of it, we saw it a couple of times yesterday. Won't be the first time we've seen it in the Summer Cup series either. Ramos back to Van Dijk. Desari building into that final chance of the game, wants to snatch this victory alongside $5,000.
Corner.
It's out for a corner. Neymar will pick it up short. A little lofted ball to the two fullbacks. They're the only two players sitting back. It's two centre-backs running on forward. Sorry, just giving the players enough time to do get back in Ramos and Virgil van Dijk. Ensure it's a back four that's shaped and ready to defend if need be. Get one more chance. This is that time. Well read by Kylan. to defend it well.
The last opportunity of the game here to snatch it.
2 minutes of added time.
Oh, heavy touch. He's awful.
I mean, it looks like Richard, unless something happens from this attack, it is going to be extra time in front of us. Ronaldo. Now he goes for a goal kick, and more importantly, out he goes for extra time. 30 more minutes will be needed to decide who books a place into tomorrow's finals here, Richard. And I mean, it's a tight game. It's a hard one to call.
A very, very hard one to call, in all honesty. You look at what's been happening in this matchup. I've said this, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I've said this a couple of times today and yesterday. I don't think either player has done enough to warrant feeling hard done by coming into extra time. I don't feel as though they have done enough to win the game. It's been very scrappy. It's been very cagey between the two. And the winner of this, guaranteeing himself a top 3 finish and $5,000. Still got plenty more FIFA left to come here this afternoon, this morning, this evening, wherever you are in the world.
Bruyne. Trying to get something going, trying to get something moving for Desari. And there's the breakthrough. It's taken 93 minutes to see it. Who's that player that's been giving him so much joy on that right-hand side? It's Cristiano Ronaldo. And when he did get the chance, the outside of the foot finish, once again, offered the viable option in front of goal. And with that finish, he does lead by 3-2 with 27 minutes left of extra time to play.
Straight from kickoff, Desari coming out strong. Using it to his advantage here. It took him 3 minutes, 59 seconds since the restart to put himself in front here in this tie. First time Desari's been in front since around the 7th minute of the game in this matchup. Cristiano Ronaldo, arguably the best outside the foot finisher on the game. The way that he just seems to rifle the ball with that technique is truly generational.
Is that going to be the goal that concludes the game, Richard? Or is there going to be more drama? Certainly feel like this could go that extra way. Thailand's been so good at just replying instantly. So's Desari every single time each other has conceded. There's always been an instant reply. Neymar pushed off the ball. A couple of minutes left within this first half of extra time. Enough time to make an attack happen if he can get the ball forward. Able to do so there, pushed off the ball. Added time to follow in just a second. And sorry, he'll probably be thinking to himself, sooner or later, that goal from Cristiano Ronaldo could honestly be enough to ensure he does get $5,000.
Yeah, Hullet did well defensively as well, getting over to fullback, helping out Mendy to steal the ball back. It's going to go out of play for a throw-in, and the referee will blow us up for half-time. Kale FIFA, 15 minutes to save yourself playing any more FIFA for today. You have the opportunity to clutch up against MS Desari and send yourself into Winners Wednesday. See the custom tactics there from Desari.
So we're unable to see the The point of view for Kylan, Richard, but we're able to see what MS Dasari is changing. It doesn't look like he's changing much.
Little notch down in the depth. 15 minutes. Kylan will get us underway in this second half, I believe. We've seen Kylan FIFA play attacking football. We've seen him do the skill moves, the reverse elastico in the final third, the ball roll, these skill moves that have had success for him in this tournament. But it seems as though, from what I can tell, when the pressure's on, he tends to play a little bit more basic and a little bit more reserved and within himself.
Yeah.
He just needs to let it all go right now.
We said he's a great attacking player, Richard, and that's what he enjoys doing. This is where we need to see it, because he's got 15 minutes left if he wants to take the easy road to get into tomorrow's finals. Otherwise, he will be waiting patiently to play the winner of either Kandil or Nassar Esports' Rami Sad in a loser bracket final matchup. What's the great thing about the Summer Cup Series? Everybody can experience a loss if they want to with the double elimination bracket. Neymar. Well, into De Jong, able to switch that really well. MS Dasari, if he was to get another goal here, it would be game, set and match, and we'll be sort of writing a check for $5,000 because it would be guaranteed. Sorry, he's just got so many quantities and qualities where he can see matches out, he can win a game by a goal to nil, he can score plenty of goals.
It's a nice ball.
See if he's even going to let Kalen get a chance, Rich. I feel like he's just going to suck out all the energy and all the pace out of this tight. To play at his speed. One ball forward, he challenges in the air, does fall back, but doesn't really cause too many problems. Kylan, this is your chance to send this into a penalty shootout. Cruyff, a bit of magic now. Just for that elastico. She runs into danger. Could be a mistake at the bat, but De Jong is there just to snatch that one off the attacker's feet. He did think for a second.
Moment. Yeah.
So that is job done. Yeah. Any time of 2 minutes, Richard. It's all in Dasari's hands to throw away. He nearly did for a split second. He could be doing it right now. He's giving away a throw in a very dangerous area. Just a minute left of additional time. Cruyff back to goal. Fantastic defending there from Ramos. It was aggressive, but it was a tackle that had to be made. And that should do us here. Any time of 2 minutes. Kylan will go down to that loser bracket final. And MS Dasari will book a place in tomorrow's grand finals. Whenever the referee wants to blow up for full-time. We're laying headers and volleys right now. One bounce. I don't know what it is. There you go. There's the full-time whistle. MS Dasari, congratulations. He books a place. And a third place, I should say, into Wednesday's finals, Rich. Just one more place available now. The question is it going to go to Kandil, Kylan, or Rami Sad? Over the next couple of hours, we will be able to decide that.
$5,000 guaranteed for Dasari. He moves on to tomorrow's final to join ISO Power and Mert Al alongside the former world champion. Look, it wasn't the typical Dasari performance that we expected. It wasn't. We've not seen that performance from him today. We've not seen that dominant, aggressive play with all the elements that he puts together. But we have seen sprinkles of it. The offside trap, a little bit of magic there in the final third, using the driven pass to his sort of effect in the inside the box, using just little intricate things that other players wouldn't tend to do. And look, even if he's not playing well, he's still number one here in this region, and he's still number one today. We're going to be finding number two very shortly indeed, though.
It's just what Dasari does. He finds a way to win, and as you said, he books a place into Wednesday's finals. Of course, the Summer Cup Series, all of the events would not be possible without a handful of our sponsors. I think it's only fair enough we do give a quick shout out to one of those right now. As we know, the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Middle East and Africa is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach, the headsets that myself and Richard are wearing right now. Of course, be sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter. So you need to go and do this right now. Go on Twitter, follow at Turtle Beach, because there's a hashtag you guys can enter to potentially win yourselves an Elite Pro 2 headset. It could be you watching the stream. It could be just a normal tweet on your prediction to win the whole tournament. Go and tag at Turtle Beach on Twitter and use that unique hashtag Foot Headset for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. You just got to do those 2 steps to get involved, and who knows, it could be your lucky day. Earning yourself a free headset whilst watching some competitive FIFA. But yeah, a massive thank you to Turtle Beach. The Summer Cup Series would not be possible without them.
Yeah, great as always. Another solid performance there from Dasari. He moves on to tomorrow's final here in the Summer Cup Series, Middle East and Africa. We've got some great games coming up here in the losers bracket. Now, the next game we're going to be seeing is between Candy and the fellow Egyptian Rami Saeed, with the winner of that taking on Kylan FIFA from South Africa. But I believe that is pretty much all from myself and you, Brandon. Let's head back over to Jake, Mike, and I believe they're joined by Mr. Dasari.
So yes, there it is. We are all done with that winners final. MS Dasari, as we kind of all pretty much expected, he is going to be moving on to tomorrow and is the first one today. We got a few more matches left. Let's take a look at the highlights from that game. Mike LaBelle, let's run through things here as we get into MS Dasari's performance. What did we make of this, Mike?
Well, this game has some really good quality goals in general. MS Dasari starts out, sets the tone. We're almost seeing an instantaneous rebuttal here from Kylan, and you see that reverse elastico. He needed a moment of creativity. The post goes in his favor, and he has the equalizer. And this might be the goal of the day thus far. You see the ball roll, lines it up, diagonal angle for the chip. Van der Sar can't do anything. MS Dasari knows that he makes a mistake there and that he's now have to recover. And it took him a long time to recover. We did see that red card in the first leg as well to make things interesting. A few little 1-2s, a game of cat and mouse. And then you have another equalizer, and we're saying this is setting up perfectly heading into the second leg, but it was a lot cagier. It wasn't full of much offense, and it came down to being late, being great. And MS Dasari showed the composure as per usual outside of the boot, and he's able to convert, goes ahead 3-2. And I wouldn't say this was the best closeout job from MS Dasari. He made a couple mistakes towards the end, but he definitely has a plan, and he's been able to see games out, got the job done, moves on. You see it there, not a lot of shots on target, but it's about being able to convert those opportunities. And I'm sure that MS Dasari will happily move on to Winners Wednesday or Championship Wednesday, sitting in the upper bracket.
Yep, great analysis there, Mike. MS Dasari, I would say still a well-deserved victory for him. The first contestant we're going to see moving on to our, I should say, player today, moving on to tomorrow. Let's now bring in the man who just secured the win and secured a little bit extra cash as he moves on to tomorrow. It is MS Dasari. Starting out here, I want to ask something that we talked about a little bit at the broadcast. What has your FIFA been like lately? Have you been still keeping up with the weekend league as FIFA 20 winds down? Have you still been playing as much as you used to, maybe towards the beginning or middle of FIFA? What's it been like for you playing?
A guy who sweat the whole FIFA, even when we are in the middle of the season. For me, it's just the first 3 months, and then I took the lesson too well. I do my homeworks, and everything goes to my mind, so I don't need to play that much or anything. I think I haven't played that much since the event in Paris. I just played a couple of weekend leagues, 1 or 2, 3, 4. So you're talking about 6 months. So I think especially this year, FIFA's not, for me as a person, as a player, everything can be on your mind. Everything can be easy to adapt in.
And first off, congratulations. You've obviously now made it to the upper bracket of Championship Wednesday. I don't think you've been playing your best FIFA. We've had a couple games where it's been very late and you've been able to see them out. You've been a little bit better with the composure. Is there anything that you're going to adjust going forward into day 3? You talked about homework, you talked about preparation. You now have a little bit of time to maybe make some different swaps, whether it's tactically or play a few more games.
First, I want to thank EA's partners, Gillette and Turtle Beach, for doing these whole things. We as players appreciate that, of course, and we want to thank them. And secondly, about games, regarding games, I know I haven't played with the best FIFA, but I'm getting wins. So, and it's been a while since I've competed in an event, and playing an event is way much different than playing a weekend league or playing your pro friend, etc. So I'm getting the rhythm there. Playing really well, I think. Defensively, the good thing is defensively, I'm playing really good. You can see Kalen is one of the best attackers in the Middle East, and he gets 0 shots the second leg, and we play 120 minutes. So that's something I could rely on, something I know to give me more confident. Attacking wise, for me, I'm always a little bit clinical, but I miss a couple of 2 chances, the one with Mbappe and the one I was in front of the goalie. So if you don't concede, you will eventually score a goal. I'm still creating chances. It's not just a 1 chance, 1 goal. But the good thing is I'm enjoying for now playing. So yeah, we're looking forward for tomorrow. Me and my coach Enzo, we're gonna do obviously a good job analyzing the game. I know I have given him a little bit of heart attack when I did a couple of offside traps, but he will get used to it since this is his first coaching event.
There we go. MS Desari, we really appreciate your time. Congratulations on another big day from you, and best of luck tomorrow, man.
Thanks.
There it is. MS Desari, the champion of Group B today. What a game it was. What a day it was for him. And we have Mike LaBelle. Over to him now to present our highlights presented by PlayStation. Is this going to be from MS Desari?
It is indeed. Send it my way. And we talk a lot about MS Desari and how he utilizes the offside trap. I wanted to showcase when an offside trap is mistimed. Because MS Desari is able to score in the opening game. Is actually the only goal in that opening matchup. And it's just a great example of how if you mistime an offside trap or if you don't align properly, you're going to concede. And there's a lot of space to work with. And you got to give a lot of credit to how well MS Desari is able to bring this into his gameplay. As you're going to see him punish. Only mistake really made in that first leg, if you recall, was very low scoring. Offside trap coming through. He's already got the pass to Ruud Hullet, and now he's gonna have a lot of space to work with. And this is just a good example of timing versus mistiming. You get the layoff, you got to convert from there. It wasn't a game or games of many chances. And I always wonder if MS Desari plays chess. I feel that he'd be an amazing chess player. He seems very strategic. And with maximizing the potential of the offside trap, you can't just spam it. You can't do it randomly. You have to be able to micromanage a lot of things that are happening on the virtual pitch, whether that's the actual manual movement of the defenders, the reading the game of the passing, and then also, if you guys see, there's a radar just on the lower in the middle of the virtual pitch. You have to glance at that to see what's available, what runs are being made before issuing an offside trap if you want to make sure that you're keeping high levels of efficiency, especially in FIFA 20 where it's not necessarily a game that has a bunch of goals on goals on goals. So if you make a big mistake, it's a freebie.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times throughout these Summer Series Cups, at least the ones that I've been a part of, is players using that offside trap and failing to do so in an efficient way. And for some players, it's cost them their tournament. We've seen game-winning goals conceded off of the offside trap not working to the advantage or them just mistiming it. So yeah, MS Desari won. We love to see that from him. It's a great tactic that is implemented into his gameplay. So now that we have this match done, we have 2 matches remaining. 2 matches left for us in this second day of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. And we have the losers first match, and then we'll get into the losers final. We have 1 more spot up for grabs in 3 players vying for it. at the beginning of the day, this is what we predicted. MS Desari was obviously going to take that top one. He did just that, and it's the rest of the three to go at it. Here is who remains. Here is what it's looking like as day 2 slowly but surely winds down and comes to an end. We see Candle against Arami, and the winner will be facing the loser of the last match. It will be Kalen. Mike, any thoughts on this right here?
This should be good. An Egyptian derby, both these players know each other very well. You're not going to have any connectivity issues either. This is going to be crispy, clean. I think this will be the most goals that we're going to see. Even though Kando was so defensive against MS Asari, I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit of a different vibe over the course of 2 legs. Hopefully, Rami can get an early goal just to make sure that it becomes one of those back and forth affairs. But that's our next match. And I don't even like that it's a loser's final. I like the decider match. I also prefer once we get into this lower bracket because all of these are elimination games. You have nothing else to hold on to. You don't get any more second chances. This is all or nothing.
Yeah, it really is. And for some of these players, as we've talked about so much, well, for everyone, this is it for their competitive season. This is their last chance to prove a point, especially with the new title coming up soon. And this is the last event of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, the last chance to make a name for themselves and win a little bit of extra money. So that is going to do it for this right here as we throw it to break before the next match. We will be right back in just a few moments with this next losers match. Stick with us.
Jalfonso, the man that everybody's been hyping about, will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ.
An absolute laser beam to that top left corner.
Dembele to win it. And Agui snatches it at the death. It's more drama from the Italian.
The users.
Chance to put the game to bed. To put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Middle East and Africa is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette.
Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series presented by PlayStation Middle East and Africa. It's Jake Barford joined alongside Mike LaBelle. Before we can get into the next matchup, we have to talk to you about the Twitch drops, the players that you all will have a chance to win in the chat. Just by linking your Twitch account with your EA account, it's that easy. A Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang 96 rated team of the season so far card, and a Michael Essien 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. All right, Mike, let's talk about this next matchup where one player is going to be sent home, our first of the day. The next will be, the winner will be moving on to face Kylan. Here is what we're looking at. Candle against Rami. Just simply based off of the first matches for each of these players, what are we looking at most, and who maybe has a bit of an advantage in this one?
Candle was extremely defensive in his first matchup, and I don't know if that's how he's going to issue his gameplay going forward against Rami, because they know each other and they have that long rooted history. And sometimes people play more defensive against MS Dasari as well, just because he carries such a name and reputation of being the world's best, if not one of the world's best. And it's really hard to even debate outside of, I don't know, MS Dasari is always top 2, top 3 competitor every single year, objectively, not even from an opinion position. And then on the other side of things, we saw a game that had a lot of connectivity issues for Rami. So I do feel that we didn't get to see his full package. He showed much more balance than Candle, but I'd like to see what it looks like if we're now in a free flow and we're going to have a lot more with the responsiveness, and it's going to be more fluid offensively and defensively, which allows you to be a little more risky. You can take those chances. I hope that we get an early goal. That's what I want. An early goal. I'm talking to the FIFA gods right now because I know it's going to shake it up.
I do want to see some more high-scoring games as we got so used to in day one. Let's hope that will be the case here. Before we can get into the next game, we caught up for a player interview, so let's check that out right now.
Hello guys, this is Saif Andil, a professional Egyptian FIFA player. Wish me the best of luck. See you guys. Who do I think will win this tournament? To be honest, all of the players are really good. It's the top 8 players from the region, from the Middle East and Africa. They are all contenders. They have proven it off more than once in the qualifications. All of them were outstanding this season, so I think it could be anyone. I represented Egypt in an international event. I'm really proud of it. This year is the first year Egypt is eligible to play qualifications and play tournaments related to FIFA, because 2019, FIFA 2019, Egypt wasn't eligible. To be honest, for the first season or the first year for Egypt to be eligible, I think I did a really good job till now representing it. My biggest fan, I think, could be my family. Yeah. They've always supported me and they've always had my back. My all-time favorite foot player in almost every Ultimate Team and every game was Cristiano Ronaldo. So I think there are great players, to be honest, but I think the one that stands out every year and the one that has I've bought every year and is my favorite, I think it's Cristiano Ronaldo.
Great stuff right there. Let's get into this next match and get our predictions. Starting with you, Mike LaBelle, who are you taking in this one?
I'm going to go with Rami. I think he's going to get the job done, and we're going to see that rematch against Kalen.
Interesting one right there. Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Let's get them in, the broadcasters for this matchup. We'll start with you this time, Brandon. What are we saying?
To be honest, just basing it off of what we've seen this year and in terms of competitions, I think we've got to be backing Rami Sad to go and win this game. I think one thing that's great is it's clear to see that there's sort of great mutual respect between the two of them. I think you saw in that player profile from Candil, he said, who do you think the best FIFA player is in the world right now? He said Rami Sad, and I'm sure on the other side of that, Rami Sad may have said Candil. So great respect between the two of them. It should be a great game, and I just feel like Rami Sad's going to snatch this one.
Richard, you failed to make that upset prediction in the for a minute I was like, is Richard actually going to be right here? But
has Richard got one today or not?
Yeah, I predicted Dasari first game of the day.
All right.
You can't trust a man with no facial hair, only neck beard. Bearded neck.
Can we get a zoom in on this?
Yes,
can we get
please.
a zoom in?
It looks fake. It looks like you strapped this on, dude. It looks like you strapped
this. Looks like
this.
facial hair to me, Mike.
Oh my goodness, what is that?
That was like facial hair to me. Oh. I think it's gonna be Rami Saeed who's gonna win this game as well. I think he feels hard done by in the game against Kalen earlier on today with what happened with obviously the issues that were surrounding that game, and I think he wants to set up a rematch and try and get some retribution.
All right, I think I'm going to be the lone wolf here. I'm going to go with Candle. We'll see if I can get this upset prediction right this time, but Richard and Brandon, over to you.
Well, here we go then. We are going into our losers matchup now. It's as simple as that. You lose, you go home. It's the end of your competitive year for FIFA 20. There will be no chance that you can go into that losers final up against Kailan, of course, of South Africa. But what I love about this game is, Rich, it's the same we saw yesterday. We saw an all-Turkey matchup against two of the best Turkish FIFA players from the FIFA 20 year. What we're seeing here is the two of the best Egyptian players. We know, as we said, that this year on FIFA 20, alongside different nations that were added to compete, Egypt had their opportunity to show exactly what they're all about on the global stage. And these two are the two leading players from that scene. The two highest ranked players on the PlayStation in Egypt. And here we go. We're in for an absolute thriller over the two legs. It's going to be Candle up against Nassar Esports' Rami Saeed. If you don't know who any of these two are, they've had two incredible years individually that they've been able to achieve. Candle played at FUT Champions Cup number 3 and FUT Champions Cup number 4. Two different stories in Atlanta. It was all smiles where he got through the Swiss rounds. A 4-1 record after then losing in the round of 16 to Oli Bolly, which is no shame at all, because we know Oli Bolly sort of got on the second half of the year and we saw how good he was. FUT Champions Cup number 4 though for him in Paris. Unfortunately, it was a 0-3 and it was a knockout early doors for him out in the city of love, as they call it.
And Candle earlier on today had a very good performance against MS Dasari. He was in the game all the way up until around the 65th minute, 70th minute in the second leg. So he was in the match against Dasari. He was defending well. But I do think if you look at each individual performance with how they've played this year and what they've been able to offer us, I just feel as though Rami Saeed is slightly more sort of experienced in these big game atmospheres and these LAN experiences. He's had more success at LAN events.
He's done remarkably well, Richard. 27th he sits. And he played in one FUT Champions Cup, one EA Major this year, and that was Bucharest. That was stage 2 back in November, where you remember those two events that were sort of squeezed together. Tex won. St. Nicholas Radzik, of course, won that second event there. Tex winning the first one. Then it was 4 months after that where he peaked, and it was a E-Club World Cup run out in Milan, the first event that we've been to out in Italy. I think the first one that's been out there for a very long time out in Italy. Teamed up with Kovu, teammate of Austria for Team Nassar.
They had a good
top
run.
8 finish. They did a really good run, Rich. Especially how fierce the competition was there. Lost to Team 11s. We know the story for them. They lost in a penalty shootout in the grand final. So, I mean, there's other teams you'd rather have lost to. That shot does come in and it's saved away for a corner. Early pause, 20 minutes in here. You're looking at the POV of Rami. 4-2-3-1 as it looks so far, Richard. Cruyff gets the nod. Not the player that everyone wants to start in their starting 11. Clearly, the player that Rami favours.
Yeah, more interesting. I think Cruyff is one that you don't really ask too many questions about, but Leo Messi is starting for Rami, and that is a very interesting pick because Messi, very, very rare that you see him starting a game. Usually it's the 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill move players. Messi possessed neither of those qualities, yet still getting the starting lineup nod over Cristiano Ronaldo and Mbappe.
De Bruyne. Into Cruyff, and as you said on the other side of that for Kandor, Richard, it's Cruyff also getting the nod, and he does say that central cam role. I'm sure these two would have had a lot of practice games between each other and a lot of friendlies heading into different tournaments and events around the course of the Global Series. We do apologise if it is a little bit stuttery. As we said, this is a fully remote broadcast. Make sure that everyone is in the comfort of their own homes and in the safest place possible during this very difficult time. Still find it remarkable how we're able to commentate on this, Richard, when we're on the other side of the world.
Yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing, isn't it? If you told me like 5-10 years ago that people would have been competing and playing competitive FIFA across the world, and then people sat in England would have been commentating it with two people from America, and I looked at you weird, but that's a great strike. But it's truly just showing how far technology has advanced, really, in the last 5-10 years.
I think more importantly, what can happen even around the pandemic, and it's been great to see the stories that this Summer Cup series has had. We've had the E-Champions League still happen. Kandor going to do everything he can to one goal to the good. A third of this first leg of the title has already gone. This is a big game because it's a chance to stay in the tournament. Neymar slightly too keen there off the mark. He's going to be offside. That one will be pulled back for a free kick. But I know this isn't sort of on topic of the Summer Cup series, but the fact we had a E-Champions League played out, Richard, with $100,000 on the line, all done from home. I mean, it was still a great tournament. It still went right down to the wire between Mo Alba and Tex.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've pretty much finished the season with great effect as well, I have to say. It was a very positive reaction to the news. I do think it puts us in good stead, whether it's online next year as well, and we're looking at more regional events like we are now, or hopefully, fingers crossed, we can return to LAN events in the very near future. Everyone will look back at FIFA 20, especially with what has happened, I think on a positive light in terms of the esports competitive gaming division.
R9, chance now for Kandor, keepers off his line, goes for the cut back to R9. It's a fantastic defensive block when he needed to from Virgil van Dijk. That could have easily been 1-0, and I think Kandor's the better of the two in this first 45. Certainly has looked the more dangerous of the two going forward. And there goes the half-time whistle. Let's have a look at the half-time statistics there. Honestly, there hasn't been too much to recall from Rami, and one shot on target, the lack of possession, and Kandor scratching his head thinking, how did that not go in?
Great block on the line, I have to say. You see the difference between the two sides as well. Foot birthday Mbappe and Cristiano Ronaldo both getting involved. Neymar now coming off of the bench. Messi will probably be on that bench, I can imagine, for quite a little while. And Ronaldo leading the line there for Kandor. Question is, will he be burning bright at the end of this game?
I mean, it says a lot when Kandor is still a free agent. He must be thinking to himself, either am I waiting for the right opportunity, the right move, because he's made some noise this year. 2 for Champions Cups out of a possible, technically 5, you would say, that you could qualify for. I know 4 of those were actually played. The Champions Cup 5 and 6 weren't played respectively, and there was points evenly split up for those tournaments. But to make 2 of those events, which were played in person, were played on LAN, in your sort of first breakout year, that's really impressive still. Whatever happens, Cruyff back to goal, and just as I'm hyping up Kandor, Rami Sad just says, whoa, wait a minute, there's another player in this game. As he breaks the deadlock by a goal to 0, and Johan Cruyff proving his worth in the Summer Cup series.
Yeah, it all started with sort of Neymar out wide from that corner. He won the corner after trying to cross it in. Went short into Leo Messi and worked really nicely down the line, I have to say. Found Cruyff at the back post, and it's always going to be a near post strike from Johan Cruyff, but it did come from Leo Messi playing short and looking for them passes into the box from corners.
Could be two, Richard. It could be two very quickly. And just tried to touch that down, but as soon as he had a touch, he was just ripped off his feet by Van Dijk. Feels slightly hard done by, but that's why we play these games over two legs. Candle, we thinking I had the better the chances in the first half. I potentially had an open goal at one point. Problem was there was a couple of defenders in the way. We know how much of a mountain of a man you could call Virgil van Dijk. The build that he has seems to be in the way, whether it's a block, whether it's an interception, Richard. He's just one of a kind at the back.
Yeah, very rare do you find a centre-back as tall as him, 6'4", but with also such good pace, such good dribbling stats, but also defensively as well. Van Dijk nowhere to be seen now, though. As Mbappe, a couple of ball rolls, and smashes it into the back of the net.
All you can say about that is that's just pure class, Richard. Couple of ball rolls, teased the goalkeeper off his line, and it was a routine finish for birthday Kylian Mbappe. And just like that, 65 minutes on the clock, we're back all square in this one. Two good friends of the scene, two great competitors, and so far a great match for the neutral.
Living up to what we expected here from these two. Both needing to win to keep their FIFA 20 competitive season alive.
Neymar into Mendy. Lovely ball across, and who else is there? Of course, it's him. It feels like he's got like a magnet stuck to his feet.
To the ball, yeah.
Virgil van Dijk. He just moves through it, doesn't he? Every single time. Always seems like out of the two defenders, it's always him that wins the ball in the air, makes the interceptions, makes the blocks.
Well, that's just his defensive stats as well. Interceptions, defensive awareness, all that sort of stuff. So when you're not controlling Van Dijk, the AI puts him literally in the perfect position pretty much 99% of the time for you.
If you are sitting here wondering, where's MS Dasari? I know there's a lot of you guys that have tuned in to see 2018 World Champion in action. Good news for you, he has qualified through to Wednesday's finals. That's tomorrow. He'll be joining the likes of Isopal and Imertor. And one more player later on that we will be decided. A chance to win $10,000. R9, great quick feet in the box. He done so well to just dig that one up into the path for Neymar.
Did very, very well down the byline as well. Kept his composure, did Rami. Moved it on the byline and then just fired it across. Seen some great goals in this game. Showing what both players are capable of.
What a game this has been. Nip and tuck between these two. Also just that double tap pass in the box, proving its worth time and time again. Pull it. Sort of just couldn't control himself. Charging towards the defenders there. By that time he had no time to think and couldn't do anything about it. Mendy, this could be a chance. What's the back post? Let's see how deadly that is. Will he drop back onto it? He wanted to, but he just couldn't make it obvious. That was the problem. He still is in possession, the Argentine. Eventually, Mendy Just to snatch the ball off the feet. This is one of those players that, Rich, yes, he's still got 4-star weeks, but yes, he's still incredible, but you're naturally always sort of vying for that left foot, aren't you, wherever you are in the box?
Oh, absolutely. You're always looking to move it onto Messi's left side. Kylian Mbappe, a player that you can go on either side.
Be a late chance it for Candle. Adding time off, just 2 minutes to Bruyne. Back to Hullet, tries to punch that one into the feet of R9. Let's get the ball back one more time. Was Rami Sad's possession to keep hold of there. There could be late drama, cuts it back inside, could be a gift of a goal. Mbappe, one more into R9. That was really in Rami Sad's hands to hold on to, but he threw it away. He threw possession away. And just like that, we leave the first leg all square at 2-2 apiece.
You make a mistake and you will be punished. It's as simple as that. There's really not too much to go into right there. It was end-to-end FIFA, both players attacking, both players trying to win the game, the sort of stuff that we want to see when it comes to competitive FIFA. But in the 92nd minute, if you make a mistake like that, I mean, you're expecting to concede a goal, aren't you? Let's be honest.
It's one of those, what he's tried to do there is just clear the ball long, clearly not get enough onto it. And when there's just that natural press from Candle, the ball bounces back, and really well played, to be fair, to compete, to sort of keep your composure, I should say, in those sort of areas of Mbappe, chip the ball back inside to Ireland. Let's have a look at some of those highlights now to actually find out what happened in this game. But there was 4 goals in it, Richard. This was the first goal that came just after the restart of the second half. So we saw 4 goals in 45 minutes.
Yeah, it was a real sort of jam-packed second half, wasn't it? This one down the line, Carlos Alberto waiting for the run of Mbappe to get back on side. Couple of ball rolls and then hitting into an open goal. Van Dijk did his best to try and get back on the line. R9 Ronaldo playing through to Johan Cruyff. Just watch this little turn here, back down the line. Just that little touch. There. Beautiful to open up the space again. And talk me through this final goal, because it was a little bit of a mistake, Brandon.
It was, yeah. So he just tried to play the ball forward there with Mendy. It's a careless pass into the feet of Neymar. But this is the composure that I'm talking about. Look at Neymar here. I think he plays it back to Mbappe. Mbappe then cuts it back inside with a sort of double tap pass again, which is so deadly. If you haven't tried it at home, I'm sure Mike LeBel will break it down to you in the breaks and in between a couple of games, if not today, tomorrow. It's so efficient. It's so deadly. And when you've got a finish like R9 just waiting on the end of it, an open goal, someone there, you're going to score goals and you're going to cause problems to your opponent. That's exactly what's happened. Leg one done, score is 2-2. 4 goals we've seen in 45 minutes. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the action. If you're looking forward to the action, you've got something else to look forward to as well, and that is potentially winning a Turtle Beach Elite Pro 2 headset. All you have to do, follow @TurtleBeach and put a tweet up on your own Twitter with anything to do with the tournament. It can be a prediction. It can be if you like my facial hair or not, using the hashtag #FootHeadset. All you got to do, you make a tweet and tweet #FootHeadset. If you're following Turtle Beach and you do the tweet, you are eligible to be entered into the giveaway and you can win an Elite Pro 2 Turtle Beach headset.
Exactly that. It's as easy as that. It's as simple as that. Use the hashtag, tag and follow @TurtleBeach on Twitter. And fingers crossed, it might be your lucky day and you might be able to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. But Richard, here we are. And this is a big game because there's 90 minutes left in it. And if you lose, you're out. You're out of the tournament. That's your season done. You can go on vacation. You can do whatever you want. Or you're just waiting patiently until FIFA 21 finally comes out and comes around the corner. But that's still a couple of months away. You want to end it with a high and on a high, especially if you're a player like Candle or anyone, I should say, because a lot of the time in FIFA esports, these are 1-season contracts, 1-year contracts. You want to be extended, you want to keep your contract running, you need to go back to your sort of owner of that organisation or the player that offered you that original contract and say, look, since you signed me, I've achieved this, I've done that, and I've also done that. Why am I not getting a new contract?
Yeah, 1,000%. If you've got reasons to go back with where you can back yourself, you might even ask for an increase in salary because you have performed well over the year. You've done these targets, you've ticked them off. And winning championships is the #1 element to any successful team and any successful negotiation. If you can go in with a championship title, people find it very hard to negotiate.
And again, alongside that, you could have anywhere between $2,500 to $10,000 next to your name and that trophy of being the champion. For Middle East and Africa, as we said, scoreline 2-2. You can just see it there below the current score, and that's the aggregate scoreline. It was a really quiet first half. 49th minute. We saw all the goals just start piling in. We saw 4 of them in no time at all. Couple of mistakes late on. Really did cost Rami Sad. Sorry to interrupt you there, Richard, but
I was just going to comment on Messi being involved from the start. When you have 23 eligible players to pick from, Messi for me is not getting near that starting 11. He's an incredible player, but I just think in a tight situation, you need someone who can shoot on either foot. And if you give a pro player an opportunity to shoot with a 5-star weak foot player who's maybe a little less rated, someone like Foot Birthday Mbappe, or a 4-star weak foot player, but it's Leo Messi, every single person is picking Mbappe.
So yet to really see anyone go against that. I think there's a couple of players in South America that may have backed team of the season so far, Mbappe. Most also go the other way. There might be 4 ratings sort of difference on the actual base item itself, I should say, or the item number itself. Compared to obviously the 94 Foot Birthday Mbappe, but there's a 5-star week for which just you can't put value on that.
Well, I mean, you can put value on the 5-star weak foot of Mbappe, and it's more expensive than his 98 and 99 rated Team of the Year and Team of the Season cards. That's what it is. He might be 4 less rated or 5 less rated, but because of that 5-star weak foot, he's an extra 2 million coins.
He's the player that, as you said here, that is the variation of his item that we are seeing naturally. Mbappe, Hullet, this is nice. Knows exactly when to use that double tap pass. At the moment, it's been really effective and efficient. "30 minutes of this one gone already. And it looks like it's going to sort of replicate what we saw in the first leg. A quiet first 45, and then I'm sure the goals will start just flying out. I'd like to say. Must be difficult, though. These two know each other well. I'm sure they've played so many practice games against each other. De Bruyne into R9. Here's Candle. Not for too long, because who is it again? It's Van Dijk.
Yeah, no one can hold a candle to Van Dijk in terms of the defensive aspect. Getting as many candle references in I can. It'll be the last time we see him competing this year.
Be a chance now for Rami Sad. Back to goal, Cruyff. Best thing we've seen so far from Rami in these first 35 minutes. It has been one-way traffic. That's traffic that he's had to deal with defensively. As we've come to sort of expect and realise he's a player you can never write off. There was so many times in that first leg when I think anyone was, you were a betting man, you'd be saying, you know, Candle was on top. Candle should be winning this. And the next thing you know, Rami went and scored 1-2 and made Candle come out and chase the game.
Very similar tale to the first game we saw between these two. In the first leg, it was all done in the second half. This first half has not really offered as much, Brandon, in terms of entertainment value, but the second half bursting to life. So hopefully we can see a similar story in this leg.
Bullet, Mbappe, back to R9. Candle, back to goal. What can he do here? Cruyff on that right foot! Provides a fantastic finish.
The fourth official has indicated
That is back to goal and just moved to the right slightly, finessed it into the top corner. And just like that, before half-time, Candle will take the lead for the first time in a long time across these two legs. And might go one step further before the break. Looks for the cutback. Surely a chance. Oh, no, it's a great block again. It could have been 4-2.
Absolute thunderbolt of a strike from Johan Cruyff right there. A real impressive finish. On the double tap pass, it enables you to shoot first time. And boy, did he shoot first time. Rifled in.
The perfect time to score. For Candle. 45 minutes away from saving himself in this competition. I mean, you all know what that would mean, Richard. It'd be a rematch. Something that this format does offer to the competition. With being double elimination, you will see rematches happen at some point. It was only a 2-1 victory as well for Kylan. Could be a chance. Neymar, slightly too heavy. Everything was perfect. Building up into the chance.
It really was. Chance created. Just a little bit too quick with the finish. And that ball roll out from the goalkeeper there, very risky. I mean, how many times we see people rolling this ball straight to the attacker, straight to the winger?
Save. What a save from Van der Sar there. Sort of found himself in no man's land. The fence fell apart. The Candle, if it wasn't for Van der Sar, an acrobatic save, just I think just knee that one away. Could have easily been 3-3. Ball forward. Is he going to be onside? Yes, he will be. Mbappe. It's about getting the ball into the box. You'll never see across this year. But can it back inside with the ball rolls. There's that ball. There's the killer pass. He's dancing around the box. It's R9. It should have been a goal. What a goal that would have been.
This game is... on a knife edge, it really is. There's chances being created, but just that little tiny bit of composure in the final third. That's nice.
Oh, well played. That's got to be a finish. Oh my days, off the line. Everyone's back for Rami Sad.
How many bodies are on the line? And who else would it be? Virgil van Dijk.
It's going to be tough for Candle not to be frustrated after that. He should have had 2 goals. At least one of them should have gone in, Richard. He could be on the back to concede it. Rami sat down the byline. Moved away. Fortunately, it's his Virgil van Dijk that's back to get the ball clear, but unbelievable set of chances there, Richard. They should be going in. It's a great save. And Virgil van Dijk just doing Virgil van Dijk things again at the back, isn't it? Another chance now. 25 minutes left. Another goal would just provide a 2-goal cushion for the first time in this tie. Wow, what a block. I mean, I'll be thanking the AI and defensive stats of Virgil van Dijk, the position and everything.
I said it earlier. Putting him in the right place at the right time.
Carlos Alberto. Rami Sad looking for that ball across the box. He runs it out of play. So pause will go. Just 20 minutes left here. Maybe a chance to change a few things, Richard.
We're seeing R9 potentially making way here for Pele. Looking to see what the other change is going to be. Mbappe as an out-and-out striker now, with Pele occupying that right cam area.
Sort of seeing Candle go for the old bronze benching technique there, I thought, for a split second. He had a couple of options. Those are the 3 subs that he wants to make, he'll say. It's in his hands at the moment. See the press he's offering. He wants to get this game done. He wants to get a 2-goal lead. This could be the mistake. This could cost him, and it goes to Neymar. Oh, wow. Wowee, does he need that in?
I think he just need it in. I think Neymar has just need the ball into the back of the net.
I mean, the man's got class. He's got a lot of flair to his game. To knee it in? The composure? The audacity? Oh, I thought that was it as well. The Brazilian players bringing out the Samba Samba.
I've never seen a goal like that. Ever.
We've got to see that on the replay. At the end of this game, we've got to see that slow-mo on the replay. How has he put that into the back of the net?
Looks like Candle.
It's the 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, will be making his way
game,
through.
Set a match.
He's in again.
Neymar not needing it in this time. Back to Pele, looking to properly conclude the game. What a nice touch. It was a bit of a sprint touch there in the end, but you can see Rami. Forget how that ball went into the box. It was how the ball went into the goal, I should say. It was about how the ball was then given back to Candil. You saw the frustration from Rami Sad. It was from a goal kick again. You know, I've been a goalkeeper throw out to the fullback or a little dink pass. It was too heavy. Mendy was caught sort of out of possession, and next thing you know, there's a huge gaping gap. A couple of luminous green and yellow shirts waiting for it, and now Candle was up by 4-2, and he will be staying in the competition. Looks like we will be saying goodbye to Rami Sad of Nassar Esports. That'll be the end of his FIFA 20 competitive year. And again, a lot of us were expecting a bit more from Rami Sad. Long ball over the top for Mbappe. There is still a couple of minutes left, but mathematically just not enough time to score 2 goals.
And a very impressive performance from Candil, I have to say. Coming into this game, I think me, you and Mike all predicted Rami Saeed, and it was only Jake who thought that Candil would get this victory. Of previous performances, Rami Saeed was the favourite, but as we know in FIFA, probably 50-50 goes with the stats, and then the other 50% you get upsets.
The official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes of added time.
Added time off, just 2 minutes left now. No idea what that finish was from Neymar. We'll try and have a look. I'm sure Mike LaBelle will be having a quick look as well, and with magnifying glass of how that has gone into the back of the net.
It definitely looked like a knee.
It did, the composure from Neymar, but there it is, job done. Also, we say goodbye to Rami Sad, and unfortunately for him, he will be leaving the competition. That is the end of his FIFA 20 competitive year, but I'm sure he'll be wanting his fellow countryman and good friend in Candle to go the full way now. He'll be going into a rematch, we must add, a rematch against Kailan of South Africa. Last time they played, it was our first game of the day, and it was a 2-1 victory for Kailan. So it was such a narrow scoreline, Richard. So that plans to be a great game in our final one of day 2 of the Summer Cup series.
Did they? I'm pretty sure Desari beat Candle. It's all right, Brandon. It's all right, mate.
See you later.
No, Kylo will be taking on Candle, who they've not matched yet, so it's a brand new matchup for us here in our final game of the day. But the permutations are the same. Elimination matchup. The winner will be joining MS Desari in tomorrow's final day alongside ISO Power and Murtal. But That's enough from myself and Brandon for this matchup. Let's head back over to Mike and Jake to break it all down.
Thank you, Richard. Brandon there walking off the screen. Mike LaBelle, we're going to get into the highlights here in a second. But for me, I mean, the match of the day had to be Candle. I did predict that he was going to win. I'm not saying that I had any insider information, but I just felt like after only falling 1-0 to Dasari, he felt like he may have even could have won that first game and had even more confidence going into this one. Let's get into the highlights. Run us through it, Mike LaBelle.
It starts out with a corner kick near post, always the post you should be aiming for. And you're right, this game had a lot of back and forth. We had a lot of goals. I'm not sure if it tops the 3-2 matchup we saw with MS Dasari, but we could definitely make an argument for it. This is more important because it's an elimination game. You didn't get that second helper. The double ball roll, you have to appreciate that. That's beautiful. Premium quality composure. You see the turn from Cruyff, the return to R9. R9's wiggling. He's working somehow. He bumps Virgil van Dijk, and it goes to his advantage, which is just so rare in FIFA 20. You see his reaction kind of says it all there when you're looking at Candle. He's just like, that never happens. I'm not happy about this. Beautiful 360 from Mbappe, back to Mbappe, a little bit of good fortune, and we keep seeing a lot of that double tap pass where you're going to use the passing command, you double tap it and it pops it up. It's not really a through ball or a chip through ball, but it gives you a little bit of some lift. It's lightly lifted, back heel, first time. What a finish. And the fourth goal is a goal that we almost never see in FIFA. I'm not accustomed to it. I didn't know that it was possible in the manner, especially not in the competitive scene. So just wait till you see this goal. It does come off a bit of a mistake for out of the back. As you see another drag back, gorgeous stuff there, beautiful save. Here it is. So you're gonna see a mistake out of the back, and he crosses it in, and Neymar, I think it comes off his thigh and into the back of the net, but it's just very rare to see a finish like this. And I don't know that I've seen that before at the pro level. Sometimes you see certain FIFA skillers, but all you can do is hand clap that. You have to appreciate it. If you play a lot of FIFA, you know how hard that is to do. You know the composure you have to have, and you know the just sheer rarity of being able to convert from that area on the pitch with something so unusual where to use your thigh as the finishing technique. Fair play to Candle. He deserves it. 10 shots on target. More than double from Rami. I know most of us went with Rami, but Rami's out of the competition, and Candle deserved it. He put on a clinic, he put on a show, and he gave us a nice mix between defensive measures, build-up play, and he missed a couple easy opportunities as well. He could have closed this game out earlier on.
Yeah, going back to that final goal, I think we can all, and the viewers too, can agree that we love seeing unique goals like that on the competitive level, because I know on occasions these players are sort of all trying to do the same thing, get into the box, score very similar goals. So when you get something like that, it is just, you just got to applaud it, and it's a thing of beauty. Candle will be heading in to this next final game of the day, the rematch to decide his competitive fate for FIFA 20 in this final event. And let's bring him in, get an interview from our winner, a 4-2 win. First off, the first thing we can just say is a big congratulations. How does it feel after, first off, maybe being a little bit unlucky in that MS Dasari game? Did you feel that you had a chance to win that one, it being so close all game versus Dasari?
Of course, he's a great player, Dosari, and at the beginning, the game was, I thought it was quite balanced. First game, he had more chances. Second game, I had more chances, but an offside trap fault, and I conceded. But I thought I could have had a chance. I missed maybe a ball or two in the second game. I could have won, but yeah, it happens.
And you've seen Kylan play now multiple times today. Is there anything that we're going to see shifted in your game, Blake? Because we've seen two different strategies from you versus MS Dasari was a much more defensive, balanced possession game. This match was a lot more back and forth. You could easily make an argument that you should have had more goals.
I think it all depends on the connection itself, because Rami lives in Egypt next to me, so the ping was quite good. It was around 20 ping. But when I played against Dosari, it was around 300 ping. So that's the thing that dictates the play. But I think against Kylan, he lives in South Africa, and the connection won't be the best. So we'll see. But I'll try to give it like a mix to win the game, to see the best combination.
Yeah, it is tough with these all these different players from all different locations, and it's just kind of what we have to deal with. It's unfortunate, but we saw a close one in that first game against Kylan. So we wish you the best of luck in this next game. We appreciate your time. And
very much.
yep. Thank you so much, Kando.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. So we will be getting into that next match very, very soon. But before that, it is time to look at how things have gone with Group B. Let's check out what we are seeing today as the brackets are getting filled, and there's just one spot up for grabs here, Mike Lavelle. Kalen against Candle. As he said, the connection could play an issue here just because of that super large distance, which is completely understandable. So what do we make of this?
I think it's going to be a interesting matchup. Both these guys have been in pretty good form. If you look at their results today, whether it's wins or losses, just the way that they've won games or the way that they've lost games, every one of those matchups, they've been in the running. If the ball bounced a little bit this way or that way, they'd be in a position to go ahead. So they deserve to be here. This is my favorite match of the day. When you got the decider game, these guys have been knocking on the door, and they've been in form as opposed to someone who went 0-2 and they never really connected or never were able to get on the page of having that gameplay fluidity that's necessary. I almost hate to see one of these guys go home, because you could make an argument that maybe if they were in Group A, both of them could go through. It's just MS Desari's really been untouchable. I mean, the game's been close, but you could tell at those late scenarios that he was going to get it done. It just felt as if once the game passes that 70th minute, the 80th minute, it starts leaning in MS Desari's favor where he's like, I'm going to get this down. He has that self-belief, confidence, been there before, the experience. And we talk so much about him qualifying for every FUT Champions Cup this year. So he's doing it online, no problem. And then, of course, when you get to that LAN event, and MS Desari himself really talked about that when we interviewed him, that he really misses the events, misses being in person, misses that energy, that vibrant, I guess, reactions between all the players, and probably a little bit of camaraderie to a certain degree. A lot of times when you're in the moment, you don't realize how special it is that all of us get to come together in one place and share in our passion of playing FIFA or talking about it or trying to win an event. And later on, sometimes in life, you look back and say, wow, that was such an amazing opportunity. And I'm just so grateful that I was able to get to this event. I was able to compete for this money. I was able to make a career, whether short-term or long-term, within the FIFA scene.
When we look at this next upcoming match, one of the things that we've been looking at throughout the entire tournament, and we said a lot yesterday, was the advantage could go to Candle here as he's coming off that big win. He has momentum, and it seemed the same way yesterday. The winner of this match will be facing Myrtle tomorrow in that losers semifinal. We will be back with the final game of the day shortly. We have one more short commercial break for you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The 20 Summer Cup Series, Middle East and Africa is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette.
Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series presented by PlayStation. My name is Jake Barford. I'm joined alongside Mike LaBelle. Before we can get into this next match, one more time, we are going to tell you about the Twitch drops, the rewards that you can earn today just for watching. If you're lucky enough, we have a Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang 96 rated team of the season so far, and a Michael Essien, a 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account. Drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. So this is it, Mike LaBelle, the final match of the day, the one that you said you are looking forward to the most. It's that decider match. We are about to crown the 4th spot in the Winners Wednesday, Championship Wednesday, whatever you want to call it. Here's the matchup. We talked about it briefly before the break. This one, I think, favors Candle more coming off of that momentum. Would you agree?
Putting me on the spot. I mean, I've always had Kylan as my player to watch, and considering that he's used to not playing people that live next door, he's probably a little more used to some of the delay or the connectivity issues in this matchup. But when we interviewed and talked to Kando, I liked his response in saying that he had a lot of delay versus MS Asari, which made it a low-scoring affair, which means he got used to that. Then he had more of the free flow, of course, going up against his Egyptian counterpart in Rami. And now we're back to who knows what the game's going to give us. But that's part of what happens online. Sometimes it's hit and miss. I actually agree with you. I think Candle's gonna get the job done here. I think it's gonna be very competitive. Like we briefly spoke about before, both these players have been in form. Neither of them have been lackluster or haven't been competitive. Both of them almost took a game off MS Desari, and there's no shame in your game if you're able to do that.
When we talk about Kylan, he's another one of the players that we caught up with before this tournament and spoke a few words to him, and he spoke a few words to us about this Summer Cup series. So let's see what he had to say in this player profile.
Hi, my name is Kaylin. I'm 17 years old and I'm from South Africa and I play for MBC Esports. Being one of the youngest players in the scene, I definitely see that as an advantage. Being an underdog, it's something that, I don't have a lot of pressure on me to perform, but I always have that added pressure on myself because I always want to win.
This first half of extra time! What a goal that is! Desari's not happy about it.
My expectations for this tournament is, of course, to win it. Going into any tournament, I always plan on winning the tournament. There's no point in playing a tournament without having the intention of winning it. But obviously, it is on PlayStation, and I am an Xbox player, so I just have to prepare for this. My favorite formation in FIFA 20 is actually 4-2-2. It's not a common formation. It's just very attacking and I enjoy it quite a bit compared to the 4-2-3-1. An unusual tactic would probably be pressing. I would describe my gameplay as diverse, as in it's a mix of everything. I remember watching the Oceania but was Marco saying that you have to play slow, you have to play a certain way in FIFA 20, and I agree with him 100%. You have to play slow, build up your attacks, and it just depends on how your opponent plays really, so just have to adapt to that. Earlier this year I said I'd be a FIFA coach just because of the lockdown period. I just had to try find something to do during the time, and a lot of people were requesting it, so I thought I'd offer that. My favorite memory from a FIFA event has to be for Champions Cup 4 in Paris. I was 2-1 in tours playing the 4th game to go through to the knockouts, and I managed to win in the 120th minute with a Pele volley, and yeah, it was incredible.
And there we have it, our 2 final competitors. All right, prediction time. The last time we're going to do it today. Mike LaBelle, will throw it over to you first as always. Who are you
I said
going
I'm on
with?
board. I'm on board with you. I'll go Candle.
Okay, we're 100% locked in. I just got to make sure. This is the official. You're going with Candle. Let's bring in Brandon and Richard. Let's bring the boys in. Let's start with Richard this time. Candle, or are we going with Kylan?
I think it'll 1 for 4 today. I don't actually... I find it really hard to separate these two. If you look at the results they've had, I think you probably go off the old philosophy that Candle's just off the sticks. He's feeling quite good about himself. He just came off a good win. You know what? I'm going with Candle. I think Candle will do it.
Brandon Smith.
I'm going to have to go against you, Buckley. I think it's going to have to be Kylan to win this one. I honestly think if you came into this tournament today and you looked at two of your favourites to go and book a place into tomorrow's finals, I think you would have said Dasari and Kylan. Yes, it's been a bit of a rocky road for Kylan. He won his first game, lost his second game, but I think he's going to get the job done in this last one.
I am going to take Candle. I've stuck with him last game. I'm going to stick with him this time. So let's get into it. Our final match, the decider match of the day. Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, take it away.
Well, we're going into your so-called favourite game of the day, Richard, because as you said, someone books a place into tomorrow's finals, and unfortunately, someone gets so close, but unfortunately can't go the extra mile and will crash out of the tournament. That'll be the end of their FIFA 20 competitive year. We've both favoured different players in this tie. These two have not matched as of yet in the bracket. I mean, a lot of the time, you can sort of play players again with a double elimination bracket that it does offer. These two have not faced yet. But coming into this game, what you sort of expecting, because we know that there's going to be probably a couple of connection difficulties in terms of how you need to approach this game, and it will affect you in terms of how you want to play. You can't be as fast and you can't be as smooth as you want to be.
I'm not expecting a lot of goals. I'm expecting quite a tentative affair, probably quite a defensive affair, but I mean, off the rip here, it looks pretty good in terms of the connection. Look a little bit too early, but that will affect the game. It's almost like a third player in this matchup, because it all depends how you adapt with it, if you adapt quick to it, and where the game will go. If Kylan gets a couple of goals up, I think it's pretty much going to be game over. Candle needs to defend well. He defended very well against Dasari on, I think he said, around 300 ping. So if he can do the same here against Kylan, well, it could be in a good spot to go through.
As you said, both of these two have been on different runs in the tournament. Candle's had to sort of play in 2 elimination games of FIFA, Richard. Played one just a second ago against his fellow countryman, Rami Sad. It's a tough game, but he got over the line with a 4-2 victory, and Neymar scoring one of the most audacious goals that we've seen in the Summer Cup series. He sort of used his knee to chip it over the bar. It's on the other side. Kylan. We've just seen some pretty remarkable attacking FIFA from him. He is kicking from left to right in this one in the white strip. Across Egyptian zone. Candle is kicking from right to left. And you look back at that Dasari game, it was literally nip and tuck until that second leg where Dasari started to run away with it. Snatched the game by just a goal.
Yeah, he only beat him 3-2, didn't it? It was extra time as well. To separate those two. We've had extra time needed a couple of times today. First chance of the game there for Candle. Worked into the area, but just a heavy touch from R9 as the ball bounced off of him. But just comparing the results today compared to tomorrow, compared to yesterday, I should say. First game of the day, 1-0 today. Yesterday, 2-1. Yesterday, second game, 8-1. Today, 2-1. Third game, 6-5. Today, 3-2. The fourth game yesterday, 4-3. Today, 4-2. Yesterday's final match was 3-1. Are we going to see a equal or higher scoring game here on day 2?
Well, how many goals are we behind still from the magical 34? We're still quite away. I think we'll have to put that one out of our mind. Chance now. Just one of the right-hand post from Kylan.
We are 19 goals behind.
Okay. Long way, and a huge difference
I think the only way
types of
we'd get
games we saw
19
yesterday.
goals is if it was lost in the waves against FIFA Houston.
Yeah, that is pretty true. It's two players that would literally just attack. Candle. And just squeeze that pass from Cristiano into R9. There was a couple of players in the way, though, which was the only problem. Not too much difference in these teams, how they're lining up. It's the usual places you see in the usual 4-2-3-1 in action as well. It'll be Hullet and Kevin De Bruyne. There's that CDM partnership on the other side in terms of defence. Both players back in Vieira and at centre-back. That's not for everyone, but for quite a few players, it seems to be the way.
I think Vieira at centre-back, look, I've spoken about it a lot of times. There's a lot of viable centre-backs now. We're late on into FIFA. Players like Malang Sarr, Clement Lenglet, summer heat, Musa Sissoko, summer heat at centre-back on 7 chemistry. Team of the year centre-backs, team of the season so far centre-backs. There's a huge array of unbelievable, viable, pacey, strong, physical centre-backs. But the fact that Vieira still gets the nod just goes to show how good he really is. Granted, yes, he also gets the icon links, which are massive for chemistry. And he's a good nation in France to get the strong links into the likes of Kylian Mbappe. But it still just goes to show how needed and necessary he is, Patrick Vieira, even at 7 chemistry at centre-back.
Here he is. Haaland now. Cristiano Ronaldo teasing Mendy out of position. He nearly did, but Frenchman able to back himself and win the ball, no problems at all there. It does seem like playing Cristiano Ronaldo as a right cam is a viable option that many pros are also happy to use. That being his 99 team of the year. Neymar having a bit of a dance around the pitch with a handful of skill moves. Hullet, he passed around the corner. This is where Kylian really can pick up his pace in the attacks and try and be dangerous. Mbappe waiting for that gap, waiting for the right time to strike in between the holes in that defensive lineup for Candle. He's got R9 in the box. There's R9 right there. He dropped the shoulder fake to go left, wanted to go right, but Candle matched that one up with Virgil van Dijk. No problem at all. This is elimination football, so expect there to be an extra 10-20% of nerves on the line here. No one wants their season to end. No one wants to fall out of a tournament in day one. I should say in the group stage. Added time off just 2 minutes. Expect probably a goal as first 45. Unless I am to be proven wrong. Cristiano Ronaldo.
That's nice.
As well to trick Mendy out of position. There's the cutback chance for Neymar. He's round the corner. And maybe I will be proved wrong, as there is a breakthrough late on into the time.
Yeah, beautiful play out wide, I have to say, from Cristiano Ronaldo. Down this touchline, he worked the ball inside to Neymar. Reverse elastico up against his man and smashed in at that near post. Kylian is really, really clinical inside the box with the reverse elastico. He's done it a couple of times. We saw it against Desari when he did it in the near post with Cristiano Ronaldo. And again, Neymar just there. Flick with the right boot and smashed in with the left. Class finish.
At the perfect time as well, Richard, just before moved into the half-time whistle. The first real opportunity going forward. A change of formation, a different goalkeeper in use as well. I know we often talk about goalkeepers too much. It's all about personal preference there. Edwin van der Sar normally seems to take everyone's choice. Alisson, I think maybe the first time I've seen him used in this region.
Yeah, I think I saw him earlier used, but I don't know if it was just my eyes deceiving me. And it was actually Van der Sar, because it's such a rarity not to see Van der Sar in the sticks, but Alisson back there doing a job. I like Alisson. I've had the Team of the Year Alisson, played over 800 games with him now in my ultimate team. I really like Alisson. I think he's a very, very top goalkeeper.
Oh, look, that's a Neymar. This is where the pace can really be turned up of an attack. Got the ball into R9's feet. Look for the scoop turn, but it just slowed it down a little bit. Next thing you know, it's easy pickings for Vieira or Virgil van Dijk just to come forward, just to edge. The right toe into the ball and just knock it away. Side trap being spammed by Kandorf. I think there's only one man that's been able to master that. And that's MS Dasari. Literally on point with his offside traps today, wasn't it?
Tell you what, he could have been in there, but he charged it down really quickly. Did Kevin De Bruyne. When the ball's out wide in those areas, that's where he probably looks most dangerous, Kalen. Where he can exploit a fullback, he can do a skill move, he can move that left stick in a way to get around the man, get to the byline, and force those passes in.
It's not just an elimination game, it's a $2,500 matchup. You win this, you're guaranteed a bigger chunk of the prize money with the opportunity. Match up against Immertal. Just tomorrow. If you have enjoyed the action of the Summer Cup series for what Middle East and Africa has had to offer, we're doing it all again tomorrow in our last grand final day. It's not a championship Sunday, it's a winners Wednesday, a finals Wednesday, however you want to say it. Same prize money, same format. And of course, at the same time here, over on Twitch TV/EA Sports FIFA. You know, 3 names already in that hat. ISO Power will be going up against MS Dasari, and it'll be Imurtor of Galatasaray. And up against one of these two.
Chance.
Straight knockout football. Neymar. Let's get fouled. It was a strong tackle by Virgil van Dijk. Referee said it was a fair one.
It's a heavy touch.
Ronaldo. Into Neymar, chance to double his lead. He goes for the double tap pass, and it was nearly on a half volley, wasn't it?
Very tight right there, the double tap. Virgil van Dijk just getting a toe onto it, but it's all white shirts right now. The ball seems to be falling to Kalen at every single opportunity. He doubles his lead here. You got to think it's arguably going to be game over going into that second leg.
Into the team management now for Kandorf. Moved into a 4-4-2 around about half-time. After he conceded that goal, he moved into a 4-4-2. It looks like he's going to be sacrificing R9 for Messi. I mean, a completely different build of player. Messi offers you different abilities and a left foot like probably no one else has got one. But a lot of people still keep R9 on the pitch, Richard, even if he is tired.
Yeah, you've got to. You have to. I mean, Barcelona don't take Messi off, do they? PSG don't take Mbappe and Neymar off. You don't take off your best player. Because if the ball falls to him, you can guarantee that he will put it in the back of the net.
Let's see if that change can make a difference, Richard. Messi, a completely different build of play. Yes, he's only got a 4-star weak foot, but fresh off the bench with just 15 minutes left, he can cause an impact. He's just got to get on the ball at the right time. He's on the ball now, interchanging once and twice, both with Neymar and Kevin De Bruyne. Winning up by a goal to nil is Kylan. Pele. Back to Ronaldo. A bit more to say about that one. The attack doesn't last too long, but if you're in Kaylan's shoes, you'll be happy with this. It's been quite a standard first 90 minutes. Nothing to really show off, but he scored a goal, an important goal. It was on the stroke of half-time. Other than that, he's been able to just see out this result with a good defensive performance. A part of his game that he'll openly say is not his strongest. If he can double his lead, he'll be even more over the moon after his first 90 minutes. As you said, Richard, 2-0, you think that could be game, set and match?
I think, yeah, especially in the circumstances that we're in, if the ping is quite high and Kandil can't play that attacking, free-flowing style of FIFA that he wants to do, it's going to be very hard to score 2 goals. I think the next game literally separates this tie. One more chance here for Kylan to get that goal. Waiting for the final attack of the game. Smart from the young man.
Official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Only time of 2 minutes left. He loves a last chance attack. There's literally no time left. Just 10 in-game minutes left. Seconds, I should say. That should do us for leg one. It will do us for leg one in our final game of day 2 of the Summer Cup series here for Middle East and Africa. NBC Kylan leads by a goal to nil. I don't think this is certainly job done yet, Rich. I think there's still a lot more to come in this leg.
No, absolutely not. With it only being 1-0, there's a lot of room left to wiggle in this game. There's a lot of time to be played. However, if Kylan gets that first goal in the second leg and goes 2-0 up, I think it could be game over. Looking at what both of these two players do offer. However, I think if Kandil gets it, he might just have a little bit of self-belief and be like, you know what? Yes, I might not be playing my best FIFA. Yes, I might be playing in quite sort of unfamiliar circumstances in terms of the connection, but I can make a game of this. I can go through, and it's very much up for grabs in this tie right now between these two. Last game of the day, and we're going out again, very similar to the entire sort of vein of today, in a tight, tentative, cagey match going into the second leg.
I mean, it says a lot when there's been, I'm going to say
16.
Is it 16 goals difference?
16 goals
so we're,
today, I think, yeah.
So about 18, 19?
Should I do a live count up for you?
Do a live count up, but the story of the matter is we've just seen a lot less goals. I mean, there's different play styles, there's different way that people choose to play, but we saw, 34 goals yesterday, was it? That was the storyline. We saw 34. Yeah. So today, we're well under that if we're looking at averages.
9, 11, 15. We've seen 16 goals today.
Just a little bit under, isn't it? Completely different between what we've seen. Still 18 goals behind with only a leg left. I doubt we'll be seeing that many goals, but hopefully we'll be seeing at least a few more. And what do you think that is? You just think it's just different play styles? You know, everyone's different. I know, forget about the Roy Feldman Isopower game. Yes, that could have been 4-0 and those extra 4 goals probably might not have gone in because Roy wasn't sort of bothered at that point. But there was still a lot more goals scored yesterday.
I think I don't want to keep on going back to it, but I think it's quite a big thing. I think the connection yesterday, if you look where the players were from, you had 2 players from Turkey, and then the other players were quite close together in terms of their geography in the globe. Whereas today you've got South Africa, you've got Saudi Arabia, and then 2 players from Egypt. Even the Saudi Arabia to Egypt game was over 300 ping. That's what Kandil said. So it certainly adds that effect when you can't play your normal game. It's basically, I'll try and, it's like you're playing hockey, and you're one of the best hockey players in the world, and then someone says, yeah, let's go and play a game of ice hockey. You've got to learn a completely different way of playing the game. Do you know what I mean?
You're just falling over.
You're not used to the skates. You whoa, and you're just all over the place. So I do think it's yes, you're still playing FIFA. Yes, you're still playing competitive FIFA, but you have to change the way you play. That's why we're seeing these slower, more passive play styles in these passive games.
And someone like Kalen, who is an attacking FIFA player, loves to attack it and so on, just hasn't been able to do that to his level. I'm sure there'll be other players out there will have their excuses and so to speak. But this is what this is the situation we're in right now. And there's players like MS Desari. I don't think you'll ever see the man moan. He'll get the job done. Even if he scores a goal or scores a couple, he got the job done. He was the third name in the hat tomorrow. We're just 90 in-game minutes away, guys, from finding out who will be joining those three in our sort of Winners Wednesday. $10,000 will be on the line tomorrow. We'll be crowning our last champion. And it's safe to say, the analogy's gone down better than I thought.
Somewhat well.
Somewhat well in the chat. The chat is
I mean, look, it's known that the Twitch chat can be brutal at times, and that went down quite well. In all honesty, you take that. The question is, who's we taking this game after the next 90 minutes of FIFA? At the halfway point, it's Kyle and FIFA with a 1-goal lead here against Candy. The winner of this joins MS Desari tomorrow alongside both Murtal and ISO Power in tomorrow's finals. The winner of the entire tournament takes home $10,000. Second place, $7,500. And top three guarantees yourself $5,000. The final event of the FIFA 20 competitive season, part of the Summer Cup series.
Of course, let us know in the Twitch chat as well. We've got a couple of minutes here just to have a quick look. Let us know, Kylan or Candil, who do you want to win this game? Give us a name in the chat who you expect to go and win this one. We are jumping back into the second leg now. Only a goal to separate these two. Will a goal be enough, though? I honestly don't think it will be. It will be Haylan from right to left and Candil of Egypt from left to right in this one. 90 minutes in front of us. Who will be the fourth name in the hat of our finals tomorrow? The second goal for Kalen would certainly put him in the right direction.
A lot of love for Kalen in the Twitch chat as well. Everyone getting behind him. Ronin Warrior thinks that Candy is going to perform the comeback.
Could be a second early on. Or Kalen, it goes out for a goal kick in the end. It was able to from R9. The idea was there, just not the execution, because, of course, once again, there was a defender standing in the way who went for a corner.
Again, quite risky out the back, playing short. You can't... He's got away with that. He has got away with that.
Maybe not for that long, though, Richard. A couple of times Virgil van Dijk already being found out. Would not have been the start to remember. It's a couple now, you can see it. Relentless in the attack is Haaland. Mbappe into R9. What's the ongoing runners? Little cheeky chip into the path of Mbappe. He wants to get the shot away. Zambrotta's right foot that was the difference. It's another attack. It's wave after wave. Just how many waves can he deal with? We're getting all down to the floor in the situation of a 2-goal deficit. That one's just wide of the right-hand post from Cristiano Ronaldo.
I thought that had flown in then for a second. Very rarely do you see Ronaldo miss the target like that. But every single 50-50 is going to Hale and FIFA here. All the 50-50s, all the loose balls, always finding a white shirt, it seems like.
Just how many more of these attacks is he going to get, Richard, before the tables turn? And Handel is the man that's on top with the possession, with the chances. One of these has to lead to a goal. Could this be the chance? Neymar tries to disguise the pass into R9, but by that time there was 3 luminous green and yellow shirts in the way. Relentless. First 30 minutes here. Handel's not even touched the ball, in all honesty. The only time he has touched it is when he's tried to defend.
It's been an absolute onslaught. In the opening stage, was just offside there. He tried playing it out the back a few times short, and he's done it again here with Mendy, but he has played himself into danger a couple of times. Playing out from the back.
This is Candel's first real chance in Kaelin's half. It's 29 minutes into it. It doesn't last very long. Going to the scoreline so far, you can just see it just below at 0-0 at the moment. It's 1-0 in aggregate to Kaelin. Winner goes into tomorrow's grand finals, guarantees themselves $2,500 alongside a matchup against Myrtle. Of course, the other game that will be happening tomorrow is a big matchup. Isa Power against MS Desari. 2 big names in the sort of Middle East side of things in the competitive year. 2 names that we see popping up. Whether it's a qualification or any sort of tournament.
Kevin De Bruyne surging forward there with the ball. Inked over the top to Cristiano. Just look for Kevin De Bruyne on the edge there to pick it up. He's going to be the catalyst, but it's the defensive De Bruyne that wins it back, and potential counter-attack opportunity for Candy here.
Struggling though, isn't he? Carlos Alberto this time. Does intercept the ball, gives possession straight back though. Can deal with De Bruyne. To Mendy. Couple of step overs, trying to do everything he can, but in the end leads to nothing. If you cast your mind back, Richard, to the only goal we did see in leg 1 between these two, it came in the 45th minute. In the last couple of seconds of added time, which was just 2 minutes. Are we going to see the exact same story here? We're near enough at that same point in the game.
It's going to be final chance of the half here. Johan Cruyff, like you said, looking to serve a little bit of retribution for what happened to him in the first leg where he conceded on the stroke of half-time, but it's not going to happen here. He'll probably take us into half-time with a 1-goal advantage, maybe even a 2-goal advantage. No, 1 goal.
That should just about do us. This referee wants to play on a couple more seconds. Long ball forward. Referee, are we done and dusted for the first 45? Or is we still playing headers and volleys in the box? There you go. Eventually, referee does pull this one to a close. 45 minutes played here. 0-0 the scoreline. Nothing to cheer about in terms of opportunities or chances. As we said, it's just a bit of a slower gameplay, and these two are struggling to just create, in all honesty.
Massive pause needed here for Candil. Neymar going to be introduced for 99 Cristiano Ronaldo. R9 brought off for Leo Messi. Pele on for Cruyff or Mbappe. Cruyff. Wow, there. Ronaldo, Cruyff and R9 all brought off in one swift move.
Well, well, well. You remember last time, Rich, she went into a 4-4-2 at half-time. This time, he's making another triple change, and I just can't get my head around that one, Richard. You're taking off R9.
I think it's something to do with the connection. We heard Roy Feldman talking about it yesterday. R9 in those high ping games isn't as effective as he is when it's nice and low. So maybe getting him off, getting a more agile set of players on. Ronaldo is not the most agile player, is he? Let's be honest. His balance is quite high, quite low. He sometimes does feel stiff. You've brought on Messi, who's agile, Neymar, agile, and Pele.
De Bruyne, back to Neymar. Everything he's trying to do is just intercepted by Kalen. Times I'm honestly thinking to myself, this has got a 1-0 all over it.
Did lose his first game of the day. 1-0. It'd be quite poetic justice that the two results that he lost today would both be 1-0s. First game of the day, last game of the day.
So Elastico's way into the box past Mendy. No way through for Kalen. But yeah, 100% agree with you, Richard. Yes, we had a few more sort of technical and connection difficulties today, which has, of course, naturally made the gameplay a little bit slower. Some players not being able to sort of find that rhythm that they used to be able to find. But players have had to adapt, and certain players can adapt, as we've seen with MSI. This could be good. Pull it. Into R9. A second goal would conclude the tie for me. Takes the shot. Takes a wicked deflection into the hands of Alisson. Another pause is coming from Candil. He's still not happy, even after a triple substitution, and just hasn't really had much of the ball.
Truly. You've been starved of the ball, hasn't he? Another pause here. Cued and ready to go. What are the changes going to be? It's all custom tactic changes.
Four, 4-2-3-1. Again, as he said, he's made all these substitutions. It's just a custom tactic change. We'll stick in the 4-2-3-1. That's been the most exciting final game of the day. That goes without saying. This game can still swing either way. Heading up by a goal to nil, and just over 20 in-game minutes away from booking a place in tomorrow's final. I mean, coming into today, if you looked at the rankings, you looked at sort of who's done what this year. For me personally, I was looking at Kalen, I was looking at MS Desari. I mean, MS Desari goes without saying. I think you said it today, Richard. It was MS Desari +1.
It looks like the one he's looking to be MBC Kalen.
Sort of first event since Paris Foot Champions Cup Stage 4. That was all the way back in February now. It's been a long time since a lot of these guys have had that taste of competing again. For Kalen. Just 15 minutes away. One more goal would solidify that result. De Bruyne stings the hands of Alisson. Out for a corner it will go. Plays short, Neymar. Onto De Bruyne. And the white shirts in and around the box. It's about trying to find the right name. Here we go, Candil. Chance to break. Got to get more numbers forward. Channel ball there for Mbappe. He'll have a chance to just drive.
Nice.
As well to ball roll away from his man. There is a cutback there. Goes for the first time shot. Your question, was it the right decision?
I think it was. I think you have to hit that first time. If you take a touch, you allow yourself to create a little bit more sort of room for your opponent to get back defensively. It's just another world-class block from Virgil van Dijk.
Chance around the corner. Is he onside? Mbappe to conclude the game.
Wasted.
Who else would be in the way? Virgil van Dijk. What he tried to do there, as you said, he simple ball roll, goes for that double tap, sort of chip pass back across the box and back for a tap in. Oh, he threw that. Ronaldo, Elastico. Anything, just trying to run the clock down.
He'll have one more good chance.
Cue does Kalen if he wanted to change anything late on into the time of this match. He's got 3 in-game minutes left. Hold on to this one. Kandil has just struggled to really get anything going, and now it's in Kylan's hands to see this one through and to see himself gain that 4th spot in tomorrow's grand finals.
He's all out attack. 3-4-2-1. No more subs remaining. Neymar going up top. Do or die situation for Kylan and Candy right now.
He's just got to do everything he can, Richard. Throw everybody forward and lucky to get one more chance. He's got possession, Kandil, but it's one thing having possession. Getting into your opponent's half and making the perfect attack. He's flushed up a couple of times today. Some of those opportunities did come via Rami Sad. That last elimination matchup. Can Kalen hold on to this one? Has he got the nerve? Just 2 minutes of added time. A minute of that has already been played. Just has to defend this attack and he will be into tomorrow's grand finals. Or is there going to be late drama? De Bruyne back to Messi. You can see by the reactions on the face cam. I think it is game over and Kylan will be into tomorrow's grand finals. He will make up that 4th name in the pile for our final Summer Cup Series, final day. He will join the likes of MS Desari, ISO Power and iMyrtle to battle out for $10,000 in the end. Not the most exciting game for the neutral, but for Kalen, he got the job done without conceding and with only scoring a goal.
I told you, it wasn't going to be 5, 6, 7 goals in that game. It was going to be a 1 or a 2 goal split, and in the end it was literally 1-0. Scored it on the 45th minute in the first leg. He defended heroically, got bodies behind the ball, and anything that Kandil tried to do, it was unsuccessful in the end. Commiserations to Kandil. He's lost 2 games today, one against Asari, one against Kylan, both 1-0, and that will send him out of the competition. Pretty much as harsh as what we saw from Resende in South America. He lost 2 penalty shootouts, Resende, in the Summer Cup Series in South America and went crashing out of the tournament. But we focus on the winners here, and Kylan and MS Desari move into tomorrow, which means the games that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, if my brain is working correctly, it's going to be ISO Power against Desari and then Nurtal against Kylan. So I'm looking forward to seeing both of those 2 games tomorrow.
I think, as you said, if you looked across these 8 players, it was always going to be tough to call, but I think you would have at least have had 3 out of those 4 names that would have been predicted to make it into tomorrow's grand final. $10,000 will be on the line. We will be back for that tomorrow, but that is all from myself, Brandon Swift, and Richard Buckley for day 2 of the Summer Cup Series. And for one final time, I'm going to throw it back over to Jake and Mike to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Brandon. We are done for day 2. We have our 4 competitors, Mike, LaBelle, and we're going to run through the highlights for this game. Not much action, only 1-0. Yeah, today just didn't produce the goals that we saw yesterday, but let's check things out right here. I'm going to toss the crown over to you, Mike LaBelle. Walk me through this game here.
We had plenty of top-tier FIFA action on display, but we didn't have the goal production that we've seen in a lot of the previous Summer Cup series, and we definitely did not see as many goals today as we did yesterday. And sometimes it's going to be like that. You have to grind out games. You guys aren't finishing the way that they should be. By you guys, I mean the competitors. As you see the opener here, which is beautiful, an outside of the foot, reverse elastico, 5-star weak foot. I'll tell you what, Kalen really scores a lot of beautiful goals too. If I was looking to put together a top 5, and I think that might be foreshadowing here, he has at least 2 or 3 of them from today. In terms of the quality of the goals, whether it's the extra skill move, the extra pass, small intricate details, and you've got to be able to see out games like this. A 1-0 victory is huge. You could see that Candill's obviously very disappointed, and he's came a long way. To have 2 1-0 losses is always going to be a bummer. And Kalen, a lot of possession play again, and he is slightly aggressive on the defensive side as well. So he wins the ball back quickly and then he holds it. But it's just not a matchup that included a bunch of opportunities, a bunch of breakdowns. There wasn't tons of space to work with. And that happens in FIFA. We've all been accustomed to that. It's definitely, I don't want to say a staple because that's just being unfair, but those types of matches exist in FIFA 20 more frequent than some of the other previous FIFA installments. There will be a lot of 1-0s, 2-1s, 2-0s. Just games where you're really just seeing it out. You're doing enough. You've got your goal, and then you're trying to protect that lead.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I mean, losing 1-0 twice in a tournament, hard enough, but 2 times, he would have definitely thought he would have deserved to go through. But congrats to Kylan. Speaking of, we're going to bring him in for our post-match interview. Congratulations on the win. You are into the final day tomorrow. A chance at that $10,000. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I thought I was a bit unlucky against Dasari, so to make it good, to make it through is a relief.
And you're playing against Myrtle tomorrow. Do you have any experience? I know that you guys are naturally on opposite consoles, but I know that a lot of people still end up ways of matching, whether it's a different type of qualifier or just have mutual friends and so forth and so on. You play some friendlies, or is this coming in no previous information, just whatever's available on the internet?
Beat him once in a Challenger Mode Cup final, but then I don't want to speak about that game. Very good player, and I'm looking forward to it.
Looking for a bit of revenge, I see. Yeah, congrats on a big win today. So what are you going to look forward to if you get that rematch against Dasari? You said you were a bit unlucky. What are you looking to change in that sort of gameplay tomorrow to maybe turn that luck around?
Honestly, I'm just looking to play amazingly defensively against Candle, and if I can do that, I'm sure I can pull it off against Myrtle tomorrow.
100%. Kylan, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. We move!
There we go. A little background noise from the Peanut Gallery supporters there for Kylan. Mike Lavelle, we're going to toss it over to you for the Gillette Precision Play of the game. Who do you have for us in this play?
Well, it only seems fitting. It only seems right that we close out the We close out the day, excuse me, with the precision play of the day presented by Gillette, and we're gonna review my favorite goal of the day, and it's a beauty from Kalen. Gets the through ball, and you see the freeze frame. It's more about the composure to re-angle, and the diagonals are key if you're looking to score chips. You're gonna see a ball roll, which allows them to get a better angle here with R9, and then this is just beautiful. Goalkeepers in no man's land. You see defenders tracking back. It's perfectly placed. You can't do anything about it. And that is the precision play of the day. And in this case, Kalen advanced as well. He needed that goal. He needed every single goal. This wasn't a day that was full of them, but he had plenty that were highlight worthy. You got to give him a hand clap. Congrats.
Yeah, really great day from him. And I think from what we've seen over these past 2 days, we have some really exciting matchups that we'll definitely look into a little bit deeper. But today, let's highlight, at least right now, what we saw from today, Tuesday, Group B. This is how everything shaped out. Took us a little while to get here, but we have finally made it. MS Dasari, the overall champion that no one was really surprised about. Then it was just a battle for that second spot, and it was Kalen who came out on top. Was there a surprise there? I don't think so, Mike, because Kalen was your man. So everything kind of went as planned for both days so far.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen tons of surprises. This one could have had a lot more interchangeability in comparison to Group A, where we just saw the 2 favorites go through, at least if you're looking at global series ranking. MS Dasari, we expected to get the job done. He did just that. But the other 3 positions, it could have been anybody's day. And it shows. All the matches were very close. We didn't have big spreads in any of the games today. Everything was 1 goal here, extra time. I'm surprised we didn't see penalty kicks, because we did have multiple extra time matchups where the goal happened. But I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see penalties. But I think the players that went through deserve it. They earned it. They played great even in those big moments in terms of being able to take those key positions on the virtual pitch, whether it's the extra skill, the extra pass, just maneuvering around the virtual pitch to give themselves a competitive advantage. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I feel that our Final Four is really strong for this region.
Yeah, we have some big matchups. We'll preview that in 1 second. But before we do so, let's toss it over to the top 5 goals of the day.
Start to this game, relentless attacking. Back to goal, reverse elastic. Oh! Well. Is he onside? Oh, 9. Goes for a cheeky chip, and he is onside. 2 goals to 1. Kyler will lead. Rami Sad's possession to keep hold of there. There could be late drama. Cuts it back inside. Could be a gift of a goal. Mbappe, one more into R9. That was really in Rami Sad's hands to hold on to, but he threw it away. He wants to get this game done. He wants to get a 2-goal lead. This could be the mistake. This could cost him, and it goes to Neymar. Oh, wow. Cristiano Ronaldo.
That's nice.
As well to trick Mendy out of position. There's the cutback chance for Neymar. He's round the corner.
Great stuff right there. A day full of some really great goals. If I'm gonna be honest, I really like that. As much as it wasn't super high scoring, we'll take those goals. Mike LaBelle, what did you think?
We got to credit Kalen. I told you I'd have at least 2 or 3 of his goals in the top 5. I saw 3 there, and you see the skill moves. And it's the versatility of the skill moves and the execution. We saw ball roll into the chip. Of course, we saw that with the Gillette breakdown. We had that reverse elastico with Neymar. We had drag backs. We had roulettes. We had resurfacing and recycling. You got to love it.
100%. Let's preview the action that we're going to get to see tomorrow in the final day. This is practically it for the competitive season from what we're going to see in FIFA. 4 competitors to end FIFA 20. It's ISO Power versus Tundra. I think the matchup that I'm most excited for, especially with ISO Power's goal scoring ability that he's put on display. Which matchup are you favoring?
Well, I'll tell you this. If you're in that upper bracket, whoever wins that first game has a very high percentage of winning the entire tournament because they're sitting in the grand final and they have 2-to-1 odds. Because if you come up to the loser's bracket, you're going to have to force a reset in the grand final in order to be the overall winner in this tournament, and that's very difficult. But I'm looking forward to the opener. Isopower and MS Dasari, that is a rematch from earlier this year. And it's a rematch that I've kind of been itching for. I'm good with it. And it also is going to be huge. I think Isopower might have been even a little bit more informed than MS Dasari if we're just judging gameplay from yesterday to today. However, you should never doubt a champion in that pedigree. And I do feel that MS Dasari often figures out a way to get it done, whether he plays his best, somewhere in between, or even if he's not playing that well. You never see him get Swiss in tournaments. He always goes for late-stage runs.
Let's move on and look at the prediction stats, Mike LaBelle.
They're not that good today.
I had a great day. I think I might be on top for the first time ever in 3 Summer Cup Series events that I've been a part of so far. Let's take a look and see who is it. There it is. Me and Brandon Smith on top with the crowns. Let's go. The champions. Mike LaBelle, 3 predictions, not bad. And then Richard Buckley. Oh, poor Richard. It's just not his day, is it?
I don't like his shirt either. I'm just going in. Rich can't even
Absolute
reply.
savage.
Yeah, Rich can't even. I can't really talk. Look at my picture here. We don't know what year this is from. It looks like I'm doing like the duck lip situation. It's not good.
I said it yesterday. This is my favorite part, just getting to see these old pictures. Brandon's got the most slick picture. Look at that, man. Wow. Well, I mean, I'll take it, though. 4 correct predictions for myself. I just missed that final one, but it's all good. The prediction king. Let's take a look at the times for tomorrow and when you can expect the matchups this is our schedule, of course, according to everything going as planned. We'll start the day with ISO Power, Tundra, Sorry. We'll go to Myrtle, Kalen, Losers Final, Grand Final. We'll wrap things up with the Summer Cup Series. Mike LaBelle, that is going to conclude today. Any final thoughts?
I'm looking forward to these games. I definitely think we got the quality Final Four, and I think it's going to be very offensive. All these guys like to get forward. Ice Power scores goals, and Mrs. Sorry, super balanced. Myrtle, we saw him going back and forth. And then even though Kalen didn't score a ton of goals today, his natural play style, his instincts are to go forward and to be very offensive. And sometimes it's just a matter of who you get matched up against, connectivity, just the combination of things coming together and being able to finish.
Should be a good day tomorrow. We want to thank everyone out there watching, the sponsors, Turtle Beach, PlayStation, Gillette. We will be back bright and early yet again tomorrow for that final day. Jake Barford and Mike LaBelle, it's been a pleasure, and we'll see you all tomorrow.